Counselor for Hupatchisic First Nation. And I welcome you to our territory. I thank you for gathering today for your important business meeting, for your learning, your communication, and your understanding. Kleko kako.
Tu uklama wamisha histakshikla tsuma shaat chachlip uhukok eksu Matilda Atleo sishaksu pachlapaksu uhukwatach nu iksu the late George Watts tsisha mitma uhukwach klutzma Priscilla Sabas Watts heshkwadaksu hicha mamu collected chief counselor at Sishat Ushak Shikleatsu ha inchith siya atap atkas siaka ha withakin sishaat Kluma ama siya hinashisu hithat hotlak sishaat. I did my best. I still have to read a bit of that from the notes, but as I said, I'm Wamish Ken Watts. I'm the elected chief counselor at Sishat. My mother's Matilda Atleo, and my father was the late George Watts, and my wife is Priscilla from Heshkwit. I then went on to say, thank you for inviting me. I'm here to speak on behalf of our hereditary chiefs, and I'd like you to welcome the land of Tsishat to our Hahothi. Just want to say welcome again, but also thank all of you. This is awesome to see so many community members out to an AGM, inspiring for us as Tsishat, I think, and how we get our people out to be engaged in this work. But just acknowledge your Hatwe and your leadership here. I think about the journey that your nation's been on since you started negotiating treaty and now being self-governing all these years, and the success you've had. I was thinking about the Umeksu Center that you guys opened up the road, and really making sure you're doing Uatlak, you're taking care of some of your most vulnerable, some of your women who really need support. And I just want to acknowledge, because you guys followed protocol. Before you came and opened that center, we cleansed those grounds up there, both Tsishat and Hupatchisic. And Ed and the team, we went and cleansed those grounds. And I think it's really important that acknowledge all of you and your government for following protocol when you're in somebody else's territory. And just acknowledge you for not just following protocol, but just how your government carries themselves. And just thank you too, because we're now moving forward with economic development together with our nations, together in Ho'ayat and Hupatchisic, and it's exciting times to be New Channels and to work together as one. And so just thank you, welcome you, and close with, I was watching a video. I don't know if you guys find it ironic that you were here in the athletic hall. For those of you that remember, when we had a feast for my dad, and we were washed away our tears, and seeing all of you sing in and dance in and carry the pole that Ed carved, and the members, and thinking about my late father and the work that you guys did as a nation to honor my dad was one of the most moving experiences in my life. And to date, I've never seen another group carrying a pole on their shoulders to recognize somebody. And that just shows the type that you have and what an amazing community you guys are. So once again, congratulations on all your success, and hope you have a great assembly here. Chuch.
Thank you both very much for your good wishes and for showing up to welcome us to your territories officially today.
Okay, this part of the morning is a very important part of the morning in recognition of those that have passed on. And there's a word that translates into crutch, something to help you. And we call it ta'atma. Ta'atma is there to hold you up, just to recognize you for the loss in your family. So then that we're going to
Stella, can you come help blanket?
I can run the money.
Yeah, he's not going to run any of it. He's just going to blanket. So then we have recognition of Shane Edward Nookmus. We'd like to give Uncle George a blanket and a bit of tana to help in recognition to Ashma. So we're going to have, yep, for George, he's there in the, right behind Lisa. And a blanket. Is there a representative that can, for recognitions for Francis James Williams? If there's somebody that could bring a blanket in recognition for, yep. Okay. We'd also like to recognize the loss in for Rachel Nicole Kristen Young. If there's someone that could take a blanket for Sandra. Yep. Click O, Karen. As well as recognizing the loss in the Joe family. Angie, Joe, is there a member from the family that could take on behalf of the Joe family? Thank you, Dora. As well as this year, a loss in the Dennis family, Tiffany Marie Dennis. Is there a member from the Dennis family to take on behalf of Tiffany Dennis? Yep. Thank you, Jackie. Recognizing the loss of Clifford Richard Seacher Sr., is there a member of the family that could take on behalf of the Seacher family? Oh, yeah. Can you raise your hand? Yep. Oh, there you are. In the back.
And then Maria Shannon Williams.
And as well as Maria Shannon Williams. Is there a member of the family that could take? Yep. Clicko, clicko.
Marlene Dennis Williams.
Marlene Dennis Williams, recognizing the loss of Marlene Dennis Williams. Is there somebody from the family that could take a blanket on their behalf? Tammy, clicko, clicko, Tammy. It's important when we conduct business that we recognize the losses in our nation, and to offer a bit of ta'atma, something there to hold up the family. It's a tough year, of losses, and to always have that reminder of being there for one another. But we just wanted to recognize the families that have endured hardship and going through grief and loss, and that we're recognizing those and there for you. So the symbolism of the blanket to wrap and to hold you up. Clicko, clicko, choo.
Okay, Dan.
Technical difficulties. Thank you very much, Edward, Teresa, the Hotway Council, our nation, for making sure that we keep those important traditions alive, and our condolences and thoughts are with all of those who've lost loved ones. It impacts all of us. We're all one family. So thank you very much for that recognition and acknowledgement. We're going to get going officially. We're moving towards it. Thank you very much for your patience, your understanding, your attention. Very much appreciated. We were. Okay, we promised a draw at 10 o'clock. It's 10:15. So we're going to do 2 draws. We're going to do a draw for, and somebody can correct me. We're going to do a draw for $500, and we're going to do a draw for a cultural gift. So we're going to draw your names, but you need to be in attendance throughout the assembly, so the gifts can be collected at the end of today. So, what do you want to do? Let's do the $500. I don't have a ticket. Everybody got your tickets out? What color are they?
Yellow.
Yellow tickets. Okay, so reminder, if you haven't signed in, go sign in. There's going to be more tickets. Okay, the number is 834-9479. And woo! $500 at the end of assembly. Let's just write her name on there. Okay, and the second one will be for this beautiful drum. Okay, get your tickets ready. Please don't let me drop that. Okay, it's got the beautiful Hawaiian logo on it. The number is 834-9525. Oh, really? Awesome. Belinda. Congratulations. New drum coming your way at the end of the day. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for showing up on time, being here, and being so attentive. So the next item as we get going then and getting into our business, I am required to take an oath as speaker. I have a role here that's an appointed role by our legislature and by our Hatwe, and I'm required to take an oath as to how I conduct myself at these meetings and how I run that portion of the meeting. So our Hluta Saxo is going to administer the oath to me.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. I'm Thuda Saksut. My father is Benson Nookmis, and my mother is the late Gertrude Nookmis. Can you just repeat after me? I, say your name.
I, Angela Wesley,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
exercise the powers, duties, and functions
exercise the powers, duties, and functions
of the Speaker under the Government Act.
of Speaker under the Government Act.
I will exercise my duties in an independent manner
I will exercise my duties in an independent manner
and will not be subject to any improper restrictions,
and will not be subject to any improper restrictions,
influences,
influences,
inducements,
inducements,
or pressure, either direct or indirect,
either direct or indirect,
in any capacity from any source.
in any capacity from any source.
I will uphold the Constitution and obey Hawaiian laws.
I will uphold the Constitution and obey Hawaiian laws.
I will act in the best interest of present and future generations of Hawaiian citizens.
I will act in the best interest of present and future generations of Hawaiian citizens.
I will honor the vision, values, and sacred principles of Hawaiian.
I will honor the vision, values, and sacred principles of Hawaiian.
U'athlak, taking care of future generations.
U'atlak, taking care of future generations.
And Hishat Sawak,
And Hishuk Tsawak,
everything is one. I will be a positive role model.
I will be a positive role model.
following the principle of Aesop,
following the principle of Aesop,
conducting myself honestly and respectfully,
conducting myself honestly and respectfully,
and if I believe in good faith that I am in breach
and if I believe in good faith that I am in breach
of this oath or Hawaiian law,
of this oath or Hawaiian law,
then I will so advise the Chief Counselor
then I will so advise the Chief Counselor
and the Tyee Hatwea.
and the Tyee Hatwea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next order of business will be the oath for public service. The citizen oath. Are we going to introduce the new citizens first? Yes, absolutely. Okay, we're going to introduce some new citizens first. So Alexis is going to support Shuta Saksu.
Yeah.
So did you want me to read the names?
Sure.
Or would you like to read the names?
Okay.
And then I'll hand the names.
Okay.
So, yeah, there. These are our new citizens.
Okay, so we'll go down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so we have 5 new citizens this year. If you could come forward, that'd be great. Alexander Stephen Smith. Is he here? Alex, are you here?
No.
No? Okay. Susan Patricia Amos. Welcome. Thank you. Oh, right, the oath. Do I do that now or have them all up here at the same time? Okay. Sydney Frances Joan White. Okay. James Nathan Bai. Kimmy? Okay, thank you. Cheryl Leanne Adair. And that's it. All right. We're going to have you do the oath, Susan. I, say your name,
I, Susan Patricia Amos,
do solemnly affirm or swear
do solemnly affirm and swear
that I will uphold and respect the Constitution
I will uphold and respect the Constitution of Hawaiian laws,
fulfill my personal obligations with respect to the care and guidance of Hawaiian children and families,
fulfill my personal obligations with respect to the care and guidance of the Hawaiian children and families,
adhere to the teachings related to Isak respect,
adhere to the teachings related to the Isak respect,
promote a healthy and vibrant community for all Hawaiian citizens,
promote a healthy and vibrant community for the Hawaiian citizens,
and fulfill all my duties and responsibilities as a Hawaiian citizen.
and fulfill all my duties and responsibilities as a Hawaiian citizen.
Thank you.
That's emotional.
Congratulations.
Could have all done it together with you. Looks like we were trying to tie your canoe up here, Susan. Thank you very much, and welcome to our new citizens. We've had a lot of new births as well this year, and at the assembly here we recognize those who are of age and indeed can participate in functions such as this and making sure that you're taking part in voting and having your say in the important affairs of our nation. So we appreciate that very much. The next item of business or protocol is the Hawaiian Oath for Public Servants. I believe Kluta Saksup, you're going to do that as well. And then the citizenship oath by all.
Do I have to get them to stand up? Hello, can I have everybody repeat after me, please? I. So? Oh, is it just the staff? Oh. Okay, sorry. Staff and government, my apologies. Can you guys stand up?
It's right here, too.
Oh, thank you. I do solemnly affirm or swear that I will act in the best interest of present and future generations of Huu-ay-aht citizens. I will honor the vision, values, and sacred principles of Huu-ay-aht. U'athlok, taking care of future generations. And Hishat Sawak, everything is one. I will be a positive role model following the principle of Isak. Conducting myself honestly and respectfully. And I will uphold the Constitution and obey Huu-ay-aht laws. Thank you.
Citizenship.
Everyone. All right. Okay, everybody's turn. Can you repeat after me, please? I. Please stand. All right. I do solemnly affirm or swear that I will uphold and respect the Constitution and Huu-ay-aht laws. Fulfill my personal obligations with respect to care and guidance of the Huu-ay-aht children and families. Adhere to the teachings related to Isak. Promote a healthy and vibrant community for all Huu-ay-aht citizens. And fulfill all my duties and responsibilities as a Huu-ay-aht citizen. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's always a great time of year to remind ourselves of our roles and responsibilities to our nation. And once again, I'm just thrilled at the participation that we've had in the attendance that we've got so far. There's more to come. I think we have close to 200 people who registered, citizens who registered for the Assembly. So give ourselves a hand for that kind of a turnout. That says how important our nation is to us and how we want to continue to contribute. So thank you all, seriously, from my heart and from the hearts of our ancestors, of the care that you're giving and showing up and being interested in this work. We're going to get started. I'm going to have a few opening remarks and we'll get into our agenda. So uklama shishikwelap hisdak shil Huu-ay-aht apwinisat. My name is Angela Wesley. I'm a proud member of Huu-ay-aht, proud citizen of Huu-ay-aht, member of the House of Apwinisat. My mother is Nana Himius, Marjorie White. She's taught me throughout my life. She is the elder sister of, or her mother was the elder sister of the late Arthur Peters. I'm honored and humbled once again to have been appointed as Speaker for our nation under the Huu-ay-aht Constitution and law, and I'm always pleased to take that oath 3 times when I come up here. It binds me to follow our laws and our Constitution. So as in the past, I consider it a privilege to be asked to do so. In that role, I serve as chair for this People's Assembly, and I also chair the sessions of our Huu-ay-aht legislature when our leadership gathers to make laws. With the rattle and the tika that we heard this morning, we've called to Nas, our Creator, and to our ancestors to be with us today, to guide us with their strength, their knowledge, and their wisdom in making decisions for the betterment of all of our people of today and of tomorrow. That's what we've done for countless generations, and it's the strength of spirit and survival that brings us to where we are today, back in this self-governing world and self-determining world that we've entered into for the last close to 14 years. So I want to start with some further acknowledgements. Organizing an assembly like this is no easy task. I've been on the periphery of calls for the last 2 or 3 months with the staff organizing to have this beautiful space ready for us and to have a welcoming environment for all of us to be in for today. It truly takes a village. So not only does the business of the day need to be coordinated, all the agenda, all the items that we're going to be talking about, but it takes an incredible amount of planning to arrange for gas cards, ferry cards, buses, shuttle buses, meals, gifts, entertainments, and culture. And of course, the goodie bags. Hopefully everybody got a goodie bag. I think it's absolutely phenomenal, the work that the team has done, and I ask that you all join me in showing thanks for the work that they've done in planning this assembly and caring for us while we're in this space. Once again, it feels like this assembly is what it was meant to be, a mix of business, family time, culture, and fun. So let's have a round of applause for all those that were involved in organizing this. Hands raised to all of you. Thank you so much. Everyone that's in the back and around helping today and all the days that led up, it's an incredible amount of work. So in returning to our self-government, we've committed to setting high standards for ourselves based on the strong principles and values of our past. Isak, the highest level of respect. Hishuk Tsawak, everything is one and everything is connected. And U'atlak, taking care of. So here we are at our 2024 People's Assembly, where according to our laws, we as citizens will hear from our government members about our financial status and plans, and the government's strategic plans for the coming year. This assembly also provides us with the opportunity as citizens to have our government members and our fellow citizens hear our voices on matters of importance to us. We have that opportunity today especially. We have that opportunity throughout the year in engagement sessions that are held closer to our homes via Zoom and in many different ways. So we really want to express appreciation to all of those who take those opportunities to make sure that your voices are heard, not only at the Assembly today, but throughout the year. So I really talk about the last couple of years. I've talked about a generational change in our nation. Some of us are getting a little older, and it's really nice to see young leadership. It's nice to see young people showing interest. This year, I was thrilled to be part of something we'll hear about today, a governance project that really focuses on bringing our young people into the loop and putting you into the roles that you need to be in. So all of you as youth that are here today, and youth extends up technically up to 30, but the fact that you're here and that you're participating and being interested is fantastic. So I really appreciate that you're all here today. It's going to be your job from now on. Our question is not what or how will someone solve a problem for us, but rather how are we all going to work together to solve those issues that we're continuing to battle so that we can come up even to an equity and then start to thrive as a nation as we once did. So as we begin our assembly today, I'm encouraging us all to have open and honest discussions with the best interest of our nations and of our citizens of today and tomorrow in our hearts. We're here today to talk collectively about what we want for our nation as a whole. Respectfully, today's not the day to bring personal issues forward, to blame or to talk about things in the past. If you have those issues, we encourage you to go through the channels and make sure that those issues are heard. There's legitimate issues that are out there that people have. I only say that this is not the place to be talking about them, but we do encourage you to bring them forward in a good way through those other channels. So today we're here to talk about our future as Hōʻea. So despite any points of disagreements we might have or differing points of view, we're still all family. And we're still all Hōʻea, and we're here to think about how we can continue to build a better world for our future generations and maintain a healthy place in our homelands. We have not received any other requests for citizen motions, so I am looking for your approval of the agenda. We operate by consensus here, so, oh, I'm sorry. Marjorie, can we bring a mic to her, please?
Good morning. I just wanted to ask if we're going to hear from the group of businesses. They're not on the agenda.
They are on the agenda on number 11.
I only read up to 7.
Pardon me?
I said I only read up to 7.
Turn the page, Mom.
Sorry about
I get to say that. It's a good song. I may pay, but thank you. I believe the group of businesses has got some reports in the back as well that can be available, and I think they might even have a video for us this afternoon, so something to look forward to. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. And I will therefore accept, oh, I see somebody going like this. Is there somebody back there that wanted to speak? Sorry.
Oh, perfect. You got longer legs than me.
Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to see if we could adding an Indigenous tourism organization or department to us to help bring up the tourism in Banfield.
Okay, I'm going to put that on the agenda for discussion, Indigenous tourism.
Yeah.
And if we haven't spoken about it through other presentations that come up today, we'll bring it back at the end of the day. But I'm suspecting there'll be places where we can talk about that within the agenda. So thank you very much, Jackie. Seeing no others, I'm going to declare that that agenda is adopted as amended by your consensus. Thank you very much. Okay, so the first item that's on our agenda then is we're going to turn it over to our Executive Council to talk about the annual report, which is in your packages. Fantastic. I hope you've all had a chance to read it. It talks a lot about the initiatives that have happened throughout the year. We call on Chief Councillor John Jack, who will manage this part of the agenda along with the section on the financial statements, correct? Moving into that. Oh, I'm sorry. He's going to deal with the report on the citizens' motions, which is also in the package first.
All right, I'm going to try to use the mic stand. We'll see if this is successful. Click it in like Ariana Grande to prove that she's not lip syncing. No, it won't even fit, so I'll just hold it. All right. So the motion that was sent forward at the People's Assembly. Okay. How about this one? This one seems better. Okay. Should I turn this off or just give it to you? Yeah. All right. A little better now? Because it might be too loud if I'm too close to it. All right, so the motion reads as follows. It recommends that Executive Council prioritize the return of our ancestral lands to be truly managed by Huu-ay-aht citizens and that future generations have access to control over our sacred lands and resources, allowing them to thrive for generations to come. I was worried this is going to happen. I might be talking too loud. All right, I'll take a little step back. All right. So in the conversations that Council had following this recommendation from the People's Assembly, we really wanted to pull apart what we thought the motion meant. And part of that is having a conversation around the restitution of our lands and having citizens in management and doing this for generations to come. So first and foremost, I think we should turn to part of this is already established in Huu-ay-aht law and enshrined in our Constitution, our highest law, that our citizens are collective owners of all of Huu-ay-aht's treaty settlement lands and that it's administrated by the government. We do have laws and policies that govern our use of land, whether it be through our Land Act specifically, our land use plan, or any decisions that come through the elected government through its processes on the recommendation of the Land and Natural Resources Committee. In addition, both in the Constitution and in our laws, our hereditary leaders, the Hotwe, are directly involved in decisions that are made when it comes to lands and resources, so citizens are automatically involved at that point. We do have citizens who are directly involved in the lands department, as well as the as well as what we're doing in economic development through HGB. It does really feel like part of this conversation is about not just adding and expanding our territory, and I can ask Brad to maybe in his part of our annual report to kind of go back and talk about what we've achieved in additions to treaty settlement lands, additions to the lands we already control, already own. We're expanding that as time goes by. But also we should turn to the idea of expanding our influence and control over our traditional territory, which is different than our exclusive treaty lands. And so we've constantly been moving in that direction over time, going back to before the treaty era. And so making sure that our influence isn't just restricted to government control, but fee simple ownership or business control of the land matters and is important to this discussion as well. And I'm glad to say that we're continually doing this over time, so that there's more and more opportunity for Huu-ay-aht to have more influence over its territory, extending beyond what we have in treaty, whether that be through forestry lots, what we're doing in fee simple ownership in Bamfield, or other types of opportunities in partnership with things like the Pacific Rim National Park Reserve. It does seem, though, that part of this is also wanting to make sure that we unlock the value in the land, which is something that was coined by someone in attendance today. I'd like to recognize Larry Johnson for all of his efforts in that area, making sure that what we do actually creates benefit to our citizens, whether it be economic, cultural, or residential in nature. And so we're working in all of these areas as well. But I think also the aspects around making sure that we manage for generations to come we need to show that we're protecting and maintaining our lands and natural resources as its stewards. And I think we're achieving that, and we're doing that even better over time as we go forward. And I think the biggest thing that we've achieved in the recent past is something called the Hishuk Masawak Integrated Resource Management Plan, which is a massive undertaking primarily focused on forestry to start, but will have an impact on how we use our land in regards to tourism, in regards to other economic activities, as well as our access to cultural resources. The Integrated Resource Management Plan is our people going into detail, understanding our land in detail, where it is, and how things are arranged in a way that goes over and above what the provincial government and local government knows and understands. For example, the types of forestry decisions that are made by the province on our behalf are made with information that are collected at the desktop level. And what we do is we actually have people on the land, and we hire companies to do something called LiDAR, which allows us to have much more detail as to what types of trees, in what density, and where they're located, and how quickly they're growing over time. We know more about our lands, we know more about our waters, we know more about our resources than anyone else. And we are already in control of the treaty land. We need to expand our influence as time goes by. And I think that's what we need to really focus on, and that's what we've taken away from this. Making sure that we're focusing on expanding our influence, expanding our control over land that is already in our traditional territories, over and above what exists in our treaty settlement lands, the lands that we got exclusively. We're still committed to that, and we will move forward in a good way. One component is missing, and I think that's an interpretation that we need to take away, is how we get citizens involved in living off the land and benefiting from our lands and waters in ways that go beyond collective ownership, but direct individual use of the land for their benefit. And those are things that we're currently working on, and something where we will very quickly be making a decision on that. So as time goes through, we can have a discussion on this as things go, but we do have a framework that will be coming forward for citizens to benefit from lands directly. And I think that covers off the essence of the motion that was put forward, and I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, John. See, Larry Johnson had a question. Is there mics on the floor? Right over here, right in the middle row. Maybe we could get our mic runners to stand on either end so that we can have a mic on either end ready to go. Thank you very much.
This one works. This one works.
I can talk really loud if you. Thank you. I just had concern about this motion. It's pretty vague, and like you just explained where all of the answers to this resolution was. And to me, we could have saved some time, money, and legal fees by not preparing this if somebody had just answered that question to the person. So I'd like us to have a little more closer look at and vet the resolutions before they come here, because it costs a lot of money to draft a resolution. It costs administrative time. That could have been saved if we had just explained what you just said, prior to, and vetted those motions. But further to it, I'd like to, say that it would be really nice for us to unlock the wealth of the land, and maybe it's time that we prepared applications so citizens can access our land in an entrepreneurial way and try to fill in the gaps and help the nation build this economy. Chew.
Thank you, Larry. And while John's doing some consulting here, I just want to acknowledge your first point in terms of how to run the business of the Assembly. I think that that's a suggestion that we see if matters that are putting forward could actually be put on the agenda as opposed to having a motion to deal with it next year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would pay attention to our next council agenda. Something to that effect is coming to our agenda right there. So we'll see some definite progress within the month. Okay, that's it for citizens' motions. I'm wondering, Angela, did you want to just carry on? Okay, so Oklahoma Sayachat, my name is John Allen Jack. I'm the elected chief councilor for the Hawaiian First Nations, and I'd like to say first and foremost, I am the eldest son of the late Sandra Gallagher, born as a Jack, and she was the youngest daughter of the late Shirley and Ernest Jack. Shirley was a Chester from Didydot with roots in Clahoose as well. I'm dual heritage. My father is white. It goes back through Saskatchewan and the Hudson's Bay Company, so my story is one that is away from home, and therefore I am not as apt as others in regards to the use of the language and the understanding of our traditional culture. And though I do not know it to the degree that I feel that I should or should have been taught as I was a child, I do respect it, and I do understand that we do need to support our culture and heritage moving forward. In the past year, as you can see in our annual report, this is a report not in the year that we're in right now, but rather what happened in the year previous. So the annual report will help you have an understanding of what occurred in the previous fiscal year. So that's what the annual report is about. It provides an update on a lot of the things that we started. And I'm going to provide a quick update on some of the things we're currently working on and the progress that we've made up to this date, because I feel that's more relevant rather than talking about more than a year ago in some cases. First and foremost, I'm the chairperson of the Executive Council. That's the governing part of the nation that makes month-to-month decisions on behalf of its citizens, and includes not just 5 elected councillors and myself, but an appointed representative of the Hotwea Council, who today is Teresa Nookmis. And the way that we make decisions tends to be oriented around the assignment of portfolio files. So every member of council has files in his or her portfolio on topics that they lead. And I'm going to ask members of council to provide a quick update on some of the things that they've been working on. They don't need to go in too much detail. I know that, public speaking is a thing you have to slide into and keep in. But at the same time, it's important for everybody to know what people are doing and what they're working on. One important note, however, is that while an individual councillor may be the lead on a specific topic, council as a whole is responsible for the decision-making on any given topic. That means if we're having a discussion about land use planning, there may be an individual, like Edward, who's the lead on that, is the chair of the committee. However, every member of council is responsible to contributing to a good decision when it comes to any topic that comes to the Executive Council's agenda. That means that we were all collectively responsible for the decision-making at the Executive Council table, much in the same way that we were all collectively responsible for the decision-making of the People's Assembly or of the legislature, depending on how this is arrayed. So collective decision-making is the default. So while individual members of council may be responsible for certain files, you can talk to any member of council or all of us when it comes to the decisions that we make and the work that we do. We do have an amount of time that is always, time and space that is always put aside for citizens to come to our executive council meetings to provide a presentation, a delegation, or a petition. And when that happens, they get 10, 15 minutes of time to go through that, plus all the discussion that may happen afterwards. One thing that's important, though, is that you have to get on the agenda before, well before. So our agendas need to be posted a certain number of days in advance of the meeting date, and our materials need to be posted a certain number of days ahead of the meeting date. It would be great if people could get themselves on the agenda before the materials deadline. We don't want people to walk in without providing details on what they want to talk about, what they want us to look at, and we need to give staff time to prepare a report if there's time, just so that any questions that may be asked can be answered at the day, or else we might have to wait in order for some answers to come. So that's why we do a lot of that ahead of time preparation. We have had individuals come to Executive Council to make a presentation, and we did go through that process. We would like to invite that process to happen for as many citizens who would like to, understanding that there's a limited amount of time in the day, but we're capable of having people attend by Zoom or attend in an office and connect that office to our meeting via Zoom, and so on and so forth. So we want to make this as accessible as possible. So this is one of the ways in which we will keep responsive to the needs and questions of our citizens, and allows an avenue outside of just a People's Assembly that only happens maybe once a year or more, to allow citizens to interact with government and provide their two bits, to provide their opinions and recommendations as time goes by. So that's definitely an avenue for us to do that. Now, with that in mind, we do have the annual report. Hopefully you've had a time to look at it. I'm going to provide a bit of an update on the items that I'm specifically working on as a member of council. I am primarily involved as well in the Bamfield Road project as a part of major projects. And the first and foremost, what I'd like to do is acknowledge the loss of Mr. Ken Duncan, I think his name is, and Bob Baden from the Bamfield community. This was quite a thing. In the previous and recent weather event has been over and above what I've seen in quite a while. This is to the level of the 2007 windstorm for me. That's the kind of impact that we're seeing. The first questions that were raised in regards to the road itself are three questions: who monitors, who communicates, and who decides? Who monitors the status of that road? Who is in charge of making sure that people have an understanding of every kilometer of that road moving forward, especially during weather events? Who communicates the status of the road so that citizens and residents of Bamfield and people from outside making their way in can make a more informed choice on whether or not they should drive? That's another question that needs to be answered. Third is who decides to close the road? These are the immediate questions that we need to have answered. And while we are working with our partners in the forestry companies, Sawakin and Mosaic, we will be having detailed conversations with the province, specifically the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and the Ministry of Forests, as well as looping in the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, because we feel that they will advocate on our behalf as well within the provincial government. The problem is we have to wait till Monday to figure out who our ministers are actually going to be. They were just sworn in this week, and now the actual decisions on who the Minister of Forests is going to be, who the Minister of Indigenous Relations is going to be, and who the Minister of Transportation is going to be, that hasn't been decided yet. But it is to our absolute need to have those conversations about the Bamfield Road, not just about maintenance and who monitors, communicates, and decides, but when are we going to redesignate the road to something that is more usable? Because right now it's an industrial road. It's not a forestry service road, it's not a highway, but our people use it every day. Banfield residents use it every day, and people are still dying on that road. That is not what it's intended to do. So we will work with the province, we will work with our forestry partners to make sure that we do this in a way that will protect lives, because that's why we dedicated more than 10 years of effort to upgrading the road as it is. Lastly, I don't think this is the last of this sort of flood that we're going to see. I do think that climate change is going to make it that we're going to see these kind of 1 in 200 year storms much more frequently than once every 200 years. And because of that, we need to provide for arguments that will get us funding from the federal government and the provincial government for the purposes of climate change adaptation and mitigation. We need to make sure that we're protecting our communities, our people, and our transportation corridors from the impacts on these things, because they are very, very vulnerable. And we've already seen several years ago what happened when Highway 4 closed. Our territory and our connection to the rest of the island needs direct attention, and that's something that we're committed to. So, I think that's the most salient thing that we've been working on, the most immediate thing for a lot of our people. However, we have been working on something since day one, and that's on improving our approach to governance. I won't go into too much detail as a result, because we have an actual agenda item to go into detail around that. What I will say, though, is that we've been focused primarily on getting more information, knowledge, and practice in for our members of leadership, so both our elected and hereditary leadership. And Karen has been working with her senior management team on improving governance and processes and roles and responsibilities over time. Constant upgrades, constant understandings, constant knowledge infusions are things that we need to do every year in order to make sure that things run as smoothly as they can. We've been working in communications and in engagement to engage with citizens who are younger than me. So Angela had said that some of us are getting long in the tooth. I am among those people, although I'm not long in the tooth, I'm losing them. And so she had said out loud one day that people who are old, 40 and over, should start thinking about getting out of the way and making room for new leadership. And so if that's something that is truly wise, and I think it is, we are all thinking on how are we going to raise the new generation to have not only an equal amount of knowledge and wisdom and understanding and will to lead, but more than us. And that's what we're committing to do, to make sure that we can do this in a good way. Making sure that our citizens understand the types of decisions that we make here are tedious but consequential. That the decisions we make here and at the council table and at the legislature, they're boring as hell, but they affect all of our lives and they matter over time. And that consistency over time is what matters the most, because that's how you raise a family. That's how you heal from intergenerational trauma. That's how you build a business and create the future. Consistency over time is what we should be providing as a community, as families, and as individuals. And it needs to start with our youth so that they understand the gravity of the situation, that they need to understand that they're the ones who are going to make the changes, that they're the ones who are going to maintain the good and make sure that the bad doesn't happen. That's why it's important to be involved. So to all of you who are, I'm going to say 40 and under, thank you for being here and thank you for staying here. I'm just going to completely left turn this is one thing that is important in regards to what we do as a nation is attend to our economic development, attend to how people can make a living, how people can raise their families with resources, and how governments can provide services and programs that help citizens live the life they want. Primarily, we rely, and Paul Fripp, our auditor, will say this, we rely on the government for most of our money. And when I say the government, I mean the federal government and the provincial government. That reliance is strategically problematic. We need to become more and more independent as time goes by. And what we need to deal with at this point is looking at all of the opportunities that will create revenue streams for the nation, job opportunities for our citizens, and everything that we need to get people to that level, to get people into what they need on a long-term basis so that they can build the lives they want. We have relied quite a bit on natural resources, and we will continue to because it's important. Forestry, fisheries, cultural resources, being on the land, all of these things still matter, but we need to diversify our economy so that we don't over-rely on natural resources that go up and down, up and down, up and down as time goes by. The reason I say that is because we're in a downswing right now when it comes to forestry. And we may be in a downswing when it comes to the amount of money we'll be receiving from a future government. But I'll get to that. But that economic diversification matters, so that we need to look into not only forestry on the land, but value-added opportunities. And I'm sure that HGB will be talking about that at point 11 on the agenda. But also, we need to look at unlocking the value in our land in a different way. And I think for me, that's real estate, that's property development, that's investment in hospitality and tourism. And that's why about 2 years ago, we engaged with a group called Forum Asset Management. And they're going to be giving a presentation, so I won't be going into mad detail about that. But the work that we're doing with that is going to become a cornerstone for our future economic development. That we have to bring in partners who know more and have deeper pockets to do it right, so that we can create opportunities for our citizens that aren't just work boots. Although I don't have a problem with work boots. My dad was a forester, or was a logger. My grandpa, well, I don't know if he wore boots on the boat, but he was a fisherman. So it's mostly Al who wore the boots. But all of these things hinge around what we do as a nation, but they also orbit around relationship building. Our relationship with Forum Asset Management, our relationship with Sawakin Forestry and Western Forest Products, and our relationships with other governments matter quite a bit. Part of that is we also rely on relationships with local government, specifically the Alberni-Clyde Regional District and the village of Bamfield. And so those relationships matter quite a bit, because we're going to rely on decisions that aren't in our own control to do what Forum hopes to do what they hope we want to do moving forward. We worked with them over time on a good plan that is almost complete to do the things that we need to do to diversify our economy into property development, into tourism and hospitality, and all of those things. Part of that is our relationship with the regional district, and I'm glad to say that we have a good relationship there, not only at a political level, where I still am the chairperson there and have a good relationship with almost everyone around that board table, but also our staff. Our staff have regular interactions with the CRD staff, so we have an understanding of one another, so we're primed to do what we need to do when it comes to activities outside of our territory in places like Bamfield. This brings me to something we call external relations, which is something that the nation mostly puts on the chief counselor. We're responsible for relating to the provincial government and the federal government. We just gone through a provincial election where it looked very, very possible that we would have governmental change that wouldn't have been the NDP. It turned out in such a way that the NDP is still in power, sort of, we'll see, but it's going to be important for us to have a relationship with every party in that legislature in Victoria, not just the NDP, but also the Conservatives, as well as the Green Party. And the reason why the Green Party is going to matter is that if anybody in the NDP gets sick or resigns, they rely on the Greens to survive for their government. That means we have to have a good relationship with the province. And we've reached out to all parties. We have good relationships with our MLA, Josie Osborne, who is returning. We have good relationships with other potential leaders in the area. I would remind everyone that actually John Rustad was in this room once. He was the Minister for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and he was here as a part of the repatriation of our artifacts. He was here. He has a relationship with Huayet already. We've met with him while he was on the campaign. We need to do everything we can to hedge our bets. We don't know where the governments will go in the future, so we need to remain open in our relationship building across all parties. That includes the Green Party as well. And I would note that there's an individual who is one of the 2 Green MLAs in BC who used to work for Huayet. His name is Rob Botterill. He's an MLA now. He's a Green Party. The NDP may rely on him and Jeremy Valerio to keep their government going. And we might rely on that government to survive to get all of the things we need when it comes to forestry and the road and investments and child and families, all of these things. But we also need to have good relationships with the opposition party because it can change at any moment. There could be an election next year, a provincial one. And so that external relationship building with the province matters, not just with bureaucrats, but with decision makers. And that's something that strategically we pay a mind to. I'm taking a lot of time, I'm sorry. Federally, we have an election coming up. It may be early next year, it may be late next year, but the way it looks like, it's not going to be the Liberals and the NDP. And that's not necessarily a great thing if we think about the types of work that both of those parties have done for Huayet, have done for treaty nations, and have done for Indigenous communities over the past 9 years. Honestly speaking, no government has done more for Huayet, treaty nations, or Indigenous peoples as the Trudeau Liberals. That's really hard for me to say, but it's actually true. So we need to understand that if change comes, our relationship with the federal government is going to change. And that could pose some threats to things like our budget, unless we create relationships now. And that's what we're working on too. So we've had discussions, not just with Gord Johns and Jagmeet Singh, we've also had discussions with Jamie Schmale, who is the Conservative shadow cabinet critic for Indigenous relations. We've had conversations and been in the same room as Pierre Poilievre. We need to hedge our bets. We need to have a relationship with everyone because it's democracy. We don't know what it's going to look like, and they still have the power. So we're turning our mind to what the next year or 2 or more may look like if there's a change in government and the consequences that may have for our own budgets. So we've engaged with a lot of help on that, and I'd like to acknowledge James Delorme, who may be here. Yeah, he's over there by Salish Elements. He was actually working with the nation on helping with our external relations. So that's what I've primarily been working on, in addition to the general governance and duties of the chief counselor. These are the things that I think about every day. These are the things that we need to navigate into the future, because who our government is at a provincial and federal level matter quite a bit when it comes to what we're able to do. Because we're beholden to the government for a lot of our money, we need to do things to stop that from happening or engage in our own revenue, which is why we're doing all of these things in economic development and partnership building. Because I've taken up so much time, I apologize, but I would like to invite members of council to provide a quick update on their portfolio files, what they're responsible for, and what they've been working on. And we'll do it in a certain order. So,
Since 2017, when our social services report came into fruition, and initiating those recommendations, Wamish mentioned earlier about Omexu in the social services report, recommendation 26. It was a very important and key piece to our social services project and getting to zero children in care. And I think that's one key highlight. That is the voice of our people that us as political leaders are carrying out. The committee is very instrumental with everything behind the scenes when it comes to Omexu. When you're looking at intake forms, when you're looking at other forms that in regards to liability. There's a lot going on, and the committee is very active. Obviously I chair the committee. Nicole Malcolmson is on the committee, as well as Destiny Stewart, Sarah Johnson, committee members of Children and Families. Another key highlight is the Yaakap Children and Families Act. You know, and that's our act, that's our law. Last June, or a year ago in June, we brought it into our legislation, and that speaks volume of our inherent right to look after our children, no matter where they reside. And Sayacha talked about that connection in the political.
Johnson now.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Brad Johnson. I hold 5 portfolios for the nation, so I have a quite extensive report, but I'll try to make it a little less. I'll start off with fisheries and wildlife. Fisheries, big success this year. We negotiated a 3-year economic mark select Chinook fishery on the Streeter River. This is where we gave our citizens the opportunity to fish and sell fish commercially. We had 10 to 12 citizens who took advantage of this, and 7 happened to be youth, which is really great to see. We added seals and sea lions to the harvest agreement, and it was great to see our Warriors program utilize this agreement earlier this fall and harvest a seal. We're still negotiating the Me Too agreement. It's very challenging as DFO changed the South Coast Area Director and the Minister of DFO, who we had a great relationship with, so it feels like we're starting all over again, but leadership at Maynooth has made it top priority to really push this in the fall. The wildlife. HFN has successfully allocated 2 elk from our territory for citizens from the province. This year, the Wildlife Committee plans to focus on efforts of data sharing with the province, translocation of elk to other Maynooth nations, and a new deer survey methodology. We hope the elk size herd in the Pachina and Sarita area will allow for a possible 3rd tag in years to come. Lands and resources. We completed the HRIMP, which is the Hiship-Misawak Integrated Resource Management Plan. The department will be working with Meridian Forest Service on individual tree data survey with LiDAR. This will allow us to get a better understanding of inventory within our territory, as we already have the data for TFL 44. We are looking at exploring carbon credits with Mosaic, and we'll be working on a land use plan that will coincide with the framework plan in our territory. Big news, we're expanding our Guardian program from something more than the West Coast Trail. We have turned this position from seasonal to full-time, and we'll envision having them monitor our entire territory. You know, with the improvements of the road, we are seeing a lot more people in our territory, so it'd be good to have eyes and ears on the grounds and waters. Treaty implementation. Maynooth nations are focused on marine shipping within our marine domestic fishing area. We continue to make sure the province and federal governments are following UNDA and UNDRIP through legislative engagements. We continue to pressure BC and Canada to engage with us on all topics. We continue to work alongside Modern Treaty Nations with the Alliance of BC Modern Treaty Nations. And one huge success we had with this portfolio this year, Maynooth Nations negotiated a 10-year funding agreement for the fiscal financing agreement with the province in Canada. We did this to ensure no matter what government gets elected, you know, next year, we still have our funding agreements in place, so that can't change. Parks Canada. We completed the State of the Park report and continue to work on the management plan of the West Coast Trail with our neighboring nations, Dididut First Nations and Pachidut First Nations. In the near future, we'll be working with the land that we have within Parks Canada, so that will coincide with the framework plan, so we can benefit the partnership we have with them to try use some of the lands that we have within our territory. Soon HFN will be working with Parks Canada on a National Marine Conservation Area Reserve, and that's basically just in feasibility stages where an assessment will be made and a draft MOU should be coming at the end of this month. And we continue to seek funding as much as we can and continue the great working relationship with Parks Canada. HR, Workplace and Wellness is another portfolio I hold. We have introduced a new org chart and salary grid for staff. We have introduced a new HR policy regulation handbook, and the new student youth program has funding for the next 4 years. The idea is to get our youth interested in working for our government or HDB. The idea is to find youth and give them 2 to 6 month assignments to build work ethic into them so they could be working in our nation for the future. We introduced an ombudsman program, which is a third-party neutral person to support staff in any HR-related concerns, and to be able to report to. We have been providing training to all staff and leadership on different levels throughout this year. And last but not least, the special project I worked on was the Banfield Road. The Banfield Road was completed last year. HFN had the responsibility for the road service maintenance agreement for the first year that has now expired as of October 1st. It has been handed back to Sawac and Mosaic. We will continue to push to see the road designation change to support road safety and a long-term maintenance agreement. It's been a busy year. I would like to thank all the staff I've had the opportunity to work with throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. That was a power presentation. You said it all. Thank you. Executive Council Member Stella Peters, Nasisma Saksup.
Good morning, everybody. My traditional name is Nasis Masaksu, Stella Peters, for those who don't know me. I do see some faces I'm not quite familiar with, which is good to see because that means there's more and more people coming. My portfolios are citizen development, mental health and wellness, education and training, public safety, community safety, emergency planning and preparedness, climate change and resilience. I sit on the Cooperative Management Board with Brad. I chair the Citizen Development Committee. I'm on the Anakla Planning Committee with Edward and Brad, and the Human Resource Wellness Committee with Brad and Stephen. And I also just joined the Banfield Road Association because of public safety and emergency planning being in my portfolio. Mental health and wellness, holistic approach is what we want to see. The health and the well-being of our citizens and community is a priority. We need to look at the core existence of the intergenerational traumas and healing as a multifaceted approach, different traumas, the needs of our citizens, our most vulnerable, addictions, traumas, healing, grieving, and even after, because, you know, we've had so many losses in our community. And our citizens are grieving, and we need to look at that as a longer, I don't know how you would say it, but it's not something that we just get over. You know, it takes time, and we need to think about that. We need to think about the toxic drug crisis, because that's an issue within our community as well as many other New Channel communities. We're losing too many young people. Food sovereignty, we need to think about traditional and medicinal plants and medicines. Education and training, each year we see an increase in our education department. The successes of our citizens is a highlight, a milestone for each one. Just this year we celebrated 16 high school graduates and 9 post-secondary graduates, a total of 25 Houay grads. I would like to see a Houay craft fair for education training, mental health and wellness careers that relate to job positions in our offices, AGO, PAGO, HGB, the POWITs. Today we're going to celebrate more education scholarships, academic awards tonight, so I hope you guys stick around for that to celebrate our young citizens. In my portfolio too is also events and culture, which was just added this year. So some of the events that we got to celebrate was the Houay grad ceremony. We had a beach day with mental health workers and the Kuwasa and the First Nations Health Authority and Island Health to bring together these people that work under the same umbrella related to mental health and wellness. We had an appreciation dinner for our first responders in the Banfield Volunteer Fire Department, and we did a cultural brushing. They're the ones that, you know, we did have some fires in Anakla, and so that was a concern for us. The Pachina Bay Music Festival, that was a good thing that HGB had done. We celebrated Houayat Days. Our POWITs has celebrated a grad ceremony. And I would like to acknowledge Clara Clappis, because she spent 16 years or 17 years in POWITs, and she's seen a lot of the young ones go through there. And, you know, I just want to raise my hands to her for that. We did the overdose awareness, you know, because it's important for us to think about these things and think about our most vulnerable people. It does want to move. Culture, our cultural team are very active, utilizing traditional resources, protocols. One of the things that I think that we need to do, though, is identify sites of importance and protect, because we keep talking about developing and, you know, utilizing the land and building it up. But we also need to think about how we're talking about traditional practices and ceremonial. So we really need to think about things that we're going to protect for, like for USIMS and gathering the different resources that is important to our people and our cultural team. I just wanted to mention that. I didn't tell my council that yet. Climate change and health, emergency planning, preparedness. There's connections between climate change and the impacts on the health of our people and the environment, including water, soil, and air, and all the communities of the natural world, the lands, the water, the rivers, the lakes. Emergency planning, being prepared and alert. There's a lot of work, and John mentioned a lot of that, and Stephen also works with me on that. Community safety, you know, we always think about the 30 recommendations to ensure that our citizens feel safe and that they're in a safe environment, also knowing that they need to be mindful of their own actions and the implications that may arise. What are the needs and the priorities? I think that's it for now. I'm supposed to keep it short, so. But I just want to thank all the staff that I work with. There are a lot of departments that I'm connected to, and I really appreciate all the work that they do.
Good morning, everybody. Uklama and Niskoasath. My name is Stephen Rayner, for those of you that don't know me. It's very nice to see everybody today. So the portfolios that I was given are law and policy, clean energy, climate resiliency. I work with Stella on that. I support external relations, so when I need to, I can, or when needed, I'll support John in meeting with government as well as speaking engagements. I sit on Health and Wellness Committee with Stella and Brad. I support framework planning. I sit on Marine Safety or Marine Shipping Subcommittee and help support ISCM investments. So for law and policy, last year People's Assembly, we approved a proposal to launch a law and policy review. I won't go too much into detail because it was a part of your package, but I'll just go over some of the highlights. So we will be tackling the Community Safety Act first. We've done some community engagement, so thank you for the citizens that came out to the engagement, provided input. So we've developed a proposed direction for what we could see rolling out as a new process for community safety. And over the next couple months, we'll be working on that and potentially be bringing this back at the next People's Assembly for approval. So once we are done, the Community Safety Act will move to Financial Administration Act, Economic Development Act, Budget Act, so we'll move to the finance, and then do the same general process. We'll review, we'll look for recommendation, and try to alter the legislation to better accommodate us. So really the goal in all of this is we've been in treaty for, well, over a decade, and so now we're coming back to look at our laws, legislation, regulations, and acts to see how well they've worked for us and see if they need any alteration to better accommodate our needs. So my next portfolio is green energy. So we completed a community energy plan last year, and when it was completed, it was just completed. Thereafter, some intake periods for funding. But the community energy plan, it generally outlines a baseline for energy assessment, let's see, energy efficiency opportunities, renewable energy potential, energy resiliency and security, implementation strategy, and monitoring and evaluation. So it's an initial baseline study. There is funding, 2 pots coming up in the next 2 months, and hoping to apply for funding and move to a next step of feasibility, which will explore the potential for the clean energy opportunities identified in the community energy plan. It'll just be a more detailed feasibility study that really determines how much power can be developed from each. So most likely we'll be looking to solar, tidal, wind, geothermal, So as a part of that as well, I meet with other nations and discuss potential like cross-investment for energy and development. I also sit on the board of directors for Clean Energy BC. In climate resiliency, I work with Stella on this, and so we have some funding potentially available, LG CAP, which will help us develop some climate resiliency planning. Most of that will be generally focused on like climate resiliency planning, so wind, let's see, wildfire mitigation, shore erosion, extreme heat, flooding, and seismic concerns. And then potentially moving to develop a natural asset management plan. But with the IRMP already there, it's kind of a spin-off of that. Let's see, I also, so I sit on the Human Resource and Wellness Committee with Brad and Stella, and Brad kind of laid out already generally what that committee does. I sit on a marine shipping subcommittee. Actually, Larry's a part of it as well, so he's been doing some of the technical work, and I really appreciate the work he's been doing there. Other than that, generally, I've been doing some support for external relations, so UBCM, First Nations Leadership Gathering, and then other potential speaking events on behalf of the Chief Counselor. So I will wrap it up there. It was very nice to see you all, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Stephen. We're going to have Teresa next. Just as she's coming up, just a reminder to everybody to please try to keep the noise level down a little bit. I'm getting some notes from people who are sitting in different places, and it's getting a little bit hard to hear. So just ask maybe if you're moving around, try to do that between speakers and tiptoe when you move around. Appreciate that. And we are going to be moving into lunch probably between 12 and 12:30. So ask your patience in the rest of the presentations for this morning. And welcome, Teresa.
Thank you. Hello again, I'm Thuda Saksu. I'm Hotway representative, and I also sit on the Citizenship Treaty Enrollment. With me on that committee is Rose Charles, Sherry Cook, Kimmy McDonald, Kenneth Warner, and our support is Alexis Young. This committee meets regularly on the Thursday of every month. The timeline works well with the potential new citizens that would be placed to a Hotway house at their meeting, and they hold on the last Monday of each month. Committee members are appointed for a 4-year term. This committee is guided by the Citizenship and Treaty Enrollment Act, as well as the Community Attachments Regulations. Altogether, this fiscal year, we've accepted up to 20 new citizens, 6 in the Peters House, 2 in the Williams House, 2 in the Clappus, 2 in Happy Nook, and 8 in the Nookamis House. I'm also working with Nananixu. I must say they are one of the funnest groups that I work with. We have a great time in there. Last year we sent everybody to Hubier for the first time, which was very exciting. It was a great success, and we're planning on fundraising again for it this year. So Colleen has a 50-50 draw in the back, so please go back and visit her. I know we are doing some staff lunches to help raise money for that. Hotway has been working on the traditional naming project. The goal for this is to ensure all citizens in each household receive a traditional name. So if you haven't got a name, please come and meet with one of our Hotway, and we will work that out for you. We're also working with the Four Pillars Society, determining what the Four Pillars funding will be used for. We've also the housing supporting the Cook potlatch in December of 2023 when Jeff handed his seat down to his daughter, Sherry. She's not here today. Supporting community safety, traditional knowledge. We have contracted Barney Williams as a resource for traditional knowledge and Hotway meetings. Further work is being done bringing our traditional knowledge keepers to work on Hotway governance. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming today.
presentation from council is from Councilmember Evan Cook. He holds the Economic Development and Finance, so we'll be moving into our financial statements after that.
Good morning, everyone. I do hold the economic development portfolio and also the finance. I do have some good news for you on the finance part, which I'll tell you later on. I'll start on with the economic development portfolio. We are really focusing on our bioeconomy and diversifying our forestry. What we're really moving ahead on is we do have a lot of hemlock in our forestry to be harvested. Knowing that, we're going to look into thermal modification of modifying our hemlock to cedar. This is just an example. If you were to sell that as a hemlock for $20, and once we modify it to cedar, it'll be $40, and that's just an example. We'll also be looking at disofoam. We are working with Catalyst, a nation up in Williams Lake, YPR, and also UBC, and that's an example of biodegradable styrofoam that we're looking into. Moving along, we'll also be working with Salish Elements, who will have a presentation later on for creating a green hydrogen production facility. And like Stephen said, we're also looking at a geothermal energy production, because as you all know, the run of the river was canceled, so we're going to look into see if there's a more economical way to produce electricity, and so we're having talks with an Australian company who have new technology. And moving along, some of the other things I think we've been moving ahead on is we're making a greenhouse container so that you will have fresh vegetables and fruit down in Outlands, which you don't have to go all the way to Port Alberni to get vegetables. And also we are working on Kiexin. We're trying to make it a more self-sufficient business. And of course, we're also working along with Forum and HGB and a lot of these developments, especially with the modified thermal modification. We'll work alongside HGB in their timber tiles and helping them in marketing the product. And so, that being said, I'll go to the financials. First of all, I'd like to thank the financial team for providing the financial data to the auditor, which you completed in ample time. Great job, you guys. I think you all did a good job. And I especially like to thank Karen for your support to the team. Thank you so much. We're a great inspiration, encouragement to the whole team. Thank you very much. And I'm very proud that the way we've handled all of the funds in a very positive way. I'd like to say a couple things, just don't take it wrong. We didn't spend like a drunken sailor or even become penny-wise, pound-foolish. We really handled your funds in a very positive way. Thank you. And we paid all our bills, and so we're in really good financial shape right now. So on my last thing, which is all the best news, we're going to be handing out a $500 dividend for Christmas. So make sure you have all your banking information and correct addresses to the office. And I think if there's anybody here from Washington, with the post offices being on strike, I will meet somebody at the border like I did last year so you can get your checks in time. And that's it. Thanks very much for everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. We have one question on the floor, Jack. Can somebody bring a microphone over to Jack? He's sitting over here. Second table from the front. Somebody got a microphone? Thank you.
It's on. Thank you. I guess first of all is that when you're doing your presentation, there's been some back noise, etc. So maybe when they're not being used, to turn these things off. Just a suggestion. Secondly, I want to thank all the reports submitted by council. And I just want to put a little more emphasis on the road safety. We're all aware of the weather forecast, so if signage can be put out sooner than later, the flood areas as an example, a suggestion. Thank you. In the Hotway Council report, it's showing that my brother handed the seat over to Sherry. My understanding is it was she's holding it for her Sherry's son until he's ready. The way it's written is unless they change it. So I'm just sharing what I know it was about. When that day we were here, he said, "My daughter's holding this until my grandson is ready." That was the announcement made. So I just wanted to correct it. That's what's shown here, is that it's been handed to Sherry. Chu Tleko.
Thank you for the correction, Jack.
And well said and well heard in regards to the road safety aspect. It's definitely something we'll be talking about. Should I introduce Paul? Or? All right. Part of the annual report is, of course, our audited financial statements. So I'd like to invite Mr. Paul Fripp up from BDO to give that presentation. Please take all the time you need. This is one of the most important parts of the presentation. And once again, I apologize for talking so much. All right. Pretty good.
All right. Thank you very much for having me join your People's Assembly today. It's an honor to be here. Yes. Can everyone hear me all right? Yes? All right. Wonderful. So my name is Paul Fripp. I'm an audit engagement partner with BDO Canada. I was the audit engagement partner responsible for overseeing the audit of the Kuwait government's consolidated financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2020. And all right, our audit opinion is placed up front, and we provide an unqualified audit opinion this year. And I highlighted the important paragraph for you, but you also have this in your package as well. And it reads, in our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the consolidated financial position of the consolidated entity. So that represents the government as well as all the controlled organizations that form the government. As at March 31st, 2024, and its results of operations, remeasurement gains, changes in net financial assets and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So that's what we refer to as an unqualified or a clean audit opinion. I stood before you last year and I spoke to you about a modified audit opinion, and that's because last year the government did not have the time to implement one of the new Canadian public sector accounting standards. So I'm pleased to report that your administration, management, and the finance team worked on that diligently over the past year and presented the results of that information to us, and we were able to remove that qualification from our audit report. Okay, moving to the statement of financial position, which is page 7 of the financial statements. Let's start by talking about the accumulated surplus. If you've seen private company financial statements, you might be familiar with the concept of equity or retained earnings. Well, this is the government equivalent of that. And the government's accumulated surplus is sitting at just under $134 million. That is up by almost $28 million from last year. So that's a pretty significant jump year over year. We're going to get into the reasons why that's the case. The biggest jump, though, within these financial statements, when we get to the statement of operations, you'll see that there was a specific claim that was received in the year for $35 million. So that's a large contribution to the increase here. Almost all of that increase in accumulated surplus fell to the net financial assets line. Net financial assets is a key financial metric for governments. What it represents is if a government were to pay off all its debts, what financial resources would it have left over? And that is currently sitting at just under $93 million. If we look at what is representing those changes in net financial assets, it's really sort of two parts. Accounts payable went down by $7 million, but accounts receivable also went down by a similar amount. That really has to do with how the government operates. When there are large projects taking place, there'll be large sums of government funding that trail those projects. And so you'll have accounts payable and accounts receivable that are roughly offsetting. So that's the story that you see from 2023. There's a build-up in accounts payable and accounts receivable. And so you can think of, there were large infrastructure projects. There's the Bamfield Road that were still in process at the end of the fiscal year last year. Those are no longer in place. And so we see that decrease in both that accounts receivable and accounts payable line. And then we see that jump in cash, and that's that specific claim coming through and being received by the government, being deposited in the bank. As I mentioned, that qualification on our audit report was lifted. That's because the government was able to implement the standards in and around PS 3280 accounts asset retirement obligations. What this new standard requires is that the government undertook a review of all of its assets, land, infrastructure, buildings, to identify any costs that are required to be incurred at the end of the useful life of those assets and accrue for that as a liability in these financial statements. You can imagine that that's a lot of information to go through, as well as a lot of regulation and legislation to understand to come to the final result for this. Even though it's a small number, that number very well could have been a much larger number. And so, again, I want to give credit to the finance team and various different departments of the government for pulling together to bring this information together. It's also the reason why the 2023 column was restated, was to reflect those figures as if they were reflected in 2023 when the standard was required to be implemented. I've lost the clicker. Yes, so, all right. We're going to move on to the statement of operations now. So that's page 8 of the financial statements, the statement of operations. Sorry, you can't follow along on there. The clicker's not working, so we can't go to the next slide.
Just ask them to switch it. They'll do it from over there.
Okay. Next slide. Okay, wonderful. Can you click one more time? There we go. Okay. So this is really hard to see on this screen, and I knew it, so I've broken it down into some other slides here. But this shows you the statement of operations. It's been restructured this year into two different areas. The top part is really sort of recurring government operations. The bottom part, where we list other items, that's those sort of larger one-time events. The reason for this distinction is to not sort of commingle those really big transactions in with your day-to-day government operations. I think the salient takeaway here is the annual surplus, 27.7 million, relative to last year's loss, which was about $4.5 million loss. If you recall, last year's loss was really, it's a story of the Bamfield Road. That $4.5 million represents the government's investment in the Bamfield Road above and beyond the other sources of government funding received. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the top part of that statement of operations. So we actually haven't switched the page here. We're still focused on the statement of operations. What this does is it shows you that on the government's day-to-day operations, not only is it very consistent year over year, but it's also very consistent with budget. I'd like to just point out quickly, Chief Executive Counselor John Jack made the comment in and around reliance on government funding. So what does that mean in these financial statements? How do we see that? That line, government transfers there, the largest revenue source, that is funding from various sources of government, so federal or provincial. So that comprises the vast majority of the revenue on the day-to-day government operations. All right, next slide, please. Can you advance one more? All right. Now, the bottom part of the statement of operations, these other items, these are those big one-time transactions. You can see that 35.7 million specific claim coming through, rolling through these financial statements, which is the primary contributor to the 27.7 million surplus. The other two lines there, the 10.7 million, that is the Bamfield Road funding received in the year. And then if we move down to the expense line, that 19 million is the expenses incurred. So again, the government made significant investments in the Bamfield Road in the year in the tune of $8 million. All right. Can I ask you to advance the slide a couple more times? Again. Right. So, those are the sort of key financial highlights of the financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2024. Happy to take any questions in and around our audit process or audit opinion. I'll endeavor to answer any questions on the financial statements. However, if they're operational in nature, I may need to call upon management. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Paul, for your report. Paul is with BDO, has worked with the council and the finance committee. It's a requirement of our laws that the financial statements be presented to the People's Assembly, so we thank him very much for that.
Okay.
Not seeing any questions, so thank you very much.
Wonderful.
A good news report.
I would just like to extend my thanks to management and the finance team for all their support in undertaking this audit. We ask for a lot of information, and there's a significant amount of time and effort expended in this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Paul and BDO, for the work. Okay, just a reminder, we are going to be moving into lunch. We have another big draw coming up this afternoon, so make sure that you're still around. Just as we're waiting for our auditors to pack up and move themselves along, thank you again for your attention. You've all been fantastic this morning, really keeping your attention, your side conversations down, and that's all very, very helpful. Great information that we're hearing this morning, and please join me in thanking Executive Council for the update reports. Round of applause for them, please. There's lots of work that have been done. I'm sure all of you have had a chance to glance through the annual report that's in your package. And just some of the numbers in there are really astounding in terms of the number of pounds of fish that have been delivered and made their ways into our freezers. I think is one of the most proud things that I can talk about in terms of what my nation does to support our people in terms of our food needs. So really want to thank our people who negotiated our treaty, those who do our fishing, and our staff who deliver that fish. I really want to say thank you to all of them. So please join me in thanking them for that great work that they do. You heard Chief Councillor John Jack in his presentation saying that, reminding that Executive Council meetings are held monthly, I believe, that there are agendas that are posted. Those Executive Council meetings are streamed. You're able to participate in those. And I heard a welcome from Executive Council to citizens to come and attend those meetings and bring matters of concern to that forum. So you don't see that everywhere, I can guarantee you that, and I really raise my hands to Council for making that offer to hear from our citizens directly as well. We have a lot of information to be going on the floor this period, so we don't always have time to get to everybody's questions. So if we don't, please remember that there's that avenue for you as well. Okay, I feel the time. Okay, the next item on the agenda then is the appointment of the auditor. I'm going to call on Chief Councillor John Jack to present information and background on the appointment of the auditor. There is information in your packages, and there is a motion that's being recommended by Executive Council. So I'm going to have John provide background and introduce that motion for any discussion.
So hello everyone. So every year the People's Assembly is tasked with appointing a new auditor, and we go through a process of usually renewing the auditor in a process of decision making where a recommendation is made from the government and it goes through its own processes. So this year we are making a recommendation in regards to the appointment of the auditor, but I will state that each of the decisions at both the committee level and the council level were made via vote because there was some disagreement of who to recommend. That being said, when decisions are made by Executive Council, once a vote is held, that is the decision or recommendation of council. So that is just how it works. I'll read out the motion as it is, and that's why I'm going to make the motion, is that pursuant to Financial Administration Act, Section 34 of the People's Assembly must appoint an auditor at the first session of the People's Assembly for each fiscal year. Consensus was not found at both the Finance Committee and the Executive Council level after in-depth discussions were held on recommending an appointment of auditor to the People's Assembly. Executive Council approves the nomination of Deloitte as the appointed auditor for a term of 1 year to the 2024 People's Assembly, and requested a report be prepared presenting both Deloitte, Chan, Nowasad Boats proposals to be submitted to the People's Assembly for the review and consideration. Therefore, be it resolved that the People's Assembly hereby, in accordance with the Financial Administration Act under Section 34, the People's Assembly hereby appoints Deloitte as auditor for the period of April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Yeah.
So before we have any discussion, is there a seconder for that motion? Name, please. Michael Samita, thank you very much. Okay, John, further conversation or looking for questions?
Only if there's any questions.
Okay, is there any questions on the motion? The motion is regarding appointment of auditor for the next year. There's information in your package, and John has outlined that. Jack? Microphone to Jack Cook, please.
Oh, here comes one.
Coming right behind you, Jack.
Thank you, John. My understanding is that council really didn't all agree on the decision. And likewise in the finance committee. But the initial discussions or what ended up happening was two finance committees recommended, what are they? We'll go by CNB, which is Campbell River firm. So they're more local, and one member voted for Deloitte and the other for DBO at the finance committee level. So we, based on the 112, we recommended to council to go with CNB. And then what I understand is council weren't really firm on it. That was after the second recommendation from Finance Committee. But what I guess what I'm saying is that every year, anytime we get a new auditor, there's always changes, always changes. They find something different that is to benefit Hawaii's finances. And the reason I supported CNB was that they're local. They're a smaller firm, yes. And to me, numbers are numbers, whether it's treaty or not treaty. There are some things that we have to look at a little different, yes. And they admitted they have not done treaty. But chances are all these other firms prior to any treaties never looked at treaties. So if that's the only reason council is saying no because they didn't do treaty, then to a point I have an issue with that. So for me, I was looking at a local firm to help them out, and they're close. Vancouver's not that far, but the cost for them to come to see us is, keeps climbing. That alone, is a cost to be considered. Whereas the firm in Campbell River, they'll be here in less than 2 hours. Vancouver will be here in 3 hours maybe. And that's probably Helijet or Harbor Air or whatever to get here quicker. And then they got to rent a car to get here. So those expenses keep adding up. And the numbers that CNB put in, I anticipate is a bit low, and I'm sure it'll go higher. The numbers with BDO, they're pretty high right now, and I would suspect they're going to go higher yet too. So both will be higher based on what they submitted, is what I think. So for me, I'd go with CNB. Thank you.
Hello. Wired mic, please.
Podium mic.
Podium
mic, please.
Test, test. There we go. Thank you for your comment, Jack. I think one thing that we need to review is that a finance committee can make a recommendation to council the same way that council makes a recommendation to the People's Assembly. I think any money that we save by going with a Campbell River firm would be eaten up by the cost of them learning a treaty nation. And so the costs involved are not the same. Travel costs aren't the same as the amount of hours it would take for a new firm that is unfamiliar with Hawaii to do that. So the concern from council for CNB had more to do with the familiarity of Hawaii, the complexity of what it is we're doing, not only internally, but in the partnerships that we have and the corporate arrangements that we have with Hawaii or with HGB and so on, that it's taken us a mountain of work to get to where we are in catching up on all of the reporting that was not done in previous years. And that had to do with just the sheer amount of administrative load that was there. We had an administration that was supported by help to come in and make sure that we're caught up. So we're caught up this year, and that was an amazing amount of work. So the decision making was not by consensus. And so we have to let people know that it wasn't an easy decision, that there were people who disagreed both at the finance committee level and at the council level for various reasons. The decision, however, rests with the People's Assembly. So if a decision other than Deloitte wants to be made, you just defeat this motion and put a different one on the floor. So that's easy. But the way that this works is council makes a recommendation based on their decision-making processes. The People's Assembly either accepts it or doesn't, and then we keep moving from there. So we will make a decision, I think, but if we don't, then the auditing decision falls back to Executive Council. So we recommend Deloitte become the new auditor. Take that as you will. But I think part of this is a conversation around what a new firm might bring and what a new firm might cost. And in the interest of time, I'll leave it. Thanks.
Can you just get the noise level down a little bit, please? And microphone back to Jack for a follow-up.
Hello. One more thing I forgot to mention is that I believe Deloitte does consultation or does extra work for us. So to me, I guess it could be a gray area. If they're going to be doing supportive consultation work for our finance staff and doing our audit, to me, wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? I forgot to bring that up and ask, because if they're doing our audit and then they're helping our financial department with our finances, as I said, it's kind of a gray area, and it's almost, to me, like it could be a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Podium mic, there we go. Oh, too loud, sorry. So thank you for your comment. That is, in fact, something that is a concern. However, it would be managed the same way that we were in the same boat with MNP some years ago. What they do is their auditing half is much different than their consulting half. And so you can firewall, making sure that those individuals don't work together. The other thing that Huayet could do, and it can be contemplated, is going with another firm as our consultant as well, an MNP or whatever. PricewaterhouseCoopers or whomever. So that's less of a concern because we actually follow the People's Assembly. If the People's Assembly makes an appointment, we work around that because the auditor is the anchor. So that's pretty straightforward. We have a lot of options when it comes to that. So it just comes down to the fact that council makes a recommendation, the People's Assembly accepts it or they don't, and then we just go through the list if need be. And so that's fine. This is how it works, and I think it's working right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So I have heard one person who is opposed to the appointment of that auditor. I don't see any other comments, so I would ask Jack, are you opposed? Has your concerns been addressed? Do you wish to call for a vote? Do a vote? Okay, is there any other comments before we go to a vote? We've been asking to do a vote by a show of hands. So the motion is to appoint Deloitte as the auditor for, sorry, you got my motion. The motion is, in accordance with the Financial and Administration Act, the People's Assembly hereby appoints Deloitte as auditor for a period of April 1st, 2024 to March 2025. So that's a one-year period. Seeing no other comments, I'd ask all those in favor, please raise your hands high. Those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm seeing 17. Can you keep your hands raised, and we're going to get somebody to come around and make sure that the vote gets counted. All those opposed. Who's going to count for us, Alexis? Keep your hands raised, please. Raise hands only. our count is 127 that have registered. So we've got 40 opposed, and that would represent passing of the motion because we have a quorum of 127. So we've got more than 65 in favor. Somebody check my math. John's doing the math.
64 is 120. But how many people here?
127.
So yeah, 64.
No, we're just working out the numbers here.
So half of 127 is 164.5. No abstentions. There's no abstentions.
We have 40 out of 127 that are opposed to that motion, so I declare that motion to be passed. Thank you very much. And thank you for raising the questions. I think they're great questions that we need to be talking about. This is one of the fundamental things that we're to be talking about at the Assembly. This appointment is for 1 year, and Council has direction from the People's Assembly. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're moving into lunch very quickly here. There is one other item on the agenda before we go to lunch that is simply an information agenda item. The Tribunal Annual Report is required again by our laws to be included in the packages of material that come out at the People's Assembly. So that material is in your packages, and there's nothing that the Council is looking to discuss on that. So with that, thank you very much for your attention this morning. It sounds like lunch is out there. So please make sure that our elders are taken care of. If you're getting a plate for an elder, feel free to let people in the line know that you're there and have priority. So please make sure our elders are taken care of. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue with the agenda, and there will be draws again. Thank you. Just as we get going again, I've asked Edward if he could just maybe talk a little bit about the curtains, the importance of the curtains that are surrounding us here in this house we're borrowing today.
So then, our ancient spirit, our modern mind, our tagline, it's a great tagline. So then, our modern treaty. So then, with our modern treaty, we have embedded our hatwea in our treaty. So then, that's our ancient spirit. So then, this gathering once a year, we bring these curtains out to display. There's a lot of rich history. So then this curtain here belongs to Sherry, Yathua Ux, Sherry Cook. And you notice on the curtains, there's all something very similar. We were rich with whale meat. We're whale hunters. We were also seal hunters, hunter-gatherers. So there's a lot of history that's depicted on these curtains. This curtain here belongs to the Frank family. Right here, Frank family. So then you know who you are, where you come from, and which house you come from. You can identify which curtain tells your story within your house. Cludus Aksup, Teresa Nukmas. She has this curtain here. A few years ago, Ha'oeactuas had a potlatch, revived his songs, revived his seat. This curtain was prepared for that, to tell the history. So John Jack talked about, what's that guy's name? He's a conservative? Oh yes, that guy. He was here 2016 when we repatriated a treasure. And that's the same exact treasure right here from the BC Royal Museum. And it's displayed in our government office on our homelands. So then, from my understanding, you can see there's a whale there, sea serpents, our wealth, giving our wealth when it comes to our whale meat. There's shamans in there, in the mouth of the whale and in the tail. You notice on the curtains, there's headdresses. There's a dance. You know, we mimic our wildlife. There's the Klaksada dance, headdress dance, wolves, sea serpents. This curtain here depicts a history of Jeff's family, right? There's Cerrito Falls there, there's some islands. Very key things that are put on our curtains that tell our story and who we are and where we come from. And Happy Nook curtain, you know, tells a great story. Tells a great story of our islands and how we utilized our islands and sacred places, places where you dive into the water, come out inside a cave, where there's rituals and ceremonies that took place. You could see the sealskin floats, this whole story here. There's a whole process getting to this point here where we would fast for days to prepare for a whale hunt. And you could only imagine what took place to get there, knowing that we needed sealskin floats, knowing that we needed seal hunters. All of our families were stealth seal hunters, you know, to prepare for the winters. You know, it's a modern curtain. You know, we identified we were impacted by COVID. So then the family felt that it was important to identify that and what it's done to us and what it's doing to us now in regards to mental health. So then he wanted to put that on his curtain because it was impacted. We were impacted by it. So then it tells a great story. Talks about the Maynooth final agreement on the curtain. You know, ancient spirit, modern mind. But I just wanted to share a little bit about whose curtains these are and a little snippet. I could probably talk for another 4 hours about these curtains and what they mean. You know, and to be able to have our Hatwaya to be able to display the curtains, you know, and their role and their responsibility when it comes to being a head of a house. But I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand it back over to Angela. Choo!
Thank you very much, Edward. It's really great that we share these stories when we gather. Some of us might think we know more than we actually do, and I talk about myself in that instance, so it's always good to be reminded about the importance. Edward, is the name Muyapitham, is that right? We talk about curtains, Muyapitham. Very important stories. It's great to have our Hatwaya Council here today joining us and taking a part in government, and I think our next agenda item really speaks to that, about our governance project and how we're maturing as a government, how we're starting to bring our ancient spirit and our modern mind back together, and having our Hatwaya sitting up here along with our elected chief and council, I think is really where we were looking to go when we developed our constitution all those years ago, and when we talked as a nation about what it is that we wanted to achieve and where we wanted to go back to. So I'm going to call on Chief Councillor John Jack to introduce the governance project update, and I've asked Amanda Lee and Kay Lynn, who have been doing some of the really important youth work, to be lined up to be the first presentation. John will do the overview. Try that one.
I'll just use the podium. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so since this has been touched on in the previous annual report presentation, the review of the governance project was that there has been a lot of generational change, both in the elected council, the hereditary leaders, as well as in administration. And so to help guide that change so it doesn't go off in a weird direction, we wanted to make sure that we took stock, had everyone understand roles and responsibilities, and maybe learn a bit along the way when it comes to both our traditional practices and modern best practices when it comes to administration and so on and so forth. We've embarked on a lot of that work together as council and together with the hereditary leaders, as well as the hereditary leaders themselves. And we've also worked together on how we can bring our laws into harmony with our traditional practices and our heritage. We've had a few meetings and some education workers come in to help us understand the different ways that we can approach merging both traditional practices and modern law practices, and we're going to continue doing that together. And we've also embarked on a review of our laws, which we'll get into in further detail. Because I spoke so much at the annual report stage, I'm not going to say much. However, I will conclude with the fact that we are involving our youth and doing what we can to further involve our youth in involvement in government and understanding what government does. It's very important for everyone to understand that though the work we do is tedious, it is consequential, and understanding that fact helps us get to a point where we can have those conversations and help make those decisions as we are now. So with that, I'd like to leave the podium and give it back to Angela to introduce the next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So Amanda Lee, Kaylin, going to come up and share some of the great work that's been done. Some of you may be parents or aunties or uncles to some of those that have been participating in these events, and really extend thanks. I work on this project myself, so I feel very close to it and really glad that parents and aunties and uncles are supporting their children and their youth to be involved in these projects. You're going to have to speak right into the mic. You can take it down if you want, Amanda Lee. Or do you want a handheld?
There we go. It's okay. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving that introduction there, John. First, we're just going to start off with introducing ourselves. My name is Amanda Lee Cunningham. I'm the Communications Manager for Huu-ay First Nations. I am supporting Kaylin in the youth project portion of the governance project. Just to give a little bit about myself, I'm a Huu-ay citizen. I come from the Clappis family. My great-grandparents were the late Annie and Andrew Clappis. My grandmother was the late Violet Passmore. My mother was the late Emily Joseph. And then I also have ties to Didi Dot through my grandfather, Louis Joseph, and I have family there as well. And with that, I'll just pass it over to Kaylin to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. So Uklama Klini Haksupas, which translates into Colors of the Rainbow. That comes from my mom's traditional name, Klinihak. My English name is Kaylin Johnson. I come from Janice and Eddie Johnson. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Which makes my ties both Tishat and Huu-ay First Nation. Sorry. I don't do well speaking in front of big crowds. Bear with me. You're doing great. You're doing great. Anyways, so my mom comes from Gail Baker Guss and John Watts, and then my dad, Eddie, comes from Edward Sr., my grandpa, and Donna. While I'm primarily Tishat, I also like to acknowledge my family ties to Huu-ay First Nation as well, through my dad and my brothers. I was fortunate enough to somewhat grow up in Anakla territory during my childhood and youth, during the summers, so I'm grateful to now have the privilege of working for Huu-ay First Nation and getting to know the community from the government side. And I'm the special projects liaison with the communications team.
All right, so you're...
All right, so the goal of the Youth Governance Project is to enhance communication and engagement with Huu-ay youth about Huu-ay governance. and also to empower and build capacity with Huu-ay-aht youth, whether that be within the Huu-ay-aht government or elsewhere.
All right, so I've put together a timeline here that kind of goes over what we've done since Kaylin has started. So Kaylin started in December 2023 and as a special projects liaison. From there, Kaylin has been planning youth gatherings and trips within Canada. So the first big one was Kaylin going with a youth to Ottawa in March of 2024, and there they attended the treaty youth simulation, and then they followed with the LCAC conference, which we will give you a little overview of that in the next slides. And then into April 2024, they went to Gather in Our Voices in Victoria. And then in June 2024, we started the Huu-ay-aht Youth Gatherings, which is the first time that Huu-ay-aht's done that. And into September, that youth gathering was in Victoria, and then ending in October 24 in Port Alberni. So that's a little over scope of a timeline throughout the year of some major parts of the project that Kaylin's been working on.
Yeah, so one of the first big events that we participated in was back in February of this year, 2024. Myself and one Huu-ay-aht youth attended the treaty simulation in Ottawa. So the treaty simulation allows youth participants to experience what it's like to negotiate and implement treaties firsthand while learning from treaty experts and making new connections. So that was a really awesome experience that I got to be a part of.
And if you just look at the slide, you'll see a photo of the group there that they took at the end of the treaty simulation. Right, and right after the treaty simulation is the Lands Claim Agreement Coalition, and what that is the LCAC ensures that comprehensive land claims, modern treaties, and associated self-government agreements are respected, honored, and fully implemented. During the conference, the youth observed leadership come together to discuss community matters and current and future actions needed. And when you look at the slide there, in their spare time, they were able to kind of explore Ottawa, and one of the things that they did was they went to the Parliament building for a tour, so that's exciting.
So the third event that we got to be a part of was Gathering Our Voices, which took place in Victoria. Huu-ay-aht got to bring 9 Huu-ay-aht youth, where we visited Victoria to attend the Gathering Our Voices conference. So Gathering Our Voices is a conference to provide Indigenous youth with the tools to empower and inspire them to contribute their gifts to their communities and the world. And then we also have a picture of the group that we brought.
And in the next slides, we've inserted some youth testimonials. In your packages, there's an update on this project, so you can go ahead and take a look at the testimonials that the youth had to say with their experience for Gov. I'm just going to go ahead and skip through them, but I've just inserted them in the slides here. Okay, and one of the final big things that we worked on this year was the Huu-ay-aht Youth Gatherings. And the goal of these gatherings are meant to bring Huu-ay-aht youth together to help build their understanding of Huu-ay-aht government and to hear how Huu-ay-aht's vision aligns with Huu-ay-aht youth and their future. We held 3 of these gatherings, one in Anakla, one in Victoria, and one in Port Alberni. Something that I want to highlight that happened in these youth gatherings was that we reached out to certain youth who have some inspiring stories and successes to share in hopes to, inspire and encourage and motivate the youth that were in attendance. So their stories were just truly inspiring, and I was happy to have the ones that were in the 3 locations that we had. If you look at the slide, you'll see a little shot of the ANACLA, youth gathering of the youth, doing a little workshop, visioning workshop.
So just another update on the governance project. So the thoughts and input received during these youth gatherings will be useful to determine how youth can become more involved in the activities of the nation, including being prepared for leadership and/or administrative roles. So we are currently in the process of finalizing the report and determining next steps for next year.
All right, so we're coming to the end of 2024 here, and we are looking forward to 2025 with this project. The Youth Treaty Simulation and the LCAC conference happen every year, and while this governance project is occurring, we want to give youth the opportunity to attend these. So what we did was we opened an application process to have citizens and youth apply to seek interest, and we have gone through that process, and we've selected 3 youth and 3 citizens. Kaylin and some government officials will be attending the LCAC. And then Gov is also scheduled for March this year. It's happening in Kamloops. We currently have an application process open for youth to apply who are interested in attending. Something that we're doing is we're shifting to an application process so that youth aren't being handpicked like in previous years. So if you're interested in attending these youth conferences and these youth events, we encourage you to apply and then we can go through that selection process there.
So what's next for the governance project? Youth mentorship and capacity building initiatives are in the works of being developed. Youth positions with the government office like we did this previous summer, and then hopefully,
There's been little talks about like youth get-togethers, youth meetings.
Yeah, youth committee. Yeah, so we're gonna look at that and see how we can do that for the youth. Yeah.
All right, and our presentation has come to an end. So if you have any questions about the youth governance project and the youth initiatives that we are currently working out for the year of 2022, you can go ahead and just contact Kaylin. We have her contact information on the screen and also can be available in the package online.
Yep.
Yeah. At the office.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much, Amanda Lee and Kaylin. Awesome job. One of the most important things in our nation is bringing our youth on board. So these 2 ladies have done a fantastic job in getting that going. We thank you very much. Thanks again, everyone. So just remember some of the initiatives that they've said. If you've got your youth, if you're youth yourselves or parents, to remind your younger citizens that there's some opportunities available to get our young people involved and go out and see the world a little bit, share some of those ideas with other modern treaty nations, and they're really exciting events, as well as the annual Gov. I know my mom is an elder and she's gone to every youth conference that goes on. Comes back to me very highly. I'm really glad to see that our youth engaged in that last year, and glad to see us continuing to do that moving forward. So John is going to present. There's another few aspects of the governance project, and we're going to ask John to cover those off.
All right. Thank you again, everyone. So one aspect of the work that we've been doing under the governance banner is updating some of our laws and policies. First and foremost among them are the work that we're doing on the Economic Development Act, which is a different conversation. We're not as advanced there, as well as looking at the Community Safety Act and making sure that we're hearing what people have to say about it and making improvements into the processes that currently exist. I'm quickly going to go through what we've done so far and ensure that we have a reasonable understanding of where things have been, with the understanding that we have done and conducted one or more rounds of extensive community engagement so far, and that we're still in the process of working to improve our Community Safety Act. So the Community Safety Act was brought in about 2021, I believe, and it was basically designed to exclude violent offenders from our territory, not just from the village, but from our treaty settlement lands. So that means that we have real control over our treaty settlement lands, which includes former reserve lands, but not places outside of that. So we're only talking about treaty settlement lands, say not Bamfield, not Port Alberni, and so on and so forth. Now, these individuals who are excluded, the way that this works is people who are convicted of certain crimes that are violent in nature are automatically excluded from Huu-ay-aht territory. That's how the law works. No person decides that. People carry out the law as it's stated. The way that what happens afterwards is that the excluded individual is given an opportunity to bring an application to our hereditary leaders for one of three results. One is to remove the restriction or remove the exclusion. One is to modify the exclusion based on conditions, and the other result is to uphold the exclusion. Part of this difficulty, though, is that we've had consultants and we've had experts come in and say that there are some flaws with this process, in that we do have individuals who are not willing to come forward and go through the criminal justice system in order to get a conviction for this to kick in. That is a weakness of the process, because bad things go unnoticed and go unpunished as a result of that. The other thing is that the requirement of a criminal conviction can be very slow, and the effects of a violent act can be felt almost immediately and reverberate over time before a decision is even made. So we've gone out and had conversations with people involved in this work, so the people who carry it out, the people who take the notes, so to speak, and the people who decide on how things are going to go in such an application process, as well as having conversations with people in the community who live in Anakla and the area to provide feedback on how they think it should work and whether or not this can be made more effective in the protection of people who live in the community, have done nothing wrong, but perhaps are affected by violent acts and the people who have perpetrated them. So there are some proposed improvements in the Community Safety Act that we're contemplating making. So the way that it works now is very cut and dry. If there is a conviction, an exclusion automatically happens. The person affected needs to make an application. But one thing that we might change is how the exclusion process is triggered. Rather than it being triggered by a conviction, it could be triggered by credible information that an excludable offense has already been committed. So this would be before or concurrent to a court proceeding. Another idea would be the creation of a new position called the ethics officer, who would be a trained individual or a trained company that would be able to conduct investigations at arm's length from politics and arm's length from the people who would be making a decision on an application, so that you have someone who is more independent, be able to make an investigation and give a recommendation to the Huu-ay-aht Council. Another idea would be that the serving of the order would be done in different ways depending on what's most effective. And the way that the Hotwea Council would be involved would mean that they could be involved along the entire process rather than at one hearing, and that one hearing binds everything. That means that they can come back and make changes to an exclusion order if something changes as well. It just makes it more responsive. That's not contemplated in the law as it is now. They have one kick at the can, and then that's kind of it. And that's not good enough. So we can make a decision on making sure that the Hotwea can return to that and free them to make a decision based on their discretion and their new information. There's one more item, which is making sure that this is clearly a law enforcement function and that it can be carried out by law enforcement officials. So rather than a poor office worker having to go give an exclusion order to somebody who may be violent, we would have the actual law enforcement officials, in this case the RCMP, be the ones responsible for doing that. And we think that that makes the most sense, and that would be a conversation that we have, not only changing our own laws, but getting agreements from the white shirts at the detachments, and so on and so forth. This is really oriented around making sure that there are clear roles for everyone who is involved. So not just the executive director and executive council, not just the Hotwea Council, but also if there's an ethics officer, an independent investigator, how does that figure in and who do they talk to? If there's peace officers involved, i.e. the RCMP, how does that figure in exactly? And then how do we support the Hotwea Council when they have to make decisions? Because what's very important in making decisions around exclusion orders and varying them is that they have to remain consistent when a similar case comes forward in the future. That if one decision is based on certain reasons, based on certain context, that those reasons in that certain context is applied in future decisions when it's relevant. So we need to create resourcing and capacity to help the Hotwea Council make those decisions and remain consistent over time. I think I've already spoken to the importance of stability over generations, stability over the years. This is key in creating stability over time. This is stability for the community to feel safer and to keep them safe. Another thing is making sure that we move from criminal law proceedings to a civil law proceeding for investigation and restorative justice processes. So right now, everything is hanging off of the criminal justice system. That means that we have to wait for them to make decisions. Whereas as Hooayat, we have the ability to create our own processes in parallel to what exists in criminal law so that we are more responsive in both a timeliness manner and in a administrative manner to making sure that we take action when bad things happen in our community and to our own people. We need to make sure that while we're going through all of this, that due process is maintained, because this is a justice process. This is a process in which there are actual consequences for decisions. People affected are going, not just the victims and not just the perpetrators, but everyone around them, everyone physically near them, maybe even the whole community, depending on the tone and tenor of what's happened. And so making sure that we have a very clear process that has very clear steps is all absolutely necessary so that everyone knows that this process is applied fairly across our community and within our own lands. And then lastly, and perhaps most importantly from a political perspective, is making sure that we can respond to bad activities that are violent in nature much faster than we have been, much faster than being beholden to the criminal courts, because these things affect our communities and then we get no resolution, sometimes for a year or more, depending on how packed the courts are or where the offender lives and so on and so forth. So these are the types of things that we need to think on and really work on in order to make sure that we can serve a degree of justice and stability, but also the opportunity for restorative justice within our community and continue on in that way. The next steps are that we are going to aim for completion of a draft for review of the People's Assembly in spring of this next year, and that we would have a discussion at our special People's Assembly sometime in the summer to make sure that we're letting you know how we're changing the law to make it better, because it's not as responsive as it can be, but also to receive your input on what things we may or may not have heard. And so over the past several months, we've conducted 5 or more engagement sessions on this. And we've heard from community members from not only Anakla and Port Alberni, but Victoria and Vancouver and beyond. And so we're going to make sure that we incorporate all of the input that we've received thus far and continue to listen to everyone who's involved in this process, because one of the cornerstones of what we need to do as a government is provide for a safe and healthy community. We know that this is only one part of creating that. We know that there are plenty of preventative things that we need to take. We know that education and training and job opportunities are important. We know that housing is important. We know that our tradition and culture are important. They all have to work together in order for this to work. But when things get extreme and there is violence in the community, we take the appropriate steps to make sure that those violent individuals are excluded from our community unless our hereditary leaders see fit to provide for them conditions in which they can stay, which may include other things as well. So it's slow going, but it's so important that we need to get it right. We need to measure twice and cut once. We've already cut once. Now we got to make sure we make the corrections and improvements over time. So I'd like to thank you, and I think that's it on my end.
Thank you, John. We have a question over here. We bring a microphone over to this side. Is that Hazel? Larry, thank you. Test, test. Is there another mic handy? Yep.
I have long legs. That one's off, though.
Just gotta turn it on here. I'll get
Test.
I've got one here.
Maybe step
I don't know
away.
how I have one. I'll stay in here. Thank you. My name is Nanas Tux. I'm Hazel Cook. I'm really happy to see that we're taking the right steps to protect all of our community members whilst we're in our traditional territories. But as evident right now, we are conducting business outside of our traditional territories. I would like to see that this include any Huayet sanctioned function that our people are protected. Let's say I am a victim. If somebody came here and it triggered me, I would leave. And then from that, I would be penalized because I left the meeting. I'm gonna have to have an AR account set up because I left and owe everything that you guys helped me get here. I would have to pay for my hotel, pay back for my gas, So while you guys are making your amendments and recommendations to come back to have this enacted in the spring and in the summer, I would like to see that this include Huayet sanctioned events that are outside our Hahuthi, because we are conducting business outside of Anakla, outside of our territories. Thank you.
Thank you. That was not the first time we've heard something to that effect, so we'll make sure that we take that into consideration as we move forward. Maybe I should have taken that and brought it to.
So mic coming to you, Larry Johnson.
This is a big hall. We need rollerblades.
One's good. Larry Johnson here. Thank you. I guess what I'd like to...
Can you hold it a bit closer to your mouth? There you go.
I guess so. Really bossy up there. I'd like to have some citizen input other than your community gatherings, because I've tried to attend a few of them and it just doesn't work with my work schedule. So I'd like to be able to have input, and I don't know how you'll do it, but find the time, the place. I'd also like to see that this be linked to our tribunal, so that it's not just linked to the criminal justice system, that our tribunal will have teeth to chew.
Thank you. That could be something that we take into consideration as we think on concurrent processes. So not just criminal justice under the Canadian system, but what we do on our own. So the tribunal could be involved there. I believe Kiana has had her hand up.
Uxlama Kiana Huyaksma, Ahukwa Umiexu Natanimio, Ahukwa Nuiexu Clintmio. I'm really happy to see that these changes are being made to make it a little bit easier for the women in our community to come forward when they're facing these violent interactions like that. But my question for Executive Council and Hauia is, when do you intend to have RCMP or some type of police force, not a security team that lives in community, a police force that is on site to intervene when women are being harassed and abused, and to protect our children and our women? Chew.
I didn't do it. So this is definitely an issue that has been a challenge going back for quite a few years. With the improvement of the road, I feel as though the RCMP has less and less of an excuse to not be out there on a more regular basis. Part of the difficulty is managing where we find the opportunities to have those conversations with the RCMP, to actually fully staff their Aboriginal policing unit, and to make sure that the officer in charge has an understanding of what's going on. We do have pre-established places where we can have those conversations called the Community Consultative Group. I believe the real issue is going to be something that I need to discuss with both the federal government and the provincial government, and that has to do with paying for officers to be in the area. And so while we may be more than a few years away from having our own brick and mortar detachment or something similar to that, I do believe that what we should be doing and will be doing in the future are having real hard conversations with the provincial ministers in charge of municipal policing and rural policing, which interacts with Aboriginal and Indigenous policing very closely, as well as ensuring that the federal government provides sufficient resourcing for us to find those solutions in place. It all comes down to lobbying and pressure, because this is something that we can't yet afford on our own. Unless we are more successful in creating our own revenue sources, we can choose to make those decisions as time goes by. But part of what we can do as well is help to economically develop the area, because more economic development means more activity and more people, which justifies RCMP being stationed in a permanent basis in the Bamfield-Aranakla community. And that law enforcement is something that we would need if we expect many of our people to move home, but also for many people to move into the area. And so that's something that we'll be thinking on.
So I think this is really important with what has been happening in our neighboring community and how they lost a life. And we aren't far from there. And that's something that can happen in our community, and that's something we need to remember, that those things do happen in our communities, and there's something we need to do to be ready for it. We can't be blindsided. We got to be ready, and we got to be holding people accountable for their actions, because if they didn't want to be held accountable, they shouldn't have done it in the first place. We have these teachings and lessons from our grandparents and from our grandparents and our parents. And it's sad to see that we have displaced a lot of our Hawaiian women citizens and children for their abusers to be in more support. They feel more supported than the people being abused, and that's something we need to change, because that's very colonized settler thinking, and we need to change those, because we are already losing a lot of people in my generation. And when it's time for my generation to go and become council, we're going to be traumatized, and we're not going to have the same strength, you know? So we gotta tackle it now while we can.
One more thing, John. The women and the children need it now. It's not for when there's more people living in community or we have an influx of people moving. The community needs it now. It is not something that needs to be continuously delayed.
Thank you. So we will continue to work with the RCMP to make sure that there is more coverage. I think a lot of what has been said now is of utmost importance for everyone to hear. I think what's also important is that people understand that if they see something, they say something. And that we support the people who do stand up and say something about what has been done wrong. And that we don't listen when people of influence say, oh, don't say anything, stay loyal. Forget that. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. This is of extreme importance. It doesn't matter what their last name is. It doesn't matter how embarrassed people are. It doesn't matter what it's going to do to the family name. People need to be held accountable for what they have done. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter how high they are. Because if we don't do it, we're going to lose people, not just now, but for the next 100 years. There will be generations of people who don't want to be in the community because of our inaction, our silence. And for what? Ego? Honor? What about the honor of the people who have been affected? What about the people who wanted to live in the community? That matters more. One life matters more than all the honor in the world. Please hear me when I say that. Please. We do need action, but we need people to take action too, in their own families, even if you're talking up, so to speak. We need to look at this and understand that if something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth, and move forward together as we are to make improvements. I don't want to talk about this. I want to fight over what we do over there. Where do we build? What businesses do we do? How do we manage wealth? I don't want to talk about whether or not we should protect people who have been attacked, and whether or not the people who have perpetrated that deserve defense. They don't. They need to have consequences. That's the only way this is going to work. It matters. I don't want to get too riled up, but we have to work better together, and we have to commit to common values. And I think this is a way we can do it, and I know we're not doing enough, but we're going to have to depend on the RCMP, of all places, and we're going to have to depend on one another to make the right decision, regardless of whether or not they're relations. Regardless of whether or not they're relations. Even if it's inconvenient, even if it's political suicide, you have to do it anyway. I'm committed to that. We're committed to that. The Hot Wheel will hold us responsible to that, and so will you. So I'd like to thank you for your input. I know it takes so much to stand up and say what you have, and I want to support you in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you for the feedback that you're providing here in a good way so that your voices are heard in a good way and that action will happen as committed by your leadership. Oh, I'm sorry. March? Mom? Can we get a microphone over here, please? Just a reminder as well, John, as our Chief Councillor John has indicated that this is still work underway. There's still going to be more engagements coming up. We've heard your advice about extending that beyond just engagement sessions. A lot of your comments have been heard, they're being recorded, and there's going to be still another assembly on this particular issue, so this is not the last time that we have to speak about this. Marge?
Thank you. Marge White, one of the elders of this nation. I want to support what all has been said. I think that, this discussion is long overdue. We should have talked about this before we even became a treaty, because what we are doing for our treaty is to improve the lives of our people. And if there is abuse in our community, it should be dealt with, and it should be dealt with fairly. I don't live in the community. I have relatives in the community, and I want protection for those relatives as well as all the citizens that live in our community. And I have dealt with a whole lot of individuals who have committed great crimes because I was executive director of a halfway house. I've heard all these horrid stories about the convictions that they permitted, and I just don't want to see and hear that those actions are being taken within our community. We have to ensure that our children are safe. We want to ensure that our teenagers are safe, and our moms. And so I'm happy that we're taking a step towards, safety for our mothers by establishing the Humitsu Society, and I think that I'm hoping that that is going to increase some of the abuse that our women and children are facing. I don't believe that our women are telling the whole truth about the abuse that they're experiencing, because they don't want to have people know that that there is abuse. But we have to address this issue, and it's got to be done quickly. And I'm glad that this discussion has taken place, and I think that it's about time that we've been open about the violence and mistreatments our people are taking. Domestic violence is, I think, one of the worst offenses, because our women are afraid to admit that they're being abused by their partner or their husband or their boyfriend or whoever, and so we have to ensure that our women feel safe enough to admit to someone in authority that they're being abused, because holding it in is not going to help them. It's just going to get worse. So thank you. Let go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One more speaker, Rick. And then we're going to move, Rick. Thank you. And we're going to move on with our agenda. We're keeping in mind that there's lots more discussion to be had on this topic, and looking forward to hearing from you in future forums as we go forward. Have you got a mic, Rick? No, we want to hear your voice through the mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I got a complaint here to put in here too about violence down in our government office in Pachina. I got attacked by a non-member. Good thing the cops were there. They come and took him away. Yeah, you just come in there, and my work hour, you're not allowed to defend yourself. You're not allowed to fight back or anything. Otherwise, you break the policy. But anyways, I laid charges on him and stuff there, and I don't want him back in that village, because it's a disgrace, if you ask me. He owns a place down there, but is a non-member.
So thank you for that, Rick. We're well aware of what had occurred. There's a couple of things. Hopefully you were able to get to a medical facility to get a medical report done, because that'll matter for future court proceedings.
Yes, I did there. The NPC nurse and the outpost in Banfield.
Did they take
and
photos?
There's pictures and everything.
All right. Okay, so that's good. Part of what we're talking about here is that the exclusion orders would only kick in once the offender is convicted. So that means that there's, between now, and we know something happened, between now and then we'd have to wait. So we want to make changes to the act to be more responsive to that.
Yeah,
The-
okay, yeah. 'cause,
And the other, oh, I'm not done, sorry.
James Wingfield there is the officer that took him away out of Pachina there, and I laid charges on him, put a no, stay away from me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't want him back on the village and things like that. But,
Yeah. So I don't want to get into the details of your
okay,
case
no
specifically, but there's one other thing too, is that because the individual was also an employee of Huwait, that means that there are consequences that kick in because they have to abide by our
Code of ethics or
HR
whatever it's
policy
called,
thing. So there's still consequences there as well. But we're talking about violent acts and criminality and what we can do as a community to respond to it. So part of the weakness in what we have now is that we know something happened. There's likely video that something happened.
there's,
Wait.
Sorry.
There's video that happened, but we can't do anything until the judge decides or a jury decides that they're convicted. So what we want to do is create our own processes that can get kicked off right away so that we can have justice done more responsively. So I think that's so what happened with you is one of the weaknesses in the law, and it points it out almost exactly perfect, that Kuwait has the ability through our treaty to have our own processes, and this is an argument to do so. So I'm sorry about what happened to you. Hopefully justice will be done. We're working on making sure it can happen in parallel to Huwait, or with Huwait processes, because courts take forever.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that anyways. I just thought I would bring it up.
Thanks, Rick. Thank you very much. Okay, more opportunities to have this important discussion, and thank you to those of you who have stood up and given your thoughts, your ideas, your opinions to council. There's a lot for us to work on in this area, and thank you to the Executive Council and to the Hotwire Council for continuing to do work in this regard. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have the approval of the NERFL. Somebody's going to tell us what a NERFL is. Brad? Forestry issues. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. John's going to take this as well. Okay, over to you, John.
So I'd like to blame Robert for NERFLs, but it's probably actually my fault. Because I think I was one of the citizens who brought forward a motion from the floor to do a NERFL like 10 years ago, I think. So NERFL is a non-renewable forest license, and we're specifically talking about forestry activity on our land. And so what we would like, ideally, is to have a system that does 5-year chunks and that you don't have to come back every year for a forest license to conduct forestry in our territory. We're not there yet, but now that we have the IRMP in place, we're one step closer to doing that. And that will unlock the value of our land even further, Larry. But we haven't really been doing much activity in our own territory for several years now. And while we think that forestry isn't doing great or hasn't been doing great lately, we figure we're beyond the dip and it's going to go back up. We don't want to do the full 50,000 cubic meters per year that I had asked for 10 years ago. So right now we're going to be putting forward a smaller amount to test for this year and then come back and talk about what that may look like in the following year and so on and so forth. By then we might be able to propose a 5-year long-term tenure on our own territory, which is like what the province does, but we want to take tentative steps. So Brad will be here to read out a motion that we think we can move forward with harvesting on our own treaty lands because we have the HRMP in place. And I think I've explained everything. So Brad, please go ahead.
He's
Yeah, so I have a presentation to present to y'all. HFN Forestry LP application for non-renewable forest license. Which one do I click to get to the next slide? The big one. Okay, HFN Forestry LP has applied for a 3-year non-renewable forest license to harvest up to 25,000 cubic meters annually from our treaty settlement lands. As per Land Act, People's Assembly approval is required. An early stage application is being brought forward to receive consent, incorporate feedback into planning, and avoid wasted resources and efforts. Harvesting will only proceed after thorough environmental and professional reviews. HFN Forestry LP proposed a harvest limit of 25,000 cubic meters annually for 3 years, significantly below the maximum allowable AAC of 50,000 meters. 5 areas identified for potential harvest follow the draft Hishamasawik Integrated Resource Management Plan and guidelines. An overview and proposed harvest locations included in the next slide, and their more detailed proposed blocks were included in the package that was mailed out. Here's the map of the 5 areas that are highlighted in yellow. The key mitigation measures that will be implemented in the engineering blocks designed to address potential impacts on value resource is in the package. Cultural Heritage, HFN Lands, and Natural Resource Department review and approve each cut block for approval of harvesting, and public safety developments are away from recreational sites and public infrastructure. No safety risks are expected. Mitigation measures, visual impact assessments for blocks in visible zones, other are outside these zones. Terrain management, Class 6 terrain. Blocks will undergo full assessments, other areas evaluated as needed. Riparian zones, comprehensive stream and riparian assessments where fisheries biologists review fish-bearing streams and wildlife protection, identify features managed per HRMP procedures, such as bear dens and nests. Legislation permits a non-renewable forest license under HFN Land Act Section 10G. Key sections of the application process include 18, 19, 26, and 27. This project supports HFN strategies, our strategic plan goals, economic growth, resource sustainability, and active citizen engagement. We have a proposed motion in front of you here today. Whereas HFN Forestry Limited Partnership has made an attached application for non-replaceable forest license, NRFL, within Hue Treaty Lands, the application. B, more specifically, HFN Forestry Limited Partnership seeks to permitted it to harvest timber in the 5 areas identified in the application as cut blocks 8541106, 863311, 863312, 863408, 86309, and 8364110, the cut blocks. C, the application identifies number of measures intended to mitigate the impacts of harvesting activities, mitigation measures. D, before the disposal of the NRFL may be made, Executive Council must be satisfied that the number of requirements set in the Land Act, HFNA 9, 2011 have been met. And E, because the total area of cut blocks exceed 10 hectares, the approval for People's Assembly required the NRFL may be granted under Land Act Section 27A. For me, I'd just like to add a little bit of commentary on this. I was in the industry for 20 plus years. 25,000 cubic meters is very minimal. It's about 25 days work. It's very minimal. Thank you.
Assembly hereby approves the disposition of a non-replaceable by Councilmember Brad Johnson, and we're looking for a seconder for that motion. Larry Johnson, seconder. Discussion. Kimmy? Oh, okay. Did you want to comment too? Sorry, you might have been trying to move our second, Kimmy. Second? We had Larry. Sorry, I called Larry first. My apologies. Any discussion on the motion? Robert, in the back, can somebody bring a microphone back there, please? Oh, right behind you.
Should be on there. Just a question, Brad. In regard to old growth management, old growth, and ensuring that cultural wood can be available to citizens, is that in the integrated resource management plan? Thank you.
Yes, it is, Robert.
Thank you. Any other questions? Marty. Oh, sorry, Dwayne.
Hi. I'm all for unlocking the wealth of our land, but you know, the TSL belongs to all of us. You know, and Forestry LP has 2 forestry tenures to work on. And I don't think we've sat down as a nation and decided where we want to log and how we want to log, and to set a 50,000 cubic meter AAC seems a little premature. You know, and a couple of these cut blocks are like right above where we just had a flood on a river where 2 trucks got washed away. You know, I don't think anybody knows where these spots are. You showed it for 2 seconds. So to me, I think more planning needs to go into where we want to allow logging as a nation, what we actually want to cut and how much, and how we manage that going forward. You know, just cutting it down and unlocking the wealth, you know, that's got to include a bunch of different things, not just the monetary value of the land.
Thanks, Dwayne.
So I believe a lot of the detail went out in the packages that were mailed out as well, so hopefully this isn't a surprise. That being said, I even had to kind of compare the maps to other things online, so we could get better there. I would note that it's not 50,000 per year, it's 25,000 per year, which is quite a bit less than what we've done. And in fact, the lack of harvesting lately means that there's probably volume there over and above 25, but we wanted to be conservative in our approach anyway. In terms of the cut blocks, they are not only being done from an engineering or from a scientific perspective, but it's actually being put through our integrated resource management plan aspects too. So we're fairly confident that this is above board and something that we can do. I think that's it. Thank you.
Marty?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is, how many people is Hawaii people are going to be employed in the forest industry in this? And are we really getting a top dollar for our wood? I mean, we go to log brokers. We don't even market our wood.
So that can be addressed during the HGB presentation that'll be coming up. So there'll be answers there.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions, comments?
Hello. My question is, we bought into Western, and as a grader operator, I've seen Sawakin in Yuchuclasset territory, Diddy Dot. I am sure we have enough logging happening within Hue-It with Sawakin. I don't agree with this, my personal opinion, but that's all I have.
Thank you for your comment, Sean. So Sawakin is the partnership that we have on TFL 44, which is outside of our own territory. So this is specifically about harvest on TSL. So while there is activity on TFL 44, the returns on what's going on those lands are somewhat reduced compared to what we might see in our own territory, because the stumpage goes directly to us as well. So it's not just the economic activity that is undertaken on our lands. We get the taxes as well, the taxes being the stumpage. So when we harvest in our own territory, the returns are better. But of course, it's a double-edged sword. If we harvest too much, then it becomes unsustainable, which is why we're putting forward a 25,000 cubic meters per year rather than something more, because we want to have a better sense of the impact that it will have on the overall TSO.
Thank you. Larry?
Yeah, I just want to offer a comment. Yeah, the 75,000 cubic meters, it's not a lot of wood, you guys, and it probably equates to like 2 highway trucks, even less than that. So it's not a big footprint. It's not a big ask. This is and if you look at the package, it's a very comprehensive package in the kits. So I just wanted to offer those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any other comments, questions? I've heard suggestions about our forestry in general. Correct me if I'm wrong if I've heard opposition to transferring this license to HGB or the Forest Limited Partnership. Dwayne?
I wasn't arguing against the logging and unlocking the wealth. I just think that we need to decide as a nation where we want to log. You know, just coming in here, just saying, no, we're going to log here and here. Maybe some of those places have significant value to other people. Like South Sarita, we've had talks about park there, but one of your cut blocks is there. You know, so, you know, let's plan this out so that we're not cutting down stuff that we're going to look back in 20 years and say, oh, we shouldn't have done that. You know, and if it's only 2 logging truckloads, why are we even doing it? You know, HGB has 2 forestry tenures. You know, this isn't going to make a big dent. How does it benefit us if we're just getting stumpage, which is the lowest? But, you know, so I don't see the benefit of approving this right now. You know, I could see us doing it when we're better prepared, better planned, when we have a, you know, have a mill that we could actually use the wood and create the opportunities. But just to do this and ship it out without benefiting as much as we can off our land, I cannot see approving this. Sorry.
Thanks, Dwayne. So I think the plan is for us to do that. The idea here is that we'll be working on a long-term tenure process that will be integrated with the integrated resource management plan. But we feel that having 1 year of a non-renewable forest license will help us ground truth some of the methods that we're doing right now that integrate that IRMP. And so this is helping to build towards exactly what you're asking for. This is a 1-year harvesting to see how things are going based on the practices that will be already adopted and will be adopting in the future. And I would remind everyone that we're not just picking these on with a dartboard. This is a conversation between within the lands department of the nation as well as with operating forestry. So this is something that it's not arbitrary. It may not be optimal, but then we'll have a conversation around what optimal means and how those differences can exist. So this is 25,000 cubic meters per year, contemplating 75,000 cubic meters over 3 years. And I'll state that I think a truckload is actually 80 cubic meters. Is it? 50? 50 for a highway. So that might be a number of trucks per day or something. I don't know exactly what Larry meant. But 25,000 cubic meters per year is, by any stretch, not a lot, which is why we're being very conservative what we're doing, because we need to make the economics work, but we don't know if they're going to work with our new rules unless we test them. But I don't want to go straight into a 5-year plan without having some test data first. And I think that's what matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hi, everybody. I was wondering if we can go to the map on the proposed TSL harvesting operation. I think it's really important for members to look at the map and understand what the McCloskip Conservation Network is. In general, you know, and this is my opinion, you know, there's different layers on how you go about getting, designing and approving different cut blocks and stuff like that. There's already different levels to pick those. the purple is another layer to look at on conservation. So we're adding another layer onto what already exists in a provincial standard. So we are looking that much further in mitigation in different areas that have been identified as cultural or significant. And so these, it just allows us to really pinpoint exactly where we may want to take the cut blocks in the future from.
Thank you, sir.
I think you're just pointing out some facts that are in these. I find it interesting that they're actually go into so much detail. It shows you where there's marbled murrelet habitat. So the information that was collected during I should stand up, sorry. The information that was collected during the process of creating the Integrated Resource Management Plan goes into that level of detail. We know where marbled murrelet habitat is. We know where there are bear dens, and we know where those stupid frogs are. And so, sorry, just so much work went into those frogs, and I have only so much sympathy for them, and just above the dromedary jumping slug. So, with that though, having that information is important, and I don't mean to make too much light of it, but knowing where the bear dens are, knowing where the habitat is, knowing where the slopes should be more restrictive than less. This is the type of work that we actually went out and did, not me personally, but people who are actually in shape. And those are the types of things that we should show faith in. The work has been done by people who know our lands, and I think it's worthwhile to continue on in this way because we're being careful. And I think that's important. We need to do everything we can. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the questions. I've got Jackson and then Robert. Can somebody get a microphone to Jackson? No, let's wait for a microphone, please, so everyone can hear. Thank you.
My name is Chills, Jackson Dennis. I wanted to talk to you guys about getting what elders we have left. Like when they did the clear cut up in Sarita Lake there's medicine on the side of those mountains that are clear cut. How are we going to ensure the future for our kids, their kids, and so on, to protect those medicines that are up in those mountains?
Okay, I had a bit of trouble hearing what you said. It sounds like it's important to...
It's important
Yeah, no, I think Stella got it. I'll say what it is. I heard that you were concerned about clear cuts as well as protecting traditional medicines and traditional resources.
Yeah, in the areas, especially with that Sarita Lake.
Yeah.
A number of years ago, I went by there and noticed there was a clear cut up there.
Yeah.
There was a couple of medicines up there that were in traditional medicine to add. I was wondering what we're going to do to protect the medicines that are left out there before clear cutting even starts.
So we are in the process and have already done a lot of work in identifying and protecting cultural resources like medicines and areas, important areas. So we're already doing that. Okay. And part of the way that it is protected is by doing the work, identifying where it should be done, putting it on the map, making sure it's reviewed by staff and people who know what's going on, and then putting it by the hereditary leaders and making sure that this is all done above board. So we are already doing that. It's all in here already. Okay. So, yeah.
Clicko, and you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Robert.
Thank you. Just one more comment to support what is being done. And I do know, Brad, that prior to treaty, the Hawaiian First Nation did conduct what they call a timber supply analysis. And if we were to use provincial standards like Martha referred to, we would be able to cut from 58 to 60,000 cubic meters a year based on that analysis. But this particular timber supply analysis went to the hereditary chiefs at that time that were sitting on the Hotway Council, and they wanted certain management functions in there to preserve cultural things, slope analysis, and all other things. And so they agreed that it could be 50,000 cubic meters. So they chopped off 8,000 cubic meters a year. Now this process is proposing to drop another 25,000 cubic meters a year. So Larry's point is very valid. And I think, Dwayne, to your point, I support what you're saying, because we have to look at, so that's where that issue that you raised, slope analysis, we got to do that. So that we should be very, very careful, and I would just make it a recommendation that be, really analyzed, and that there be deeper consultation with the community on that particular issue. Thank you.
Yeah, to that specifically, Robert, we can commit to a community engagement process that will integrate those considerations when we're developing a longer term tenure. So that'll be coming in the future.
Thank you very much. So there is a motion on the floor. Just want to remind you that the motion is with respect to one specific forest license being transferred to HFN Forestry LP. We've heard a lot of suggestions about and comments towards council about the kind of work that should be done. We've heard about some of the work that actually is being done. I have not heard significant opposition. Dwayne, you came out directly and said you oppose. Are you calling for a vote? Yes? Okay, we're going to do this by a show of hands. I was corrected last time that we our quorum is 100, or our attendance is 137. I had said 127. So we're looking for all those in favor of the motion with regard to the forest license. Wait 1 minute. Thank you. Yeah, I was corrected last time. Somebody was asking about abstentions. If you don't vote, your vote is counted as a yes. So that's why we didn't call for abstentions last time. So the motion again, be it resolved that the People's Assembly approves the disposition of the non-replaceable forest license to HFN Forest Limited Partnership, and there's the conditions A to E that we went over earlier, a 3-year term, annual harvest, of up to 25,000 cubic meters, total harvest over the term not to exceed 75,000 cubic meters, mitigation measures are incorporated, and financial terms approved by Executive Council. So all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. Hi. Thank you. I think just because it's going to be complicated, let's just do a show of hands first. Let's see who is opposed. Hands down. Those opposed to the motion. Okay, there's far less, but let's count the opposition, please. And by my eye, my inclination is to declare that motion to be carried. Okay, there was 32 that were opposed, so I declare that motion to be carried. And thank you very much. Okay, you've given some direction to your Executive Council on that as well, in approving the motion, and also suggestions for general forestry practices, so appreciate that. Oh, there were some glasses turned in. Jackson. Dare put them on the floor? Just saying, somebody might want to lend my brother their cleaning cloth for his glasses. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on along the agenda. Thank you very much for your input. Appreciating the conversations. The next item on the agenda is citizen motions. We do have 2 motions on the floor. Sylvia Dennis has the first motion. And Sylvia, would you like me to read the motion? Okay. So the motion that's been put on the floor by Sylvia Dennis, the People's Assembly recommends that Executive Council amend the People's Assembly attendance policy to provide that elders and families with infants in car seats who are required to travel to attend the People's Assembly be provided with 2 nights accommodation. So that motion is made by Sylvia Dennis, and seconder, Vicky Nukmas. Sylvia, would you like to speak to the motion? We'll get somebody to bring a microphone to you.
Thank you. I put that motion out because I have a family that's still in Anatla because they have an infant and they couldn't come. And they have 3 little ones. They couldn't come because of that. So I'm concerned. And we had to come a little bit early so we don't, because we had a child that was in a car seat as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Is there any other comments on the motion? I think it's fairly straightforward. The recommendation is requesting that Executive Council look at providing 2 nights accommodation for the People's Assembly for those who, for families with infants in car seats and elders. Seeing no discussion, hearing no opposition, declare that motion to be carried by your consensus. That will go before Executive Council for review. Thank you very much. Okay, the other motion is by Susan Amos. Susan, are you in the room? Okay, would you like me to read the motion? Okay. All right. Whereas there are, oh, sorry, wrong motion. No. Yeah, we've got different packages. Has everybody been able to find the citizen motions? Can somebody tell me whereabouts in the packages they are? It should be after the forestry maps and that kind of thing. About 2/3 of the way through the package. It's 1 sheet, double-sided. It's going to be up on the screen as well here. Pardon me? It's just before this package with a beautiful picture on it. So just before that in your package. Thanks, Tommy. Okay, so the motion is up on the board, I believe. I can't read that, telling you how bad my eyes are. So the motion is regarding the Hutchus Inn. Whereas the following concerns regarding the Hutchus Inn owned by the Howitt Group of Businesses have been raised. 1, the use of harsh chemicals in cleaning practices which may pose health risks to guests and staff alike. 2, the potential hazards associated with the metal bed frames which could lead to safety issues. And 3, that the bed skirts are not laundered after each guest stay, contributing to unsanitary conditions that may affect overall hygiene, collectively called the Hutchus Inn concerns. Be it resolved that the People's Assembly hereby recommends that Executive Council investigate the Hutchus Inn concerns and report back to citizens with respect to the outcome of that investigation. And Susan, are you making that motion? Okay, and a seconder to that motion, please. Charlene, thank you. Charlene Nukmas. Would you like to speak to the motion, Susan? Somebody could please bring her a microphone.
Yeah, my concern is like cleaning supplies. We're using stuff that we have to spray, and we're inhaling a lot of it. And if we can eliminate that, go use like healthy. Do away with spray. Like we've got window cleaning stuff that's just horrible to use. I've tried to use it. Can we go natural cleaning? Try getting to using like vinegar and water for the windows instead of these cans that you spray. And to me, I ended up gagging, and the nurse, when I spoke to her, she said, yeah, that's not healthy for us as housekeepers to be using. And if we can just, I see some of our rooms have the spray, shampoo and body wash dispensers. We're not even using that. We're using these little containers. If we can do away with those, that would be more environmentally concerned. And I had brought up the issues with us as housekeepers banging our legs onto these frames that need to get dealt with. I asked a couple of my people that are above me if we can carry our own tools to deal with it ourselves. Some of us do know how to handle stuff like that. And if our staff can start having like meetings just to work together so that we can understand, that we all know what's going on and help each other as a team, as a staffing team.
Thank you, Susan.
So thank you, Susan, for your motion. This is something that we can take away. So this is something that is great. We'll make sure that someone is assigned to do a report and provide recommendations. I want to thank you for your elaboration on not necessarily the harsh chemicals, but wanting to use more organic or safer chemicals to do cleaning and that sort of thing. That is something we can definitely take under advice. So I think this motion is fine and can move forward, and that's great.
Thank you. Pardon me? The motion is for the Executive Council to investigate those issues. So they'll be looking into the concerns that are raised in the motion. Okay, is there any other comments? One in the back, Robert? And then Larry.
I want to thank Susan for bringing this motion forward. But what I also want to say is that as Ho'ayat now, we got to be able to separate our business that belongs here and our business that belongs with our business. And something like this first should be discussed within our HGB process. I kind of want us to get disciplined with that, Madam Chair. I think that would really help us, but I don't want to discourage participation. And Susan, you've raised a really important point. I think what we need to do is discipline ourselves of where it needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for the comments. Heard. Larry?
Yeah, I guess I was just going to say something along those lines, but I think I'd just like to say, let's have a better filter on our resolutions and what we spend money on resolutions. You know, these two are administrative items, and I think we really, can tighten up on that, you guys. Come on.
Thank you for that, Larry. I think that's the second time that's been brought up. Part of what we need to balance here is an effective use of time, but also the fact that this is the People's Assembly, not the Council Assembly or the Hotwea Assembly or even the Speaker's Assembly, although I think Angela is empowered to have those conversations. So we need to walk a balance of respecting citizens' rights to put forward recommendations
with the need to get through these things in a good way and to seek clarification on intent. Because if I didn't know about the focus on wanting to do things in a healthier way, that might have made it a bit more of a difficult conversation if that was not communicated. So I'm just glad we were able to do that. We're trying to move forward in a good way. You don't always have to agree with people with what people want to put forward, but they do have a right to say it. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the motion and for the comments. I've heard no opposition to that motion, so I would declare that motion to be passed by your consensus. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. Thanks. Oh, I did have one request before we move away from citizen motions. Hinatinius has asked to speak on the process in general.
Chew, I'm going to wear two hats, so I'm going to step over here and pretend I'm a citizen. Uklama Hinatinius. My name is Hinatinius, but for those who are taking notes, my legal name is Brittany Cote. I had a question about the citizen motions this year as a whole, because when we received our packages, I was really confused on why there was no name on who prepared the motions or who put the motions forward. So it was just curious about the process around that, if that had changed, or if there was a reason why we left those names off this year. Chew.
Hi, my name is Alexis Young. I'm the acting law clerk while Coralie Bauer is off. This is my first go of doing the People's Assembly, and it was an error on my end. They should have been in there. We had the information. It was just an editing error, so I'm sorry about that, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and Alexis, thank you for the clarification on that. Okay, so that moves us along to our treaty implementation update report. Tashi Akin Uyakmis Ukin. How'd I do? Okay, thank you. Our journey, our story. Hawaiian Perspectives on Modern Treaty Implementation Update Report. Onyx I haven't seen yet, but I saw Heather. Welcome. And I will turn it over to you. Oh, Hinatinius is going to lead.
Yeah, we are. Chew. I'm also wearing a third hat today. If I could ask one of our our Witwalk to replace my seat while I give this presentation. Thank you so much, Maggie. I have many hats in Huu-ay-aht. Today I'm here to sit with you as Witwalk. I'm also here to share as a citizen, but very excited to sit today also with the Research Advisory Committee. So if there's any other Research Advisory Committee members, if you could please join us. We won't make you speak, I promise. The two really loud people will speak for you. Don't you worry. Just come and stand here and look pretty with us, okay? I'm looking at you back there. I see you standing by yourself. Come on up. Come stand with us, friends. Jeremy. I'm going to use your first and last name if you guys don't come and stand with me. Chew, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. I'm here with a lot of amazing Huu-ay-ahts and an amazing research committee team as well to support this work. You might remember us from last year. We were really rushed in trying to give you a lot of information in a short period of time. Today we'd like to tell you a little bit more about ourselves and the amazing work that we've been doing over the last couple years, to be totally honest. We haven't been able to do a lot of community engagement, you know, COVID and things like that. So we're very excited to share some updates with you, and we look forward to introducing everyone. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Heather to help introduce some of the people who are standing with us, and we will move from there.
Ukthlama, Heather. My name is Heather Castleton. I've been working in solidarity with the nation for the last 19 years. It's a real honor and privilege to work with you on first treaty negotiation and now implementation projects. My first teachers from Huayet were Jane Peters, Andy Clappus, and Stella Peters, who really guided me, but Robert Dennis also opened the door for me to come and spend time and learn from you. So yeah, I'm going to do introductions, is that right? Okay. So here on my right, we have Brenda Lizette Jimenez Gonzalez, who is from Mexico. She was here 2 years ago. She's now a graduate student, and I should say I'm a professor. She's a graduate student that's working with me, but she was here 2 summers ago and interviewed Huayet government staff about how does their job relate to treaty implementation and how do they think it's going. So it's great to have Brenda here. Jeremy Perkins is also a graduate student working with me, and I think they're both in shock that they've been called up to stand here. This is Jeremy's second day with us working in Solidarity, so it's wonderful to have them both. And then to my left, we have, everybody knows, I think, Kiana Mio. Kiana Mio is one of our youth representatives on the advisory committee. And then next we have Klapsuthwith. Linnea. We have Linnea Bowes. Okay, she's going to keep teaching me. And Linnea is also one of our youth representatives from Anakla. We have Elder Simon Dennis, who has been with our Research Advisory Committee for a number of years now. Beloved Jane Peters, who's been my elder since we met. And of course, Hapanyuk is our Hatwia representative on the advisory committee. And Hinatinius, who has just been a joy to work with over the years. We were recently at an international conference presenting about this work together, and people quite enjoyed our dog and pony show. So we're going to give it to you again.
We wanted to share a little bit of our journey with you. This has started as a very small project that kept growing and growing and growing. And particularly, one of the things that, that we're really excited to share with you was specifically around some of the papers that we've been working on. We've looked at a lot of different very big topics, mostly around treaty implementation. We're getting very close to 15 years with the Monmouth Treaty, and we are supporting the nation by doing research around that treaty implementation. So we've done many projects. I've only been part of the committee for the last 6 years, but this started way back in 2005 with a photo voice. Some of these projects are still on our website, and you might recognize those people when they were much younger. We've also done a lot of amazing other pieces, like the digital storytelling, which were those short videos that we have up on the website as well. There's been a lot of work done in our archives, as well as doing interviews with staff around treaty implementation, not just current staff, past staff as well. So we've had a really fulsome review about what treaty implementation looks like for the grassroots, the people who are doing that work in the field. So it's been a huge collection of data, and we've been reviewing a lot of that data as well, which takes time, but we're very excited to be sharing that with you very soon. What was it? I'm feeling like I'm missing something. Oh, why research this now? We're getting close to a periodic review. And we would like to support the nation as we go through that review process of what's working, what's not working, because mistakes are important to document. Mistakes are opportunities to learn, they're opportunities to grow. So documenting this whole process is really important as we move into making sure that our treaty is working for us and we're not just working for our treaty. I'll pass it off to my friend to talk about what we're working on now.
Thank you, Hinatinius. So yeah, we're working on a number of things. Some are near completion and others are still ongoing. But one of the things that we've been doing as a research team is interviewing all sides of the treaty table about what it's like to work government to government, nation to nation. Another area that we're really focused on is the relationship that the Crown, specifically the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which has always been a contentious relationship, how it's going now that the treaty has gone into effect. And also, I just wanted to acknowledge the permission that we had from Executive Council to interview staff about what it's like to work in a modern treaty context, and what are some of the challenges that they're experiencing, what are the things that they think are going really well and things that need improvement. So we've done, that was Brenda doing all of those interviews. Other things that we've been noticing just as a group when we've been getting together about once a month, and of course COVID slowed us down quite a bit, but one of the things that we saw wasn't in the original treaty was anything to do with climate change. And we heard John Jack speak earlier today about the atmospheric rivers. There's king tides that are higher than ever, storms, drought, when the road to Port Alberni was cut off. All of these things are happening, and so we've got another graduate student who's not here right now, Rhiannon Kennedy, who's looking into the treaty and other forms of treaty relations around climate change. She's also working with Hapanyuk and into his family's territory about some of the science that's happened there over the number of years. The other thing that we're doing is wanting to hear from you as citizens. We have, over the years, done things like the phone bee. We've done household surveys. We've shown up at different community engagement sessions. We've organized our own, where we share what we're learning so far, but we also invite you to share with us what your concerns are. And so we're kind of a team that you can speak freely with. We're independent of Executive Council, and they prefer it that way, as arm's length. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say, come and talk to any one of us. You know how to reach everybody here, and I'll have my email up, I think, at the end of the page. I'm pretty sure I was going to say something else, but now I got to do this. Oh, God, sorry. Okay, so I wanted to talk real quick about the DFO piece. And so, as you know, there's been a pretty fraught relationship with DFO over the years, the Me Too clause and all the rest of it. I mean, so much more than that. And although they're part of the treaty relationship, they were very hard to engage with over the years. And so one of the things that the Research Advisory Committee suggested that we do as a research team was approach Executive Council to have them write a letter expressing concern that DFO wasn't willing to engage in research that is meant to be useful to your nation, as well as to all of the other nations who are going down the treaty path. And so that one little letter of disappointment resulted in a quick response from DFO, who quickly said, yes, we're willing to participate. And I think those are a pretty big recognition of the relationship, that it is important, but also a failing on the part of DFO to not recognize that in the first place. I'm gonna have to put my glasses on. And so one of the things that we hear repeatedly about DFO is that they are their own worst enemy. They're their own biggest barrier to trying to have effective treaty relations. And there was a report done by Ratcliffe about fishing, and it said that it was important to note that these policies are not necessarily for conservation or proper fisheries management, which begs the question, well, what are they for? So again, just sort of shooting themselves in the foot.
I just want to note that the DFO paper that we've been working on will be published very soon. We wanted to make sure that we published within Huu-ay-aht first, so we have been working closely with Amanda Lee and the communications team to put that in the upcoming Uyakmis. So if you would like to read more about that, we will have a summary in the Uyakmis. And for those who are academic studiers out there, we will then be pushing the full article out after that. We wanted to honor Huayet first and then bring it out to the broader public after that. Yeah, passing it back.
Okay. I mentioned a little bit about the government-to-government relations, and what you can maybe see on this screen is just some representative comments of the participants of our work who are talking about what it's like to work government to government with a modern treaty as compared to what it's like as an Indian Act band. And that the review process, this upcoming periodic review, is an opportunity to really have a clearly defined process for the parties to discuss how it's going, and it sets out some basic principles that the party can recognize and acknowledge to provide a foundation for an ongoing relationship, not a static one. And that the periodic review is important because it could be an opportunity to reopen discussions, for example, around climate change that wasn't in the original. And one concern that was expressed was that because you were one of the first to have a modern treaty, what's happened since then is the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and so that wasn't in place yet. So again, it begs the question and the opportunity that in 2026, when you have your 15-year review, this is something that you can bring to the table. All right, so you might be wondering, well, what do staff have to say about the treaty and how it's going? This next slide here, I really apologize that there's no way I can read it, so you probably can't either. But we had a chance to interview government staff. It was 2 years ago, so these are not current perspectives, but it is a very important snapshot in time about what was going on with government staff. And what we've seen, I'd say, across the board is just some real difference in perspectives between Indigenous and specifically Huayet staff and the non-Indigenous staff at the time in terms of being aware of what does treaty mean. There was a lot more obvious awareness from within community. But what we were asking is, what's the good, the bad, and the ugly around treaty, and how does it come into your workplace? And I think a lot of the key positive messages that we heard was that being a modern treaty nation has given so much more opportunity for educational pursuits that might not be the way a colonial government thinks of education, being just a college or a university tract, but a whole wide variety. Child and family and bringing children home and the wraparound processes that you've put into place is a huge step forward compared to under the Indian Act. Employment opportunities, infrastructure, and just the power to be able to make decisions over your own lives has been just phenomenal, and people are very hopeful. For staff, some of them had to learn a lot about the Malnuth Treaty because it wasn't something they were familiar with. The Executive Council, somebody was commenting about that they were generally doing a good job. You can see the difference it's making in people's lives with buying businesses and how that translates to training and education. Before, the Indian Act would only cover certain programs, and now citizens have any advantage that they can dream up. And we're really shifting from the INAC system, like we've taken all the programs for community health through to child and family wellness. We're taking all of those old systems and we're moving them into our control. Under the Indian Act, we didn't have power, and so you get trained to think like that we don't have power, and so with the treaty coming into effect, that sort of feelings are starting to lift. Oh yeah, so I've kind of already touched on this one just around the climate change absence in treaty. And what we're doing right now is just looking to see whether or not there is any literature out there, because certainly in Canada, modern treaties are very new. And so we are seeing across Canada that climate change hasn't factored into any of the ones that would have been negotiated around the time that this one was or earlier. And what we're trying to do then is to link what we find in the literature, if anything, with your comprehensive community plan and speaking with key knowledge holders about your hahufli. Yeah, so that might wrap up our presentation, yeah. We really want to hear from you. So feel free to reach out to myself, my colleague Onyx Sloan Morgan, who I'm sure many of you have met, to any member of our Research Advisory Committee. They really, these folks are the people that are guiding our work. You're telling us what to do and how to do it. And it's just such a special group, and I'm so thrilled to be able to work with all of you and to be in camaraderie, solidarity with all of you. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
I just want to leave you with a final thought that we are asking for your input. So we could do it by phone, by Zoom. We do have honorariums for those who will give their time to us. So if you would like to have your opinions and your ideas heard and shared anonymously through this research, this is your opportunity to have your voice be heard. And we can connect with you in a way that works for you. We can meet you where you're at. So we're very excited to hear from you. When we were just at the youth conference last month and a few months before that, we invited the youth to share with us, and we were just at the Nananixu meeting as well and invited them to share with us. So we have reached out to many of our groups that are already in process, but we wanted to make sure that we opened that invitation wide to everyone here at the People's Assembly, everyone who's watching at home online, and for those who are watching in the future. We want to hear from you, so get a hold of us. Our phone numbers are in the package, and we look forward to connecting with you all again soon. Chooch!
Thank you very much to the amazing team that's doing this very important work. One word for you, data. It's all the latest thing. So we look forward to the information and data that you'll collect, because we need to be able to measure how we're doing. So really appreciate the work that's being done there. Oh, I've got a question over here. Get a microphone?
Thank you. It's more of a comment. I think that some of the presentations, they're wonderful presentations, but there's some people who don't understand some of them. And I think that we should, some of the words are not really words, but the explanation isn't completely understandable to some people. And I think that, I don't know how you would get around it, but just trying to explain them in, I guess you'd say English, our English, because sometimes when you're explaining some of the stuff up there, it becomes overwhelming, and then you don't know what to vote. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Is that Melanie? Thank you. My eyes aren't so great. Thank you very much for raising that, Melanie. It's an excellent point, and I think for everybody who's making presentations to always keep that in mind. Our late Tai Spencer used to say to me all the time, keep it simple. So appreciate that. And that's not saying anything about anyone except for that some people are working on this all the time, live and breathe it, and others are coming in to learn about it once a year. And that makes a big difference in terms of how you communicate these things. So really appreciate that reminder. Thank you. Okay, so next on our agenda, Chief Councillor is going to introduce the Forum Framework Plan presentation, which I believe is going to be about 30 minutes.
My introduction will take 25 of those minutes, so, okay. Before we begin, I do want to say on the previous presentation, it is quite academic, but one thing that academics can have a good impact on are bureaucrats and government. So every kind of help in that way can help us convince the federal government, the provincial government to do the right thing. That being said, though, we're going to be talking about something called the Framework Plan. So in the past little while, there we go, the Hooyat First Nations embarked on a facet of diversifying our economy away from just resources and into something called property development and investment in hospitality and tourism. And so we did this in early 2021, and we started to have those conversations about needing to do it. We embarked on a journey to find a partner that is compatible with what it is we're hoping to achieve, and the ability to understand who we are as a treaty nation and moving ahead in our territory. And so we engaged with several companies and had a competitive process. And the group that we came to is a group called Forum Asset Management, and they really just hit it out of the park. It was not even close. There was them and then everybody else. The quality of the work that they do, the willingness to understand, the willingness to learn, but also what they had already done to understand who we were and where we wanted to go was very important for all of us to see. And so the work that we've been doing together ever since has been oriented around creating a plan for how we're going to use our land for people to use, to live in, to work on, to develop in a way to create businesses, to meet and relate to one another, and so on and so forth. I didn't do that. Okay. Okay, just a second. Okay. I'm sorry, Ali, we're in the giggle stage now. So the work that we've been doing as a nation with Forum Asset Management subsequently created a partnership that we've been moving in together. It's the first of many partnerships that we hope to forge, both with Hooyat, with HGB, but also between Hooyat and Forum together, because really what we're going to do is we want to attract investment in our territory so that it's not just the nation doing everything, and it's not just one company doing everything. It's a bunch of different investors who see the potential in our nation so that we can achieve more quicker over time and achieve more on a basis of where we are in our territory and what it is we're doing. So with that in mind, we've been working on community engagement on forming the framework plan, which is a master planning process for figuring out what it is we hope to do, not just in the next year, not just in the next 5 years, but over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. So when you look at the framework plan, realize that not everything will be achieved right away, but it is the plan that we will build the foundations on to move forward in a way that will help us create all of the things we hope to see in our territory. So I am happy to introduce Ali Damji, who will introduce his team from Forum and really go into some of the real good detail about not only our partnership, but the good work that we've done on the framework plan that has involved all of you along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Uklama Ali Damji. I'm joined today by my colleagues Dana Gilbert, thank you, and Sydney Zhang. Together, we form the project team at Forum. As Chief Counselor John Jack mentioned earlier, our work is about creating meaningful places where people can thrive. From coast to coast, we've been involved in building housing, developing communities, and working with governments to deliver projects that support the well-being of people and their land. Over the past 3 years, we've come to deeply respect the values, traditions, and vision of your nation. It is a privilege to stand here today as partners on a shared journey that reflects the essence of ancient spirit and modern mind, honoring the wisdom of your past while building opportunities for future generations. Working alongside the Executive Council, Hatwiya, HGB, and staff, we're developing a framework plan that supports the long-term prosperity and sustainability of the Hahuthli. This 20 to 30-year vision will focus on priorities that will create a stronger nation and thriving economy, new housing, opportunities to celebrate your culture through four-season tourism, and the creation of good, well-paying jobs. The vision will also include plans to develop social infrastructure such as schools, healthcare facilities, community spaces, as well as other facilities that strengthen the nation, fosters healing, and sustains the connection to your territory. Our role as your partners is to bring these possibilities to life. By attracting the resources and investments needed, we aim to support this vision of ancient spirit and modern mind, a vision that ensures future generations of Uwait people thrive while remaining deeply connected to your lands and traditions. We're grateful for the trust that is placed in us and are committed to accomplishing extraordinary outcomes, which is the mantra of our company. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Christine Fang Denisov, a partner at Urban Strategies and a key member of the team helping develop this framework plan. Many of you may have met Christine and her colleague Cyrus during the engagement sessions held over the past year. Unfortunately, Cyrus could not be here today, but Christine will guide us through the next part of this presentation. Kleko.
Thanks, Ali. As mentioned, my name is Christine, and I'm so glad to have actually met so many of you through this great project. For those who I haven't met, a little bit about myself. My name is Christine, and I'm a designer and a planner, and I've been working for the past 15 years in this profession, and I'm passionate about working for communities to help realize their goals and ambitions and think about the physical design of places to evolve over time. For the past year, a team of urban designers and planners at my company called Urban Strategies, including Cyrus, who many of you have known, as well as planners and other designers, have had the privilege of being selected as Huu-ay-aht and Forum's consultant to help advance a framework plan for the Hahuthli. Just a little bit about Urban Strategies. We're a globally recognized firm that has done framework plans or master plans across the globe, across Canada, in Asia, in Europe, and we've also had the great privilege of working for many Indigenous groups, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations in Vancouver, and also for the Algonquins of Ontario in Ontario. So we are so privileged to be invited to work on Vancouver Island and to work with so many citizens. So I'm going to try my best to explain in the short 30 minutes a little bit about this process that we've undertaken for the past little while. So first of all, the framework plan is something that was identified in the strategic plan in 2024 and 2029. And really what this is, it's a physical master plan that helps think through how you're organizing and thinking about development over the entire Hahuthli. So in this map over here, all the yellow areas are the broad extent of this massive land. And this is a really smart thing to be doing for a number of reasons. The first is that it's really, as mentioned earlier, leveraging the land to support the diversification of the economy, to help draw tourism, housing, community, so many great things in terms of being good for the economy. But also, secondly, planning in advance, especially as the Banfield Main Road has been open now for a year. A lot of people are interested in returning back to community, and making sure that you're thinking one step ahead before development happens is a very important thing to make sure that what you're investing in is part of a bigger vision and something that achieves the goals of the citizens. So what is a framework plan? As I mentioned, sometimes this is called a master plan, but effectively, this is a physical organization of how you deal with land. It's basically comprised of different layers. So we think about things like land uses in very simple terms. This is thinking about how you organize and structure where are the best places for living and planning for housing. Thinking about the commercial or the retail spaces, the places where you are best for jobs, economy, industrial uses, and then also places for community. So where is the best place to put community centers or schools or the other kinds of needs for healing for the community? So that's the very first layer of thinking through how you organize that. The second is thinking about open spaces. This is the wonderful beaches, forests, natural areas that have the great opportunity to support tourism. So planning how that interacts with the land uses is the second layer that we deal with. And then how you connect all those things together. We call that the mobility layer. So the roads or the pathways or all the cycling trails that are involved to get people and connecting all those uses. So this framework plan is not about one single project, but it's about a big, zoomed out look and a holistic look to plan a lot of those things and make sure that all of those decisions are being happen, that we're having a plan that makes those decisions all happen in coordination. We've been working on this project for about 12 months. We started in January this year. As you can see on the bottom, this was divided into 4 phases of work. We started by listening, learning about the lands, learning about the history of the nation, visioning, really understanding, talking to a lot of citizens, and thinking through what the aspiration is for development over time. Then we explored options, and now we're in the final phase of developing the framework plan. And we're here today to describe really the process that we undertook, the vision, and then some of those early ideas. And we're still working on this project, and we're in the new year going to be bringing forward the framework plan to Executive Council for approval. But today our point here is to really share with you further information and give you a sense of the process that we've undertaken so far. So the visioning process has been extensive. We've had various sessions to learn about the extensive history of the lands. We talked to many different groups, including the Huu-ay-aht Government, Executive Council. We also talked to the group of businesses, Hatwia, Nananixu, and the Anakla Planning Committee. We had lots of big meetings like the ones that you see over there where we printed out the Hahuthli and really learned about the history and all the different stories tied to place. We also got to tour the lands and really see the territory with our eyes firsthand to really understand the opportunities and areas that needed to be explored. We've also, through the leadership of the Huu-ay-aht Government, there's been excellent leadership in terms of having really extensive public engagement. Over the past year, we've had 8 open houses, 3 virtual meetings, and in total we've engaged over 190 attendees. And we've been across Vancouver Island and in Vancouver, really to try and reach as many citizens as possible in person and also virtual. So it's been really extensive. One of the things that we learned through this process is we've really got to learn about the Hahuthli, its history, and also really learned about the past to really understand the history to inform the future. Some of the things that we learned was that there never really was just one place. We learned about how Chapis was the summer village, how Sarita was the traditional winter village. We learned about Kian as being the traditional capital village, but we also learned about special places like the Sarita River and its importance in terms of uniting the Huu-ay-aht people. We learned a lot about those things, just even think about how we would think about the physical organization of these spaces in the future. We also had the incredible opportunity to look at the beautiful array of places across the Hahuthli and really got to start to imagine how these could be used in the future to help support the economy. So through the engagement process, we heard 8 themes of aspirations for the future. There was a strong desire to plan for more housing, to support community facilities, places to help with healing of citizens. We learned about the desire to have spaces to learn about the culture of the Huu-ay-aht people. We learned about the desire to prioritize culture and ecotourism. Number 5, really important to support economy, but importantly spaces, businesses for HFN citizens. And then we also learned about the importance of needing to be able to move easily across the lands, not just rely on cars, but being able to walk or cycle or have other ways of moving around the lands. And then we also learned that, despite all this development, it's important to preserve natural areas. And finally, through all of the work, it's important to celebrate Huu-ay-aht culture and history. So through this process, through all of this, the first thing that we did was we crafted a mission statement here. And this mission statement is to envision a connected network of distinct, healthy, and sustainable coastal communities with a wide range of uses that support the needs and citizens of residents, celebrates Huu-ay-aht culture, and fosters a growing diversity of businesses and economies. And really fundamentally, the idea is that over time, the framework plan is intended to draw more citizens to want to come back and live on traditional territory. So that's the mission statement, but it's also kind of supplemented by 5 principles, which is about supporting a complete, prosperous, healthy, and healing Hahuthli, foster a diverse economy that unlocks the wealth of the lands, creates many welcoming destinations that showcase the lands and allows other people to come to the lands and create their own memories in the future, to better connect the lands, and then also to develop things in a way that is sustainable and resilient. So I don't have the time to walk through all the details, but what I've tried to do is highlight some of the big ideas in the framework plan that we were trying to articulate. And so I'll go through them one by one. I'll talk about Anakla, Banfield, and then the broader traditional territory. But right now,
Sorry, Christine. Keep the side conversations down a little bit, please. It's getting a bit noisy. Thanks, Christine.
Thanks, Angela. Okay, so a little bit about Anakla. This is an aerial of Anakla right now. As you guys know, there's Lower Anakla and Upper Anakla. That has been the focus of future development because Lower Anakla has been in the flood area and tsunami risk area. This is it right now, and when we went on the lands, we've heard a lot of things. Anakla is the heart of the Huu-ay-aht people, but there's a desire for more housing. There's a desire for more places to work and shop, and there's more desires to actually be able to connect between Lower and Upper Anakla. We also heard that there's a desire for a lot of other things. So this is an image of the future Anakla, and the main ideas here is the intention is for Anakla to actually grow not just as Lower Anakla and Upper Anakla, but actually additional sub-communities in the future. So we're imagining 4 in total. You can see Lower Anakla is continuing to be there. We are imagining that Upper Anakla continues to grow, mostly to have housing. But we're also planning for 2 other sub-communities, one on Banfield Main Road, which we've called the Village Center, which will be more of an area that has shops, tourism, community amenities, and a visitor center. We're also planning to the north of Banfield Main Road another residential community called Pachina Heights. So the first main idea is to really plan for the expansion of Anakla as many sub-communities that have places to live, work, and play together. The second idea is, as I mentioned, a commercial node. So in the fullness of time, what's imagined is places with a visitor center, retail, and other commercial uses that support the Anakla residents right close to where they live, so that you don't have to go all the way to Banfield to get your groceries or to go to the doctor, healthcare, that sort of thing. Other opportunities for a whole range of those kinds of things right in Anakla. The third idea is the idea of an expanded community node in and around the House of Huu-ay-aht and the government building. So you can see there's some orange buildings in there, and we are imagining more community uses clustered around already those 2 uses that help support the daily needs and healing and all the kind of social infrastructure that's needed for citizens. And then the fourth idea here is that over time, not in the next 5 years, but there will be many housing opportunities in a variety of forms and typologies that help and provide places for people to live over time. Another move that's planned in Anakla is actually also a pedestrian bridge that links Lower Anakla and Upper Anakla, so that those 2 communities that are the most established right now can actually connect across the Pachina River without having to get into the car and walk or go all the way around. So it's a bit hard to see on this screen, but that is an image of that. We're standing here at Pachina Bay and then looking up. So you can see Lower Anakla in the bottom, Upper Anakla evolving with all those uses in the future. You can see the pedestrian bridge connecting the 2. And then there's the range of commercial uses along Banfield Main Road, and then the housing higher up at Pachina. Shifting gears a little bit, we've also been thinking about Banfield. This is Banfield today, right now. As many of you know, Huu-ay-aht owns significant land in the Banfield area right now. The Rance Island, the Market, Hachas Inn, Upnit Lodge. There's lots of land there that needs to be planned for. And as you can see right now, while the market has been really great as a catalyst in recent years, the west side of Banfield has actually evolved with boardwalk, retail uses, and all these other kinds of things. And there's a great opportunity to also imagine the future of Banfield and how it can also evolve. So there's a couple of key ideas here. One of the biggest things that we're really excited about is the idea of a vibrant waterfront around Rance Island and around kind of the eastern shoreline. So really the idea here is to create a boardwalk with shops and restaurants and the potential for a marina to really kind of draw activity on the east side of Banfield as well. On Rance Island, there's the idea of incorporating a landmark hotel in the future, with the rest of the island being used for a Huu-ay-aht cultural interpretation park. Along Banfield Main Road by the market, there's the idea to have mixed-use Main Street uses, so shops and retail, community amenities, those kinds of things, and having that also have additional, growing the market uses so that there's more that can be offered in Banfield to those that live right now there. And then the fourth idea is the idea of having an expanded dock with additional moorage, ferry services that get expanded, and really kind of having a seaplane arrival in Banfield in the fullness of time so that people can come to Banfield area without having to rely on a car and get there by themselves by driving. And then the fifth idea, off on the edges, some of the other parcels of land, there's the grappler land, there's also the rest of the other parcels, but this is a great opportunity for housing opportunities in the future. So lots of ideas for Banfield to really accommodate the needs in the future. And so this is a rendering that we've put together that starts to imagine what the future of Banfield could be. So here we're standing kind of at Ostrom's, looking at Rance Island, so you can see the hotel, you can see the boardwalk and the waterfront uses, and then you can see the market out into the distance. So lots to imagine there. Zooming out even further, we have also been thinking about what we've called the coastal rim, effectively the area that connects from Banfield and Anakla around the bay. So there's a number of ideas here. There's first the idea of, from a cultural tourism perspective, there's lots of opportunities not right inside of Anakla and not right inside of Banfield, but just outside to be the focus of tourism. And we think that that's the right thing to do so that community and tourism can kind of coexist and support one another. But there's some key ideas here. The first is really expanding off of the success of the Pachina campgrounds. It's been a successful, really successful in terms of drawing tourism. And the first idea is really expanding the campground use with more campground sites, but also more amenities that make that a regional draw to the area for tourism. The second is creating a new tourism draw at Clutis by creating a new road to it and making that a really destination tourism kind of hotel with a wonderful outlook out to the ocean. So that is the other idea, to also have something that's just outside of Anakla, but that is drawing tourism business to the area. The third is to create another tourism node around 2nd Beach, one that's really integrated and eco-centric. And then the fourth idea is kind of really enhancing the park system that connects 2nd Beach to Clutis to Pachina Bay, and allowing all those other points of interest, whether it's Kiha Beach, Cape Bale, or Tapaltos Beach, actually be more accessible by more people, so that you have not just Pachina, Clutis, and 2nd Beach drawing folks, but also these other points of interest as being these secondary points of interest that make this a really interesting place to draw tourists. And the final idea is that through all of this work, the intention is to incorporate cultural interpretation so that at all of these points of interest, you're not just inviting tourists to come to the area, but you're also inviting people to learn about the Huu-ay-aht culture and the history. And then the final slides that I have are thinking about mobility and how you move around. Right now, to get to Pachina Bay area, you really do have to have a private automobile. And it's challenging moving around. We're always joking that this is a picture of us on our first trip, and it's so tricky to even get between Anakla and Bamfield. And we constantly got lost. So we're constantly thinking about, one, how do you move around in a way that's more comfortable and you don't have to rely on a car, but also how do you make it so it's intuitive so that people know how to move around once they kind of get there. So we've got a couple of new ideas at all different kinds of stages, but they're kind of located on here. The first is we are planning for new streets through the different territory areas. So one is we are planning that new street to Clutis. We are also thinking that each of the streets should be designed so that they're what we call complete streets, designed for people walking, people who can walk, cyclists, but also cars. So really balancing it so that it's safe for all those different users, not just the automobile. We are planning things like that pedestrian bridge between Lower and Upper Anakla, but we're also thinking about regional transit. So a community shuttle to help move around between Lower Anakla and Upper Anakla in the new areas and Bamfield, but also things like a regional bus or seaplane or other points of arrival so that you can get to the traditional territory without having to rely on a car. And so this is kind of the last image that I have here, but really we're so inspired and want to imagine the future. We really do think that there's this great opportunity to think holistically about the entire traditional territory and plan for all the aspirations of the citizens, to support community building, to make it such that the needs in the future are accommodated, but also plan for them such that the community can heal, thrive, and be successful in the future from an economic and also well-being perspective. So this is an image. We're standing in Upper Anakla. We're looking just southeast. And what we're imagining here is really some of those community uses that you can see off in the distance. This could be a school, this could be a healing center, and then you can see some of the housing out on the other area. And this is that road that is the future road that connects to Clutis. And we're really imagining a place that supports community interaction and also healthy movement. So that's sort of where we're at as a plan, as the team is kind of continuing to advance things. We are here today. We've got a booth in the back. We really would want to hear from those of you in terms of your ideas. The intention is to continue to refine the plan based on the feedback that we've heard so far, but also what we hear from you guys today. And as I mentioned, council will review and adopt it sometime in the new year. And I just want to clarify, the framework plan is the highest level of planning. Even though we're imagining all these things, a lot of work still needs to happen for any individual project that is to advance. This really is a land use, open space, and mobility vision to ensure that decisions and the organization of uses are coordinated. But there's way more study that needs to happen to determine exactly where the houses are going to be and exactly what they're going to look like. There's a lot more work to happen in terms of exactly what kind of community use is imagined in each of those places. But the intention with this is that there's the skeleton so that you understand how each of these projects fit with regard to one another, and that the whole framework has and accommodates all the needs of what we've heard so far. So all of that is to say is that there's going to be a lot more work required even after this framework planning process is complete. We're going to have to look at things like technical reviews. You know, we're going to have to look at infrastructure, servicing, all those kinds of things will need to support the framework plan. But this is the very first steps to make sure that there's a blueprint so that there's a cohesive vision. But we are very excited that we've come this far and want to kind of continue to build off of this work that we've done to date. So that's where we are right now. If you want to have any more information, there's a website and a Facebook page, and then also if you have any questions, you can always contact Piyush. His email address is there. So thank you so much, and we are happy to take any questions if anybody has them.
back or forward? Okay. Okay, so one thing I wanted to say is that this plan is mostly addressing the physicality of the location. It's providing the place as well as some of the tools that we would use to move forward in economic diversification. One thing that it doesn't really talk about is what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. There is more work to get there. One thing that was raised, I think, by Jackie Dennis about tourism. So we had a good conversation about making sure that we have a good tourism-based market study to have a good understanding of what that is going to entail and what will be required. In order to attract investment, we need to know and be able to demonstrate our understanding of the tourism industry and the appeal that our lands can have and do have, and all of the things in between. And so we don't just have to do that alone. When we embark on all of these studies that we've already talked about as a council with our partners in Forum, we're going to work with HGB, but we're also going to work with organizations such as Indigenous Tourism BC, who is actually, we have a good connection there through Jolene Dick, who's working in that organization. There's a Vancouver Island Tourism Association called, I believe it's called 4VI, like 4 Vancouver Island, as well as the work that we'll be doing probably very intensively through the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance and potentially accessing funds through the Island Coastal Economic Trust, where I am the vice chair. And so there's a lot of opportunities for us to access the resources we need to address the tourism concerns that our citizens may have. But we're already working on a lot of that now, and a lot of the work has already been done internally. It's really bringing it all together and actioning it. So hopefully that addresses a lot of what Jackie was worried about in regards to making sure that we have a good understanding of the industry and a good understanding of what it will take to do it right. And I think we have the framework to do that. And so I'd like to thank Christine as well as Ali, especially for his pronunciation, good job, on this presentation. This isn't the end. We're always looking for more input, especially back there where we can go into more detail. There will be more engagement as we move forward. But at some point, we'll start actioning this plan and start bringing investment into our territory and new partners to build new things. And that's really the point. The economic development aspect of this cannot be undersold. We got to do it right, though. And I think we have all the right pieces in place. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the group. I just want to circle back. Jackie, you were asking this morning about Indigenous tourism and had a question about that, and I thought this might be a good forum or a good portion of the agenda for you to have that conversation. Two mics going to.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just wanting to talk about, like, because Bamfield is going to, I missed this whole part as I was dealing with my stuff here, but Bamfield will be booming, and just putting everything into, anything that has to do with tourism, like under one umbrella, you know, so like all the accommodations that we have in Bamfield be transferred over to a tourism department so we can do something with the properties that we do have other than what they're sitting at right now.
So the partnership we have with Forum is partly doing that. So we'll be able to really address the concerns that you have. Maybe I shouldn't have been the one to move the... Robert? Oh, there we go.
He's got a mic going to him.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for the presentation. Greatly appreciated. You certainly provided a good vision that excites me, that I'd like to see moving forward. But just a reminder, I may have missed it because I had to do my elder thing and run to the bathroom. One of them is that when we acquired Rance Island, it was our intention that we would have the ability to have it become a treaty land if it became an economic advantage. And I think that's what we should look at. Is there an advantage to being that, or is it more of an advantage for it remaining fee simple? I know there's advantage both ways, The treaty land concept, though, gives us the economic advantages where as citizens, if we're working on treaty land, we get to be tax exempt. And so that's an important part, you know. I know that, Brad, you know, you fought long and hard to get us this tax exemption back. And I think we should start taking advantage of that so our people can benefit economically. And then the second comment I want to make, and again, I might have missed it, but you know, we need to create an epic center that is Hooayat, and it's going to introduce everybody to the whole area so that we can showcase a beautiful area that we have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Robert. So the item around Rance Island, you do identify some real opportunities and considerations there. Then that's why Rance Island is forming one of the, maybe not on that slide, but one of the central thoughts, thank you, Christine, around what we're going to do there. Because if it does remain TSL, and I think it should, we can benefit even more so from whatever happens in that area. So we have both a good mixture of both private land and treaty settlement land. We have a lot more private land in the Bamfield area, but what we do in our own territory matters as well. And so having the underlying lawmaking authority means that perhaps we can move faster on some of the things that we do in our own territory, but also having the fee simple lands means that we can also do things in a system that investors know more about. So it's just finding that balance, and that's very well taken. The second thing you had said was, can someone remind me? Oh, the community center, cultural center, visitor center? Was that it? Oh, yeah. So I think that might be something that Christine might be able to better handle. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. That is exactly what's being imagined. I'll go back a couple of slides, but that area that I called the Village Center up by Bamfield Main Road, the orange buildings there, a visitor center and other community uses are imagined there. So that's meant to be the landing point for tourism, and it's actually strategically located so that it's off of that road to Clutis, it's off of the road to Pachina. It actually is in the heart of where you could then go out to other destinations. Thank you.
You got 2 thumbs up on that one. Thank you for the questions. Any other questions, comments? If not, oh, sorry. Mom, I'm going to be in big trouble. I do this every year.
I just want to congratulate the team for the work that you've done so far. And, you know, certainly this is a huge, huge project for us to be working on. And my hope is that when things really get started, or even before, that our citizens become trained in the areas where there is going to be employment for them. Because for me, you know, I don't want to be building a huge, beautiful community and not have our citizens be involved in the work that is being carried out.
Thank you, Marge. So over a year ago, this was so what you bring up is having citizens involved along the way, especially in terms of getting trained for jobs and getting ready for jobs. That was in the presentation that Forum Asset Management gave to us in a way that no other competitor brought to the table. So it's something that was required at the very beginning. And we'll make sure that they do it, but at the same time, they're raring to go for it already. So I don't know, Ali, if you wanted to speak to that.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. The idea of creating good paying jobs and an economy that will sustain itself beyond just natural resources is at the heart of this exercise and plan. It is the most important thing for us to achieve collectively.
I would add government investment as well. We can't rely on either our own government or provincial or federal government too much. I took part in a panel at the beginning of the Vancouver Island Economic Association's conference in Nanaimo, and the point of that whole panel was that Vancouver Island over-relies on governmental spending and government investment, public sector investment, schools, hospitals, that sort of thing, in order to maintain the economy, and that's unsustainable. And so what we need to do, or do what we need to do to attract outside investment from the private sector, from organizations and individuals and funds that look at the economics, because we have to do the things that actually make a living rather than just transfer money around from one government to another. And so this is going to be generative in nature, and therefore is so much more important in a lot of ways. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing any other speakers, so join me in once again thanking the team for the great work that they've done and continue to do. Thank you so much.
Everyone, I'm really pleased to be here today to present HGB and talk about what's happened with HGB over the last few years and what we're doing to try to create economic opportunities. Our main business has always been forestry, and we're trying to diversify that. And I think we come to these presentations quite often, and we don't really give due explanation of things that we are actually doing out there, or it's in a slide or chart that's not really clear. So I think we'll be able to give a little more color to that today. So where are we today? The goal of HGB is to generate a financial return for the nation. It's started with a small investment of a couple $100,000, and we're pleased to say that over the past few years we've provided a total of $18.5 million back to the nation by way of stumpage and the success of the businesses. As you know, forestry has been our primary business, and throughout the province there's been a lot of challenges with forestry. It's used to be our pillar, and it's kind of subsided from that. So forestry's been one of the challenges, and then the other thing that we've been challenged by is kind of an aging asset base with some of our tourism businesses. Alas, there is lots of opportunity going forward, and we're starting to realize on some of that. So one of the things we like to explain too is the management team. It's a small group of people, and there's six or seven different businesses we operate. A good chunk of those don't really have staff or management, so we end up doing that ourselves. So if you see the chart there, within fisheries, gravel, lands, and forestry, that's the folks you're looking at right now. It's not a big group. We also do all the accounting, all the planning, and all the project management for those businesses. So talking about our core business, it's forestry. And if you look at the chart there, what we've done in forestry, and this applies across the province, we have been basically harvesting the trees and managing the forests, and that's where we try to get value. What we found is with changes in provincial regulation, with changes in the market overall, it's harder and harder to get that value out of the way we've been farming forestry. So we've had to look at what we say the vertical supply chain of forestry. So harvesting, value is really tough. Milling, you may get a little more value, but even that's a challenge these days if you see the number of mills that are shutting down. So finished goods, that's where we're seeing value in forestry. Hard to unlock, but that's where we see the value. So where are we headed with that in mind? So to unlock the forestry value chain, we've been looking to work with a mill, in particular, a large mill, and take the timber that we have access to and work with that mill to find that value. Now, there might be some value that comes out of that that would be successful, but even beyond that, we're looking at doing value-added products. This is a long journey, it takes time, but we plan to unlock what we have with fiber to develop a suite of value-added products so we aren't dependent on the commodity price of hemlock, but rather how much can we get for this value-added product and stabilize forestry? So it's a long evolution, but you take what you have today, you get away from having to harvest trees, you can reduce the amount of forest, and get more value out of the value-added process. The other business that we've had a lot of focus on is fisheries. We've traditionally been managers of the licenses, but there has been tenures that we've been used as leverage as well, and those tenures have helped us leverage into oysters as an aquaculture business. There's 3 stages to aquaculture, or for oysters. One is the first one on the left, that's oyster seed. And we've worked with Nova Harvest in Banfield to work on 2 of the 3 segments. Not the seed part, but the actual farming part. So it's taking the little oysters and getting them to a good size. And the most exciting thing we're doing is working on the next step, which is value-added product. And that's where you really see the margin come in and provide value for Hawaiian. Within lands, we have lots of plans. There's the 11 properties that were acquired a number of years back, and we're trying to find ways to unlock that. And we're really proud to be working alongside Forum to find the best ways to get that value. It's early days, but I really think that we're going to find ways to really rally that. You have an opportunity that's incredibly unique. We say it's like Tofino 30 years ago. And if we're deliberate and we do it right, we think that there's huge amounts of value that can come through that. Within the community already, I think on the left-hand side, you can see we were able to take just a fish farm and convert it into a dock that we had. So just things like moorage have tremendous upside value that we're seeing. Off of Rance Island, between Oshrooms, we have a application for a really large tenure to expand that. So there's little bits and pieces of work underway to accomplish those. With the road is a whole new element. I think I mentioned once that it's the catalyst to unlock the value that we see down in Banfield. So the hospitality businesses are starting to take a lot of our attention. Pachina Bay Campground, which is the first business the way it had, it's been phenomenal. It's credit to Sarah. It's been really been rising up as kind of a pillar. And we think camping is like a core that we can do it well, and everyone wants to come to the Houthly. So we see many more campgrounds over the next few years. So one of them that we're currently looking at is to develop around Sarita Lake. There's a couple spots that people already camp, and it's building another suite of sites on the south side. So that's, we've introduced this concept, and we're discussing it with the Lands Administration right now at HFN. Another area that we're looking at is Poet Nook. Where there was a cut blocks there a few years back, and we were able to kind of work with the engineer to preserve the peninsula so we could make a campground in the future. So we're now there. So that's another one that we think will come on the deck here next year. Lastly, we're looking at both an in-town campground that could be short-term, maybe for 10 years or so until we work with Forum on what that one pinnacle block could become. But we're looking at kind of a combination of camping that isn't just campsites, but it could be long-term. It could be more of a glamping as opposed to just camping. There's lots of opportunity there of a diversified product. And then there's always some ideas for additional campgrounds that we're all open ears to. Within hospitality, we continue to do upgrades to the Hutchess Inn and the other properties as well. We think that Kingfisher or the Upnet has some potential to actually redevelop the whole site. For several years, we've been working on getting a hotel built here in Port Alberni for something called the Turn Left strategy, kind of veering people away from going out to Tofino, but rather down to Banfield. That's getting very, very close. There's been lots of challenges with the regulation of land transfer, but we're almost there. The other element in hospitality, I think it was alluded to in the framework presentation, is some type of yurt resort at Second Beach. So that we think that would unlock a different type of product for people out there. Not to be missed, one of the things that we believe is going to have some good upside too is not just physical assets, but rather organizing events, whether it's weddings, music festivals, or we did the Dark Sky this past year. There's lots of potential to pull people down there. Dark Sky. There's the last kind of thing for events is there's already a number of events down in Banfield, and they aren't really marketed, so this is a chance to actually market them to pull people down for a few days. There's some discussions as well about Keehan to see if we can somehow play a role with that with the nation. So just as a collective view of the different things within hospitality, there's a lot of things we have on the go, and we think that there's lots of upside potential, and it's taking a good amount of resources on our part to advance it. So one of the things we've done this year to give you a more active view of these initiatives is we've put together a video. So we're going to throw this on for you so you can have a look at some of these businesses in action.
For thousands of years, the Ho'eat thrived in harmony with the land, drawing from its abundant resources. Our traditional ways, hunting, whaling, and fishing, shaped our identity and our economy. But it was not always this way. With colonization came disruption. Yet, we adapted. With an ancient spirit and a modern mind, we established our first ventures in forestry, fisheries, and hospitality. When we became a self-governing treaty nation in 2011, we founded the HFN Group of Businesses, also known as HGB.
So the motto for the Huu-ay First Nations is Ancient Spirit, Modern Mind. And the whole idea is that we're taking all of the lessons and values from the past and merging that with where we're at now in the modern era. HGB is at the core of that because we need to take what we know about the lands, what we know about who we are, and make that into a way for our people and our nation to make a living and move into the future in a good way.
A necessary component of growth in Banfield's infrastructure is aggregate supply. Established in 2012, HFN Gravel has been a cornerstone supporting development in our region from community trails to critical infrastructure. Recently, HFN Gravel played a significant role in Banfield's main road upgrade. The road completion has allowed the advancement of hospitality and tourism. The Pachina Bay Campground, Huu-ay's very first business, recently underwent its second upgrade since 2012, doubling the number of sites. Intending to expand up to 500 sites across our Hahoshi, we are proposing to build new campgrounds and expand to year-round operations by incorporating events like the Pachina Bay Music Festival that showcase our breathtaking location, local talent, and engaging community. We also have begun a journey into hotel accommodations, acquiring and upgrading the Hutchess Inn, Upnit Lodge, and Otwis Guest House. Further proposals for the future are underway, including a yurt resort at Second Beach and the replacement of Upnit Lodge with a new facility. Even outside the Hahoshi, HGB has shown leadership in the development of a new microtel in Port Alberni, the first new hotel since the 80s, and a partnership with the Shot and Hoopachuset First Nations. It will enable staff to gain skills to then support our operations in Banfield. Acquired in 2013, the market has provided many citizens with their first jobs, building confidence among the Huu-ay. With the addition of covered, outdoor seating, the market and cafe have become a hub for locals and visitors alike. True to Huu-ay tradition, HGB is revitalizing our fisheries in a modern way. While continuing to manage fishing licenses, we have established many sustainable partnerships, such as our joint ownership of Nuchano Seafood Development LP and St. Jean's Cannery.
Economic development is going to happen in Bamfield. I mean, I never thought I'd see it in my life, having been born there and raised there and being a leader of our nation, seeing some of the businesses that we drove by and said, one day we'll own the Kingfisher, we'll own the hotel, we'll own the store and restaurant. Well, those days are here now.
Locally, we have established a partnership with Nova Harvest that employs cutting-edge technology, allowing us to operate an ecologically sustainable oyster farm.
Going to Dixon Island, so that's where the farm is located. Shellfish aquaculture is something that we believe can create a very strong future for an ocean-based economy and provide excellent career-oriented jobs for the local area.
Additionally, we are increasing our participation by expanding into the value-added market using a state-of-the-art high-pressure processing machine. Land ownership has been essential for our progress. When 11 properties went up for sale in 2016, we seized the opportunity to reclaim our autonomy. In 2022, we added an additional 5-acre parcel. We are proud to share that HFN Lands is now one of the most significant landowners in Bamfield, primed for development. We've worked diligently with HFN through the framework plan to establish a long-term vision including future housing developments and new business ideas.
We really have to start looking at creating a second pipeline of financial return rather than always looking to the government, and I think we're in the right direction as far as that goes.
Forestry has always been a commercial pillar for our nation, but we now face challenges in this evolving industry. To adapt, we have embraced commercial strategies consistent with our sacred principle of ESOC, greater respect. This includes new commercial partnerships and the acquisition of timber tiles in 2023, which allows us to unlock significantly greater value from our tenures.
I see a very bright future for Hoyt Group businesses. It's evolving and diversifying, which is critical. And the more Hoyt diversifies, it creates more economic return to Hoyt and then more training and employment opportunities as well.
The establishment of HGB marked the beginning of our journey to build a diversified set of businesses to generate wealth and support our financial independence. What began as a small camping venture has transformed into a commercial leader. HGB businesses now have customers on international stages, and with the foundation built, our businesses are poised to flourish. Our journey has been challenging, but it is one of resilience, adaptation, and hope. Let the Huu-ay Nation, the people, our culture, and our land guide us with strength and excitement into the years to come. We are just getting started.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your presentation. What a great film. Thank you very much. Sarah, get a mic coming to you. In the back, microphone in the back, please, to Sarah. Middle in the back. Yeah. Okay. We're coming.
Check.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I lease the pub and restaurant off of the Hoya group of businesses, and I think it's really fantastic, all the different businesses and stuff that are available, like the campground is expanding, they're doing really good. I think it's fantastic that they're doing so good. I wanted to kind of touch on, because I think this is our people's issues, because it is the Hoya group of business, but I think that we need to somehow come together as a group, and I'm willing to be part of the group of business, to be able to work on the motel. I run the pub, and numerous times I've had customers come in and complain that they can't get into a room, the room is still filthy, the sheets are all done, but they're on a couch and nobody's made up their room, and I cannot get a hold of any of the managers that are on the door to say to reach them. I actually have to call Patrick, and Patrick has learned how to make reservations or get people their codes and stuff like that. And if we're a group, and I know that I'm not part of the group of business, but I do lease off you, I'm willing in any way to help, any way that I can, to make sure that these people get in the room, besides calling Patrick all the time. I find it really hard that I had an old couple stuck out there at nighttime, and they had nowhere to go. I have my house full of people, so I can't put them up in my room. And I just worry about these people driving on the road this late at night with the rain pours and stuff like that. And now the season is ending, but people are still staying there. They need a place to stay. They need to make sure that they're able to get in. And I just want to make sure that there's a way that we can all help, and especially the pub, because they come upstairs and yell and scream at us and give us heck. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of them being mad at me. What I'm afraid of is them having to travel in the middle of the night. And I mean, I even had a lady there with a handicapped boy, and she had nowhere to put him. She couldn't bring him up to the pub or anything like that. And people have asked me if they can stay in the pub at night because they have nowhere to go. And I really want to be able to help profit the motel, just like the store's profiting and the campground's profiting. And now this is my third year running the motel, sorry, not the motel, the Banfield Pub and Restaurant. If there is some way or somebody secure enough to be hired in that position, I think that would profit the motel like we need it to be profiting. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. I think you and I have spoken many times, late in the evenings, trying to sort through this. I hear you. We do have some things in the works that will solve a lot of those issues, but I'm sure that there's still some components that you and I can talk through to try to get that solution. Okay?
Thank you. I've got Jackie and Luella, Marty.
Hi guys. I was just wondering, to help alleviate you guys, why not lease out all three of those accommodation properties out to citizens that can, Yeah. I think it would be good to give some of our other citizens a chance to, because I know that, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I was going to.
Just to address that, Jackie, we have considered leasing out some of the properties at some points in time. In this particular case, what I'm willing to do in this occasion, I still think we can figure out a way that gets it to work for everyone. Just, that's my belief. But I am happy to go to my board and kind of look at that as an opportunity. It's part of the framework plan overall at this stage to see how we can revitalize this property. It would probably take there's a debate of how much capital has to go in or not to get the property where we want to get it to. So happy to put that on the deck for the board this year is something to consider. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Patrick. Luella, over here. Microphone over here. And then Marty after that. Put your hand up, Luella. Thank you. Oh, coming behind you there.
Hello. All right. Thank you. I have had the opportunity to manage the motel. I was there for 1 year. I brought my family, my daughter. We all have extensive background in hospitality. I know in hospitality how much revenue that you are able to make. We made revenue when we were there. And in an investigation report, it was said that there was upgrade money that was done as well. I have been on the Homelands for almost 3 years now. I have watched many, many customers being turned away at the motel and the gas station. I worked so hard there, and my family has had to suffer. And I can't understand how come our resources don't go to our people. How come we don't get education? My children have struggled with their education. I have struggled with my education. Prior to treaty, I remember somebody sitting in my home telling us about how we were going to get an education, but still we are struggling, and it affects us mentally. We're trying to undo the damage from residential school, and we would like to work with you guys instead of being shunned away. We did an HR investigation report, and that didn't get reaching the council. You wonder why our people are suffering. Because nobody's working together and everybody's putting blame on each other. And it's wrong because we suffer, our children suffer, my grandchildren suffer, all of our grandchildren suffer. And I feel like if we actually work together, Chief and Council, the administration department, and the group of businesses, that we will get further. Thank you.
Thank you, Luella, for the comments. Marty?
Yes, I have a question to Patrick. I was wondering why you don't run the gravel like a proper...
Can you hold your mic a bit closer? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I just wonder why you don't run the LP gravel like a business. Like you've never ran it. The 7 years I've been out there, you've never ran it like a business. I just want to know why.
I believe we have run it as a business. If you look at the contributions to the road, well, we don't have the same model that you would have in looking at it. We have had a large amount of success in that business supporting the nation in the construction of the road. The other thing that is absolutely pertinent that you bring forward is the amount of work that comes down through the community can be really high or really low. So we don't have a full-time staff there. The one thing that's happened in the last few years is we've been talking to the nation about how we can kind of unlock that and find the right model, and we aren't there yet. So at this stage, the goal is to continue those discussions. I know you're in the pit right now. I'm not really supportive of that, quite frankly, because I don't think it's appropriate. But the nation says it's under their letter of occupation. So we need to resolve that before we can actually get going on a full business model.
Yes, so when you say that you support the nation, actually what you do is you charge the nation lots of money for the gravel, and it comes out of our budgets for our housing, our sports field, and we give you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nookamus Road was some $370,000 we gave you. The sewer pump station was some $500,000 we gave you that the nation paid. The housing is, sorry?
Thank you for the questions, Marty. I think that your points are being taken. This isn't the place to talk about that level of detail. Appreciate that. But
what we're talking about
is
working together.
Thank you. I'd like to think that you've had an opportunity to get your point across. We had a partial response from the Chief Councillor.
So just on the gravel model, like the business model for gravel, I would like to remind everyone that when we had Kevin Gordon from Parsons come in and give an update on the road project, we saved a significant amount of money in working with HGB on gravel specifically, to the tune of 30% savings. That is fact. So there is value in regards to what we're doing and how we're doing it. I
I would defer to management and the board on how gravel is being worked about. We're talking about a lot of management and operational issues, which isn't really the purview of the government, and that's something that needs to be kind of well understood, I think. So before we keep going about operational issues, we do have processes to address those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Jackie in the back, and then back to Sarah. Just one moment. Our rules, we've got one other speaker up here I keep missing, Marge. So our rules are going back to new speakers first. So Marge, Jackie, Sarah.
I just want to share my experience at the motel. Prior to Luella taking over the management, I spent 4 nights at the motel. And I was really disappointed in that it wasn't run like so professionally, but I let that go. And then I went back. Luella was the manager, and I've got to stick up for her because I've had experience in that motel on 2 or 3 occasions. And when I went back there and Luella was managing, the place changed. I walked in the room and I thought, oh my goodness, this is really, really great. And so I shared that with her, and she also took me around and told me what changes she wanted to make, and how much improvement that she wanted. And so I was excited about that. I thought that was great. And lo and behold, we have an assembly that and I don't know how her motion was, attended to, but I think if I was in a position to figure out, what went wrong, what does this motion tell me, rather than learning that she was gone. So anyway, that's history now. But I did go back there after COVID, I think it was, yeah. And I was totally disappointed. I was really disappointed in what I've seen, and it wasn't what I want to. It wasn't what I wanted as somebody that frequently goes traveling and staying in hotels and that. I mean, I expect when I come home that if I'm at the motel, I want it to be in a good condition and well managed. And apart from that, Patrick, I'd like to know, has the HGB ever thought about partnering with like a big motel or hotel company so that our motel would look a little more professional? Thank you.
I have 3 comments. I absolutely agree that the hotel is not where people want it to be, and nor is it where I want it to be. We understand the challenges, and we're trying to address them. And I know it's not fast, it's not what people want, but we're going to get there. 2, with regard to partnering, we are currently partnering with a large hotel group with the Microtel here in town. And the second yes on the partnering is the people with the framework plan with Forum. Forum actually has a ton of hotel experience. So in this process, we see that there's a number of avenues to take what we have as an asset and get it to where we want to get it to. Again, to credit to Jackie, that maybe it ends up being a lease, but we're going to look at all the opportunities, because I don't think anyone in this room is happy where the hotel is. It's the lightning rod. I stand up here for the 3rd year now, and people come at me. And trust me, I've tried everything. Now, I'm going to get there. I can assure you, as I stand here today, next year will be a different year at the hotel. Okay?
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, I think that the team is hearing you here. We're not here to deal with real operational issues, so if you have a question about the group of businesses, I encourage you to focus on that and appreciate that the team here has got their ears open to concerns that people have as well. So Jackie and then Sarah.
I just wanted to say when Luella was at the motel, we never had any of these issues of people looking for rooms. We never had an issue of the rooms not being cleaned or anything. She was right there on site 24/7. And now we got the manager who's barely even there doing the same thing that we could have been doing when we were there. Because we worked really hard on getting these quotes for the room renovations. And then to see it take this long, it's been almost 2 years for just a basic flooring and painting renovation. That were the quotes that we had. It would have taken 3 rooms in a week. We could have had the whole hotel done in 2 months. But instead, Luella gets fired and I end up resigning. It's just, I hope something can get changed soon. I really do, because I really do miss, honestly, I miss working at the motel. I miss doing that kind of work. I wish I didn't have to leave, because I did take pride in my job.
Thank you for your comments, Jackie. Sarah?
Hi. I'm kind of worried to say this because I don't want to get let go of my lease. I don't want to get relieved. I don't know why when it's, and I don't want to insult anybody, but when it is a mamashne, they're kept on, even when they do bad. But our people get let go. And with the people that we have working there now, I know that 100 complaints have gone to HGB about these people not responding to calls, not responding to being. I never, ever, ever see the workers there, ever. And I see the maids running around getting hecked because they can't get into a room. They can't get people into a room. I just want the motel to do good because I work beside it. That's all.
Thank you, Sarah. Your concerns are heard, and we can't speak about any kind of personnel issues in this forum. That's just not appropriate for anyone, so thank you. Thank you for your concerns, though, Sarah. They are heard. Jack, and then Marty.
Thank you. I guess I'm going a little different direction here. So just a suggestion, and it was made a number of years ago, was to look into Putnuk as a possibility. The organization that is running the campground there, their lease was coming up, and I'm guessing it's probably renewed again, but to keep an eye on that so that Hawaiian can take over Portnook, because we got part of that as our traditional territory. So that's a suggestion, to keep an eye on it, and as a possible expansion for Hawaiian. True.
Thank you, Jack. Marty?
Yes, I just wondered if you could tell us the profits of the store and the hotel and the businesses. You never touched on those. What was the profits this year of our businesses, and what did they bring in? And the second part of the question is, how many Hawaiian people do you have working for you? I know, like you said, you don't want me working for you, and I'm one of the largest contractors out there. We haven't spoken in years, Patrick, on business.
Thank you for the question. Teresa?
Yeah. Marty, the overall financial performance of the group of businesses is actually included in the nation's financial statements, which I think were circulated to citizens about 3 or 4 weeks ago. You'll find the detail in the notes. Our year end is December 31st, and we're mid-November, so unfortunately I don't have the numbers top of mind. Pardon me? The 2023 financial results are what's included in the nation's financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2024.
We can't hear you, Marty. Your questions were about financials, and they are included in the packages for the nation. They're rolled into the nation's financial statements, and they are included in your package. Okay, we've got Robert and then Martha.
I want to speak a little differently than speakers here. There's a couple young women here, Martha and Sarah. We had the proud privilege of taking them in when they were in high school, and we're glad to see them working for HGB. Give them a big hand, you guys, because they're doing things for us. And not only is it Martha and Sarah, there's other people in our organization in HGB that are working their butts off to help us to have wealth and do well. And you know, that's what I want to focus on. But I don't want to dismiss any concerns that come up. We have to find a way of how we can deal with it. And that's what Larry and I were talking about. What can we start to do to make this work? Because when we come together, that'll be a really big step. And then when we come together, and it's really hard to stay together. But the third thing is if we come together, work together, make things happen, we will do well. So let's commit to that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to put into perspective, we had the nation's financial statements presented to us, and there was, with statements, and we're talking millions of dollars, and not one question. You know, the businesses get wrapped into the nation's audit, along with all of our other special investment bodies, all these other ventures, and there was not one question about it. You know, I would make a recommendation, give a bit more time to allow for questions for the audit. I had pages and lots of questions, you know. You're wanting to know about a specific business and profit when I work in finance. I want to know why the heck did the nation go $2.1 million over budget in one department? Why is that? And why isn't nobody asking those questions? You know, really look into the statements and ask questions. I just wanted to make that comment.
Martha, thank you for the comments, and I heard you in terms of giving more time to ask questions. My apologies if I did not do that. I'll make note of it and do better next time. Thank you, and my apologies. Larry?
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about, earlier we heard the financials from the nation, and that, you know, a very large portion of it comes from the government. You know, we knew that when we went into treaty negotiations. Our goal was to get the tools and treaties so we could become self-reliant, so that our group of businesses will start to fund our government. And, you know, we need to get behind our group of businesses, you guys. We need to support them, because that's who's going to be paying the bills in the future. You know, we're talking about unlocking the wealth of our land. We haven't done that. The government has to actually make the application process so entrepreneurs can do access to the land, so you can start up your own entrepreneurial businesses. The government will take on big roles and big projects, but you know, in the hospitality industry, there is so much opportunity for individual entrepreneurs. You could, you know, there's unlocking the wealth of the land, but also selling our cultural identity. Do what they do in Mexico. Do what they do in the South Pacific. Start cooking traditional foods on our lands, selling that to the tourists. You know, we need to start getting behind and celebrating the successes that our group of businesses are doing. Don't just focus on things that are, it's easy to point the bad things. It's easy to point your finger. But think about our culture. Our culture talks about Esau. Are we being Esau? Are we being respectful to one another when you're asking your questions in a mad tone? That's not Huu-ay-aht way. So, you know, I hope that we can change the way we do business here. Instead of talking about administrative, operational things, hold the government to account. Support our businesses and the successes. Look at the campground. We should be celebrating the fact that we have added campground spaces and we're making more money than we ever did in tourism. So there's a lot, with the road being paved now, that should be the green light for everybody. We should be lining up to the nation to get those $5,000 entrepreneurial grants that can help us go to NEDC to start your own businesses. We've got Me Too coming. People can get their own boats. You could become fish buyers. There's all kinds of opportunity, you guys. Let's quit grabbing at the small little things that we see. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to point out issues. Let's look for the solutions. Let's work together, collaborate. Hishuktawa, come together, you guys, in a good way so we look after it for the future. Chew.
Danny, is that Danny? You in the back? Thank you.
Hi. One of Marty's questions was unanswered, and that is, how many Huu-ay-aht sit-ins do you guys currently have employed?
Oh, how many?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can commit to get it to you if you like, once I'm back at my desk on my computer. I just don't have those numbers in front of me at this moment. Sarah's just looking it up. It's in our quarterly report. Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah's looking up a number here.
So year to date in 2024, this is to the end of September, we've had a total of 36 citizens that have worked for us. Keeping in mind we're a seasonal operation and we're at the end of our season, so we're down to kind of skeleton staff. I think we're about 50% Huu-ay-aht. But again, I don't have current numbers in front of me, so I'd have to get back to people with that. Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks for the question, Danny. Hinatinius.
Chu, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to take this opportunity to address the Assembly. I will use myself for an example while I share this with you. I don't think it is okay to discriminate against people, especially on things that they cannot change. I did not choose where I was born. I did not choose what skin I walk in. And I support hiring Huu-ay-aht citizens. I do not support against discriminating against our staff on things that they cannot change. It is not respectful. It is a human right. And I think that we need to sit with that for a moment. If that makes you uncomfortable, marinate in that for a minute. Because we need to do some unpacking of some really harmful ideas about how we discriminate against people. Chew.
Sylvia, and then Sarah. Just Sarah pointing out this is your third time at the microphone.
Thank you. I would like
I'm
to...
sorry, Melanie, and then Sarah. No, sorry, Sylvia, Melanie, Sarah.
Thank you. I would like to know if, if the group of business are training First Nations people to be doing what you're doing in your office, promoting tourism and teaching our young people to be able to do work in a community. Because sometimes I go down to the beach, I don't see First Nations people working out there. I see other people working there. And I said, why are you working here? And they said, I'm with a group of business. I said, I see, okay, that's good.
So I'm going to say this as clearly as I can. The reason we set up the Hoyt group of businesses the way we did is because it's at arm's length from the nation, because we were worried about political interference for nepotistic reasons when it came to who was hired, how things were managed, and who was fired. We have been through this already, and we've looked into this. We have people who have been looking into this over the past years, and while it may seem as though there is discrimination, the only discrimination that we ever see tends to be Indigenous people against white people. That's what I'm seeing here today. So, that's what I'm seeing. That's the conversation, and that's what's being implied. That's what I'm seeing. I'm sorry. People are hired based on their qualifications. People are managed based on their performance. And people are fired based on their behavior. That's what's happening. That's what we see. So if it doesn't, just because the numbers don't look the right way, understand that the way that management works is they manage based on performance, and they manage and they fire based on behavior. That's a whole issue we don't talk about because it's supposed to be a private operational matter. This is not an avenue for revenge. This is an avenue for policy and doing what Robert was talking about. Where's Larry? Larry is, okay. What Larry was challenging us to do. So believe us when we say this. Things have been conducted in a way that is not against policy. We've looked into it. What we have been not talking about are how people end up losing their jobs. There are real reasons, but they're private. We don't go into them. We can't. So stop airing dirty laundry about these kind of matters. If we want to talk about policy, if we want to talk about what we invest in, if we want to talk about whether or not we're getting enough return on those investments, I'm there for that. That's exactly what Robert and Larry have been calling for, and Sarah, and everybody. I'm more than willing to hold Evan, the board, and Patrick accountable on those bases alone. Everything else, unless there's been some sort of legal action, which there hasn't, is above board. Please, let's move forward with what matters at this level and ensure that things are handled at the appropriate avenue when it comes to who gets fired or what's happening, because this is continually happening. I'm frustrated with the quality of the conversation that we've had in regards to this. I'm frustrated with the lack of being able to move on, because what I want to do is focus on building community, building an economy, and we're just holding ourselves back here. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I feel like, as speaker, that should have been my role, but I appreciate, John, that you stood up and exercised your voice and shared that. I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads when we're hearing those kind of things. We started off by saying we're not here to talk about personalities. I've watched this happen now for 3 or 4 years at our assemblies, and I really share that sentiment that it has to stop. These are human beings and friends and people who are dedicating their lives. One of our staff had to walk out because of the hurt that they're feeling, and that's not what we're here for. We've all been hurt in different ways, and all we're asking is that we be respectful. I'm going to stop this conversation. Melanie has not spoken, and if you can assure me that you're not going to speak about an operational matter, I'll allow you the final question.
I have more of a comment, and it's Hue has so much potential for starting small, minor businesses and growing them into being expanded to serving the community. I know when I go down to the beach here, I'd really like to see a food truck so that I could order something from there. And if you could just see one of you citizens that are living up there right now to start looking towards that dream and putting something like research it. Go grab a food truck, go grab a hot dog stand, or research what you can do within the community. There's so much potential. Like, you could be making soil up there for, like, that's what I would do. But there's so much more potential down there than, like, I'm hearing in here. If we want to work together as a group, we have to put our faithful foot forward and start working together instead of against each other. As a community down there, it's not only down there, because it branches out to other cities, to where we live. And we have to want to go back up there. We have to work together as a team to build skill, to go and get educated, to get those jobs, and work together. And we all bleed red. And I think that we have to just look at our youth too. Start them on starting their little businesses. Have a food truck. Yeah, have it up there in the summertime. Bring it down into town and use it there. Like, there's so many different little things you could be doing up there. And there are small little places there that have their established little stores and whatnot. But there's so much more potential that that community can give to serve people who are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. We're going to close off this conversation now, and I want everybody to keep the good things that we've heard in our hearts. I want us to think about going forward in a good way. I want us to recognize that there's people who we still have issues. We still have a lot of work that needs to be done, and this happens every year. And please, let's take that advice from our elders, from those who have spoken up about working together, and also about those who have offered solutions about making things better. I'm going to allow Sarah the mic.
I want to apologize. My name is Sarah Dennis. I'm white, and I'm Native. I didn't mean any, absolutely no insults to that effect. Honest to God, I love you. I love working with you. I love being around you. And I want to apologize to you guys because there was nothing in my heart that was saying it in a negative way. But I guess when I spoke it, it came out negative. And I can't leave without apologizing. And I really didn't mean to hurt you guys at all. And anybody else who took offense to this, I'm a half-breed. Please forgive me for what I said.
Thank you, Sarah. And I just want to say that, Sarah, I don't think that was geared just towards you. I think it's a trend that we tend to hear sometimes. So I think it's good that we're all aware. Thank you very much for coming up and making that statement. Okay, we can do this. I said at the beginning of the day we'll have difficulties, we'll have difficult conversations. That's part of us growing. But I really encourage us to remember we are Ho'eit strong. We are Ho'eit strong. We're a family. Please always remember that, and please keep that in your hearts. We came here in a good way. We came here to be with family, and let's do that. Let's remember that we can have differences. Let's put them aside. Let's keep doing better. The work that we're doing is not easy. We said that when we got into treaty. We're rebuilding our nation, and we need to do that together and work together. So thank you all. Okay, we're getting to our final presentation. James Delorme has been hanging around pretty patiently, waiting to make a presentation. Just so you know, you're standing between the crowd and supper. No pressure. Oh, to remind folks, the youth or children are going to be back at 5 o'clock. So if you have, your children have been out on activities, please make sure that you're meeting them in the front at 5 o'clock, bringing them in and getting them ready for this evening's festivities and good times. So thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for sticking around. I want to introduce Salish Elements. They're here to give us an update on the work that they've been doing with Ho'eit in regards to sustainable energy, green energy, and other opportunities. Primarily, it's been around hydrogen. Hopefully you've heard about this in the news several years ago and into recently. Hydrogen is a new opportunity in which we can convert some sustainable energy production into something that can be stored and traded, which is very important. Although Salish Elements is not just restricted to hydrogen, so I don't want to pigeonhole him, but I'd really like to introduce someone who is also a Detroit Red Wings fan, for good or ill. Please welcome James Delorme, and I'm sorry, I forget your friend's name, your partner's friend.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, don't hold it against me because I'm a Red Wings fan, folks. My cousin is actually a scout for the Vancouver Canucks, so that gives me a little bit of credence, hopefully. His name is Ron Delorme. He used to play back in the 80s. My name is James Delorme. I'm a member of Klahoose First Nation, and I'm going to start off with a little bit of protocol because that's how I was taught. And so, Emot Samsquagan, Kochu Kapi Nishtes Geje. So that was in Ijutham, and what I said was, I feel good, da 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 da. It was actually, that's what that is, that translation. But I also said, I come from this place, and we are all related. And as Indigenous people, we are all related. We are connected to the lands, we are connected to the people, we are connected to our elders, we are connected to our language and our voice. That is who we are as Indigenous people. And these are the teachings that I hold and I have in my heart wherever I go. Glad to be here in these territories. Want to respect the Tishat territory that we're on here today. And also Hapechaset, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I also want to greatly appreciate the Hatwia, the council, Hanatania sitting in front of me right now. Nothing but respect for this young lady. I want to thank Chief and Council for all the work that they do. At Klahoose, we call it a Hagoose, and that's a traditional name for the leader. So I want to specifically thank Hagoose here, John, and also the Executive Council, all the work they do. A huge thank you also to your Executive Director. Karen has been nothing but exceptional leader for the Ho'eit people. Those things are protocols. Those things are important to me. But today we're here in the People's Assembly of the Ho'eit First Nation. And what does that mean? It's the People's Assembly. It's you folks right here. Thank you for sticking it out today. Big hand of applause, everybody. Some noise. We all have tough times. But we're here together, we're having this discussion, and we will continue to do the work that we do. So I'm a former Hagoose. I was a Hagoose of Klahoose. I was a chief there for 6 years. And one of the biggest things that I loved to work on was clean energy. So we did 2 run-of-river hydro projects in the Klahoose territory. But I'll be remiss on my protocol if I didn't mention where my family come from, truly. So my dad is from Treaty 4 territory with Cowessess First Nation. My mom's side, they're Scottish and Icelandic, so I'm an Indigenous Viking. Oh, got a few laughs on that one. But today we're going to talk about hydrogen. Hydrogen's exciting to me from somebody who is centric where I came from with clean energy. It's what I am, it's what I do, it's what I believe in. It's the future, in my opinion, for all First Nations, for all Indigenous people, to be at that lead, to be the ones doing that clean energy, to be the ones profiting from that just transition into that energy source, which Chief John was mentioning. So we'll get into the slide deck. Oh, it's okay, gotcha. So in the slide deck, we'll do some introductions, and I definitely want to introduce this young man standing beside me, because really it was his vision with the, as the founder, Omar Kassam. Just trying to, technology. And I know that Angela mentioned, and I want to recognize also Angela for her work today. Thank you. A lot of respect for Angela and the works that she does. Am I supposed to be pointing somewhere? Do you know? Oh, that's it. Okay, I got it. Next slide, folks. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Save me. There we go. Salish elements. So we're going to quickly go through some of these because I don't want to keep you from the food. It's really important. You got what we call emot ethin. It was good food at lunchtime. Unbelievable. So this is the founders. And I'm going to let Omar introduce himself because that's more important, that he represents himself with you in this public forum. But I also want to talk about Ruben George, who's not here today. And part of the founders that created this was that vision of a clean energy, a just transition into a new energy that's fresh and new, that we're all getting used to. What does that mean for us as Indigenous people, First Nations people? So the story with Ruben is that he's always been the leading edge. He's been very much against oil and gas development. He's from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Maybe you're related to some of them. He's been a voice for making sure that his people, Indigenous people, are not burdened by what we have inherited from that colonialism. He's got a lot of strength and a stronghold on making sure that vision is embedded and important, and that is part of the Salish elements, the way of doing things. So if you get a chance, I think that there's some information that we have at the back if you want to take a look at more of this closely, but in partnership with Ruben was Omar. So they're the founders of this company. I'm the VP of Community Development, a good talker, that is. Next slide. So this is our leadership team, and you'll see me right in the middle there. But you see our founders, Omar and Ruben. But you also see Deanna, she's at the back. She's our communications director. And you also see Rory. And Rory's a key piece because he was somebody who invested, the original investor in the company that said, this is important to change that narrative on where oil and gas are taking us. We have to try a different way of doing things. And so he was our first investor that actually brought money into the company, allowed us to do what we're doing today. Next slide, please. So these are some of our partners. I won't go into it, but I just take your eyes down to the right lower hand side and you see a First Nation, and that's Hotlip First Nation. Hotlip are an important partnership with us because they'll be our first partners that are going to help produce hydrogen energy. That's key. We're a First Nations company. We're an Indigenous company. But we want to work with Indigenous communities so they become profitable. So there's an ownership structure that we have with that partner where they're the majority owners because we want them to profit, and I know you've heard that before, but by them profiting, it helps us, it helps get that just transition into reality. Next slide, please. So there's some key pieces on the methodology and our way of doing things. So important to remember, we always care about the climate, how the climate is affecting us in a sometimes not so good way. Economic benefits to communities. I talked a little bit about that. You've heard this before. But the key piece is environment. Are we doing harm? Are we going to do more harm by doing that extraction of what we're proposing? And by the way, any extraction might be water, it might be on the land, and it's a process to create that hydrogen energy. Next slide, please. So here's some 4 key tenets that are really important to us, and I want to put a little bit of a connotation, a little connection to what I know of the Hawaii people, and that's the sacred principles. I'll give you a little inside info. I actually worked for Hawaii for about 8 months as a senior treaty advisor, and I really appreciated that. I'm vested in Hawaii. What that means is I care about the community. We're here because we care about the community. So the sacred principles are exactly what we try to follow, but in our own way, in Coast Salish traditions. Truth,
James?
family, health, and culture. So
James,
I
just one
spoke
moment,
my
please.
language.
Sorry, just one moment. Can I ask people to just keep the noise level down a little bit? I realize and appreciate your patience. And James, if I can just sort of put you on a little bit of a tighter time frame, that would be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Angela. Okay, so we're going to transition to Omar, and hopefully we don't keep going too long. But what I'd like to say, though, is afterwards we can talk about hydrogen. We can have a lot of more information on hydrogen. John? Did you? No. Okay. Please, everybody. Omar Kassem.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Omar Kassem. I am the CEO of Salish Elements, and my ancestry is actually from Egypt. So I'm indigenous, but to Egypt in a different part of the world. And I just wanted to thank you all for welcoming me here today as a visitor. It's really honestly, it's really cool to see a very engaged group of citizens in their community. We've been to a few communities already, but this is definitely like the most participation and involvement I've seen in a really long time. So kudos to you, and also kudos to the leadership for having that space and creating that environment where that participation can happen. It is actually rare, and I think if more communities do this, we can actually have a better place in better governments. So kudos to all of you, and thank you for that. My background is I'm an engineer. I've been in the energy, I'm a professional engineer, and I've been in the energy industry for over 8 years. And I started off in oil and gas and hydro, and then I actually worked for Fortis BC for 5 years, and I started their hydrogen portfolio with my boss. So we were kind of the founding members of that team. And then what I realized was, the big corporations, they were going to develop green energy the same way they developed fossil fuels, which was over extraction and kind of that big corporate approach, but with a green label on it. And it wasn't really going to solve any of the problems or the climate issue. It was just going to recreate the same issues or new issues, but with the green label. Because the climate crisis and the climate issue is not just about a carbon molecule. Scientists look at it that way, but really it's a socioeconomic issue as well, and it's quite complex, and has to do with the over-extraction of resources, not for the benefit of the people, but for the benefit of a big corporation. A big corporation coming in, extracting resources, and it funnels up to the biggest shareholders that already have a lot of money. They don't care about the land or the environment, and the people don't see any of those benefits. So I was tired of seeing that, and I didn't want that to be associated with being green. So that's kind of how we came up with this company, me and Ruben, was we wanted something different. We wanted to develop green energy, but have that to be for the people and for the land, and the benefits come back to the local people and to the land. So that is key to our approach when it comes to development and how we structure our business. It's not just economic majority ownership. We structure things to be majority owned by the community, not us as a developer, making sure the benefits come back, but also making sure that the values of the community, the people, the skills, there's social ownership, there's so many layers of ownership that's beyond just the economical, and we address those. And we'll probably go through a couple of examples real quick today, but I just wanted to give an overview of why we're doing this. So next slide. So our development approach is really centered around First Nations and communities. So we take a holistic approach where we have to bring various partners to the table to develop a successful energy project, but we always come to First Nations first and make sure that First Nations and Indigenous communities are participating through a majority ownership, and that they also are participating, active participation, not passive. And then once we're satisfied, we're happy, okay, the community's on board, then we start bringing other partners into the table to bring this project forward. The government, the provincial, federal government, investors, technology partners, and also like educational institutions and the customers that will use the hydrogen. But we always go with the First Nations first approach. Next slide. And that's why we're here today, of course. Our vision is to create a hydrogen infrastructure and fueling network across BC with all owned by First Nations. So this resource of the future, the water, the land, the sun, the wind, that is what the big corporations are trying to take. And what we're doing is bringing that to the people and developing that for the people, for Indigenous people across the whole province. We're working with the Hochlip First Nation right now, and we'd love to work with more communities such as Huayet and build that kind of interprovincial network. Next slide. So I don't think many people know about hydrogen, so I'm going to kind of do like a really quick 101 because I know I'm keeping you from dinner, and I don't want to do that. So, but basically how a hydrogen is, this is kind of a hydrogen ecosystem where we create the hydrogen from energy, and then we compress and store the hydrogen, distribute it through trucks, through rail, through marine shipping, and then it goes to the end use. That end use can be a fueling station for trucks and cars. It can be a remote community that's running on diesel, like in Haida Gwaii, and also to industrial uses as well for energy. Next slide. So let's get into a little bit more about what is green hydrogen and how do we make it. So it comes from renewable energy and water. So renewable energy such as wind, such as hydropower. What we do is there's a process where we split the water through running electricity through it, and that process is called electrolysis. And so H2O, hydrogen, and oxygen, which is the molecule of water, we split that and we separate the hydrogen and we separate the oxygen. The oxygen is what we breathe. We put that into the air. And then we take that hydrogen and store it and compress it, and then take it for use. Next slide. And we can skip that one. Next slide. So why green hydrogen? Why is that like a good thing? Because it has no carbon emissions, it's zero carbon, it has zero pollution, it's odorless, it doesn't spill into water or cause any harm at all. It's the lightest element on Earth and quickly evaporates into the air and quickly away from the atmosphere. And when we use hydrogen, so when we use it again, say we burn it or something, it just comes back to water. Like we're not destroying water in the process. The water is coming back to the environment. So it's very cyclical and very clean in that sense, and it can completely replace fossil fuels. Want to say something? Okay, cool. I'm being told I need to be quicker, so. Yeah, and it's also extremely like efficient compared to like diesel and other technologies. Next slide. There's different types of hydrogen, but we're talking about green hydrogen. So if you go online and start Googling hydrogen, you'll see lots of other stuff talking about making hydrogen from fossil fuels. Don't be misled, that's not what we're doing, right? We really want to completely change this fossil fuel industry and move forward. So there's gray hydrogen, that's hydrogen made from natural gas that's then released to the atmosphere, the carbon. There's blue hydrogen, which they say is clean, but it's still coming from fossil fuels. but they can take the carbon dioxide and store it underground. And they're usually using that carbon to extract more oil. So it's complicated, but basically all these things use fossil fuels, but we're talking about green hydrogen, which is zero carbon, no fossil fuels, from water, returns to water. Next slide. So how do we use green hydrogen? So we take the compressed hydrogen, we combine it with oxygen from the air in a fuel cell, and that's what brings out the power to run a motor, and then the water. So if you see it in a truck, next slide, you can put all these components in a truck. What the truck would do is use hydrogen as in the fuel tank, oxygen from the air, and what comes out of the tailpipe is just pure water. And it runs the electric motor in the truck. So the energy we put in then comes out. So it's really good. Next slide. We can skip that one. Next slide. So target markets, we're looking at, I kind of alluded to that, heavy duty transportation is what's a really good market for green hydrogen, getting off fossil fuels. It is 40% of the carbon emissions in BC is coming from the transport market. And then ports and airports, also heavy users of fossil fuels. But really important is actually remote communities that rely heavily on diesel. Those are usually also First Nation communities. And we're using 20,000 liters of diesel in BC for remote communities, and we could replace that with hydrogen. Next slide. Looking at the hydrogen market, it's a lot of numbers, but basically there's a quick kind of exponential growth in how much hydrogen is being installed globally, and in Asia and Europe, but we're lagging here in North America. So we're now kind of having to keep up, but we want to grow that with indigenous communities, that economy. There's 100,000 heavy-duty trucks deployed in China. There's a hydrogen corridor between Beijing and Shanghai, but we don't have any of that here in North America, actually. So we're looking to develop that with the leadership and ownership of First Nations. Next slide. And here I'll pass it on to James, and he can talk a little bit more about a few kind of projects and success stories that we're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Omar, for that very quick. Actually, Hot Lip are that partnership I was talking about, and it's a very important partnership because we're actually producing hydrogen with that First Nation. I'm going to jump ahead actually all the way to the end almost, because there's a video I'd like to play before we head off and have some Imot Ethton, as the Klahoos like to call it, good food. So I don't know if we can cue up that video, and this is a video by Salish Elements, and it's a little bit promotional video, of course, but it actually shows the impact of how much water has from this industry, what we can do together. So I don't know if the IT folks can cue up that video.
Here by the water's edge, my father's voice still speaks to me. Timeless as the river itself. Every drop tells a story. Is it merely water or the lifeblood of the forest? Nurturing the trees that shelter us, the trees that cradle our stories and carry our legacy across the waters. Is it merely water or a gathering place for forest creatures? Talk to the animals, my father would say. They will talk back and echo the rhythm of our songs. Do you see just water or a sacred tradition where salmon emerge, dancing in the light of the flames bringing us together in nourishment and shared spirit. Just water or a reflection of where we've been and the vision to shape where we are going.
I want to thank everyone for taking time and listening to us today. That elder in there was Reuben George's mother, and it was her words that inspires us to keep going. So, Cluhus and Cluhus, we say Chetam Quiname, and we'll say Gleko, Gleko, Chu.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, James and Omar. I hope you didn't feel too rushed, but we were able to give you 25 of the 30 minutes we promised you. So thank you very much. And in a time of climate crisis that we're facing, topics like green energy are hugely important, and glad to hear that we're having those conversations. Let's have a round of applause for ourselves. Okay, we are complete with our People's Assembly agenda. There's some really important business still coming up, and it's got everything to do with recognizing our young people. So I'm going to ask your patience a little bit more. Do we have another draw? Okay. $500 and a shawl. Separately. Sorry, yeah, must be clear about that. So congratulations to our winners so far. Your gifts will be available to you very shortly here. This is for $500. Yellow tickets. 846-1645. Jackie, yeah, that look of disappointment. 846-1645. Going once. 846-1645. Going twice. I'm going to read it one more time. Wait 5 seconds and we're redrawing. 846-1645. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Redrawing. $500. 846-1618. Oh. Second reading, 846-1618. Call it one more time and count to 5. Hurry back to your ticket, Uncle. 846-1618. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Redraw. Third time's the charm. Okay, are we ready? 834-9510. Oh, looks like we got a winner in the back. Let us know names. Can't hear. 834-9510. It's a good name. Oh, Laverne. Woohoo! Congratulations. Okay, drawing for the shawl. Okay. Okay. 848-1575. Does anybody have the last 4 numbers? 1575. It's a bit of a blur here. Last 4 numbers on the ticket. 1575. Call it one more time. The last four numbers on the ticket, 1575. Oh, we got one. Have a Debbie. That beautiful lady in the bleachers where she's not supposed to be. You got caught, my friend. That was for a shawl. Somebody verify her number. Dan, she being honest. 1575. Shawl goes to Debbie Cook. Woo! Oh, yeah. Has everybody been checking the board for your numbers? They've been drawing every hour, so make sure you check the board over there and see if you won any door prizes. Who's got what? Okay. There are citizen recognition awards coming up, awards for our young people who have excelled in education. So I ask you to please stay around, listen to those, some citizen awards coming up. This concludes the official part of the People's Assembly 2024. Thank you again, all of you, for being here. Enjoy the evening. Now it's time to have fun. We are officially adjourned. True? Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm talking too hard, too tall. So we are going to be doing the scholarship awards. So I'd like to introduce a member of council, Stella Peters, and that would be great. Stella, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody.
Couple of announcements while we're getting ready to do the Education Awards. The shuttles back to the hotels tonight is 6:30, 7, and 8. The youth draw, they're looking for a few more tickets to purchase. There's a family pack of meats, 2 whole fryers, 10 pounds of ground beef, 6 pounds of round roast, 3 pounds of blade roast, 4 pounds of pork end chops, 4 pork steaks, 2 pounds of stew, lots of meat. Please see Jackie, support our youth. Please buy some tickets from her. Okay, Stella would like your attention at the front of the room, please.
So what we're doing is we're just going to recognize the scholarship recipients and mail them out. So Kathy Nookmas Memorial Award is going to Cadence Johnson. The Keehan Chief Louis Award is going to Olivia Peters. Hishuk Masawak Healthy and Active Award, Andre Leoncio Dennis, I don't know if I said that right, and also Sydney Nookmas. The ESOC Community and Culture Award goes to Madison Lucas. So for the Education Awards, the Huate Academic Excellence Awards, Taya Anderson, grade 11. Matthew Dennis, grade 11. Marcus Spread, grade 8. Haley Jacob, grade 10. Kenzie Johnson Sabas, grade 8. Michaela Olson, grade 9. Mackenzie Parcher, grade 9. Taylor Parcher, grade 8. George Weir, grade 11. And Vanessa Young, grade 11. I would like to recognize all our recipients on all their hard work and their accomplishments in their education. We're very proud of what they've done and how far they've come. They're setting the future for us. They're doing good in school, and we're all very proud of them. I know it's just one step for them. It's a milestone for each one of those kids, though. And so I just want to say good luck to all of them, too. So next, we're going to be doing the Citizen of the Year Award. So for Citizen of the Year, James Patrick Michael Nookmis. Where is he? Jay, come on up. Jay Bird. He is kind, respectful, knowledgeable, and helpful. The reason he is these things is because he's friendly and always smiling, kind, respectful to elders and families, knowledgeable, knows families and who his family members are, observant, he knows his surroundings and is often requested to be WICWalk security at various cultural events. He is always someone that you can count on and someone who lives our three guiding principles by showing respect, taking care of, and including everyone and staying connected. And not only that, he's security at Save-On, so he does a really good job there too. Elder of the Year, Clifford Nookmis Sr. Clifford Nookmis, come on down. Maybe you can go to him. So Clifford is always attending the kids' events, whether it's celebrations, potlucks, or sports events. He shows up, provide conversation, laughs, and cheers the youth on. His support for the community aligns with Uathluk, taking care of our people. He's over in the corner there. Way to go, Clifford. Our Youth of the Year, Nolan Nookmis. Where are you, Nolly? As a young youth, he takes the initiative to open the hall or sports for other youth and adults to participate in healthy activities for Anekla and Bamfield. Way to go, Noli.
Hello, everyone. This is the last time I'll talk, I promise. But our Deputy Chief Councillor did point out that I was remiss in my lack of closing comments to recognize perhaps not only the people who made this day happen today, so I'd like to thank the staff and everyone involved. Karen, your team was amazing. but also, and I'd like to recognize Angela for all of the work that she's done today. It's a monumental task to keep us all on topic and doing everything we need to do. So let's give a hand to Shishikulap, our speaker. Oh yes, apologies. And as well, let us raise our hands to our security people. They've done such a great job today. Thank you, Hinatinius. Thank you, team. Thank you, everyone. Also, our caterer is Margaret Robinson Cook, a citizen. So let's give the whole food team a hand as well. And thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying. Let's have a great dinner. Thank you.